May I once again request Ms. Lees to now present a planter and a shawl to Mr. Pablo. Oh. We presented to Ms. Neetu, our Joint Secretary, ma'am, and now we would request Ms. Lees to welcome Mr. Pablo. Thank you so much, Ms. Lees. May I request Ms. Camille to kindly now present a planter and a shawl to Dr. Goya and welcome him to this seminar this morning. We would also take quickly this opportunity to frame it in our lenses. So, warm welcome to you, sir. Ms. Camille, may I request you to now present a planter to Mr. Shankar. After presenting a welcome gift to Dr. Koya, we now request Ms. Camille to present a shawl and a planter to Mr. Shankar Lakshman and welcome him to the inaugural session. We're making this arrangement to quickly capture it in our lenses, and of course, this stays in our memories. Thank you so much. May I now request Dr. Koya to kindly present a planter and a shawl to Ms. Lees and welcome her this morning to this inaugural session. Dr. Koya is now going to present a planter and a shawl to Ms. Lees and welcome her. This is an Indian tradition, and we welcome everyone to this wonderful seminar once again. Dr. Koya, may I request you now to present a planter to Ms. Camille and welcome her. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for doing the honors. Warm welcome. We also present a small gift and welcome Ms. Camille. In our Indian tradition, ladies and gentlemen, it is customary to begin any auspicious occasion with lighting the ceremonial lamp. May I request our honorable dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and mark the beginning of this seminar. This is very auspicious in our Indian tradition. The lamp which is being lit, in Hindi, we call it as diya. The diya, when lit, emits light and emits energy. It is this emission of light and energy which is the source of energy in all of us and all our surroundings. Each wick being lit today is marking the brotherhood, is also marking solidarity. Each wick that is being lit today is also a prayer to the universe, to the Almighty, for the well-being of all, and also a great success to this seminar. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now call this inaugural session to order, and we begin with a welcome address. And to do the same, may I request the Counselor for International Affairs, French Embassy, Mr. Pablo Hamada, to kindly give the welcome address.
Good morning, Honorable Joint Secretary, Honorable Commissioner, Free Advisor, dear Liz, dear Camille, dear participants. Good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for welcoming me. Thank you for joining us here in the room, as well as for those following online. It is a pleasure for me to open this seminar on sustainable fishing ports, where Indian and French experts will be able to exchange knowledge and experience and hopefully find ways to collaborate on this impactful topic. From the perspective of the French Embassy, I'd like to make broadly 2 points today. And the first one is to say that this seminar, your work, your exchanges today on sustainable fishing ports are an important and a key element of the French-India bilateral relationship. As you may know, in July 2023, Prime Minister Modi visited France for July the 14th, and on this occasion, France and India have signed a 2047 roadmap. The second pillar of this roadmap is called the Partnership for the Planet, which aims at addressing a triple crisis we face: a crisis for climate change, on biodiversity loss, and on pollution. All these three key challenges are directly linked to the oceans and have an impact on the marine fisheries sector in India. So, in a way, this seminar is the perfect illustration of our excellent cooperation on maritime issues and the successful implementation of the roadmap 2047, but also the roadmap on blue economy and ocean governance that we adopted France and India in 2022. This seminar is also the perfect illustration and the importance of technical cooperation between France and India. And I'd like here to thank the Department of Fisheries and AFD to gather experts from India, from France, working on fishing ports and research institutes and so on. So, first point, this seminar very important for our second pillar on our roadmap towards 2047 for the French-Indo relationship. And also my second point is to say that this seminar comes at a perfect time today, 2 weeks before of the United Nations Oceans Conference that France and Costa Rica will organize in Nice in 2 weeks in the south of France. The goal of the conference is very linked to the one of this seminar, and the UNOC conference, its goal is to accelerate action and mobilize all actors to conserve and sustainably use the ocean. And at UNOC 3 conference in Nice, the theme of sustainable fishing harbors will be addressed on 2 panels. So it's a very important topic for France, for Costa Rica, for India, and for the rest of the world. So once again, I'll be very short, but this seminar is a key element for our bilateral relationship, and it comes at a perfect time 2 weeks before a very important conference, in the UNOC 3 conference in Nice. So I would like, in this context, to thank you very much for your participation and wish you an excellent and fruitful seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your very warm words, and thank you for setting up the rhythm to this seminar. Thank you once again. May I now invite Fisheries Development Commissioner, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, Dr. M. Koya, to kindly share his thoughts.
Good morning, most respected Joint Secretary, Marine Fisheries, Government of India, Department of Fisheries, Neetu Prasad, Madam. Ms. Lissy Breed, Country Director, France, Pablo Ahmada, Consular Embassy of French in India. We have joint secretaries from Ministry of Shipping, NSCS and other senior officers from the line departments of Government of India, and officers from the state fisheries departments of Department of Fisheries of the states of coastal states of India, and the officers from the Department of Fisheries, Government of India. I welcome you all for this very auspicious program, Technical Dialogue on Eco-Friendly Eco-Fishing Ports, Sustainable and Inclusive Harbours. This is one of the capacity building programs of the initiative by AFD. You know that fishing ports are the hub for many activities, fisheries related activities. In fact, it forms an important infrastructure for the fishing fleets. In Indian context, we have very small fishing units to very large fishing units as large as 20 to 21 meter, 24 meter long. So one man to several men in a fishing unit. So much diversity in our fishing activities, fishing, fish catches, and a lot of diversity. Being in a tropical context, we are blessed with diverse fishing activity, fishes, and so are our fisheries activities diverse. And our activities are diverse throughout the season. There are seasonalities in fishing activities. So fishing harbor infrastructure, in fact, forms the basis for our fishing activities for all these kind of different levels of fishing activities, fishing infrastructures. It also forms important seafood value chain hubs. In fact, we are leading in one of the leader in the fish exports from this region, especially and in globally. So we are the fishing harbors form the major hubs for the seafood value chain, and in fact, it forms an important part of the monitoring and enforcement of fishing activities, fisheries management, and also an important enforcement area for the coastal security of the country. And it forms important livelihood and economic center because, as I was telling, the diversity of fishery players are so marginal to very large. Everybody in an inclusive way, in different capacities, in different port scenarios, they are playing their role. So it forms an important part of the livelihood of the coastal community. And of course, sustainability, a challenge of, it poses a lot of challenges to sustainability when it offers opportunities for sustainability as well. And there are government initiatives, and one of the initiatives what we have is the Blue Port initiative of the FAO, under which transformation of ports are being taken over in an ordinate manner in this region. As part of the members of this Blue Port initiative are working hard to transform their ports to enhance its sustainability quotient. So in this background, I again welcome all you for this important program on technical capacity building program. And in one word, welcoming you all, I stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very kind words. May I now invite the Country Director, AFD, Ms. Liz Buhoy, to kindly share her valuable inputs.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Joint Secretary, Honorable Commissioner, Shri Advisor, Mr. Ahumada, dear Camille, and dear partners and dear friends, dear specialists of the fisheries sector. It's really a pleasure to be here today. Mr. Ahumada gave a kind of political framework in which we, together with Department of Fisheries, organize this meeting. Mr. Koya also gained the part of the Indian context. Let me give you then, maybe dig a little bit into some technicalities. And to start with, for those who do not know the French Development Agency, let me just introduce very briefly who we are and what is our ambition and our vision. For those who are not familiar with AFD stands for the French Development Agency, and we are the public development bank of the French government. We exist for more than 80 years, but we work in India only since 2008, which is a little more than 50 years. I used to say that we're a teenager here in India. And interestingly enough, when we have been starting working, following the discussion between the two governments, the mandate that the two governments gave to us is to support, of course, the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, which did not exist at that time, but globally, the public goods, climate and biodiversity. And I think we are very much in the core of that mandate, and that also aligns with this partnership for the planet that Mr. Ahumada has mentioned, which is part of the French roadmap 2047. So just to give you some flavor, we work with all kinds of stakeholders in India. We work with the ministries, of course, this is our main counterpart. We work with Department of Fisheries, but as well Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Ministry of Power, etc. We also work directly with the states or with some public agency, whether they are national or local level. And this is our partners, client, friends, whatever you think, but this is the people that we like to work together. And I would say that in addition to the mandate to finance as a development bank projects that have impact, positive impact on the climate, both mitigation and adaptation or biodiversity, we have another specific mandate. Because we are part of this Team France that was also mentioned by Mr. Pablo, our job is also to build bridges between the different communities, the Indian and the French. And here today, the fisheries sectors, fisheries and harbour specialists, to build bridges so that expertise can be exchanged in both sense. There's a lot of French expertise on this topic of today. There's a lot of Indian expertise as well. A lot is going on here in India that will be of high interest for the French experts. So let me just also mention that we have started a very nice cooperation with Department of Fisheries on the fisheries value chain. I don't know whether this will be explained in further details during the program, but it is very interesting because so it is complementing a nationwide big program whose name is difficult to pronounce in Hindi. I'm not sure I will try, but I'm sure all of you know. Co-financed with the World Bank, which is in lead. And the idea is to modernize, strengthen all the value chain, and basically to help the value chain and the people of that value chain be more resilient, be more efficient towards the many changes that will face the sector. So it will work through the National Fisheries Digital Platform. I'm sure all of you are familiar with it. More than 2 million people have registered. And through that platform, the idea is then to have some direct discussion, interaction with the future beneficiaries for them to invest in more efficient, in safer, in greener equipment so that globally the value chain is improving. Starting from this, would like to do more. And that's the message of today. Would like to do more. And as we found during the appraisal and the discussion on that project, the port are, of course, obviously one of the nodal point of these value chains. So this first program is not focusing much on public infrastructure. The discussion of today is focusing on public infrastructure, which is, by the way, one of the signature that we have here in India. We work a lot on public infrastructure across various sectors. So the concept of EcoPort that you will explore today, that can be safer, more inclusive, greener, more efficient, is something that is of great interest for us as a development bank. And basically, I hope that we can build a new project, new cooperation, new technical support on that topic, all together, French and Indian actors. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Liz, for those very thoughtful words from you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now wish to screen a very short audiovisual on ecoports, and may I request the audiovisual team to kindly play the scene. Thank you.
Oceans cover about 72% of our planet, contributing towards food and nutritional security, livelihood support. With such great potential, the oceans also offer responsibility to all of us, asking our commitment towards sustainable practices with reduced pressure on aquatic ecosystem, combating pollution and climate change for blue economy. The fishing harbours here play a significant role and can serve as a crucial linkage towards this approach. Foreseeing the challenges and opportunities in fisheries management globally, strengthening of the fishing ports in terms of upgraded infrastructures, use of renewable energy, smart technologies, sustainable waste management, better safety mechanisms, adaptation of pollution mitigation instruments is imperative. India, with its vast aquatic resources, has significant number of fishing harbours along the coast. Today, India is the second largest fish producing country in the world and one of the major exporters of seafood to the global basket. Through its policies and schemes, the government has been engaged in sustainable fisheries management. India is taking up state-of-art, smart integrated fishing harbour facilities and also focusing on modernizing the existing fishing harbour facilities with global standards, adapting more sustainable measures.
साथियों, मच्छीमार भाई बहनों के जहाज सुरक्षित लौट सके, इसके लिए 110 से ज्यादा मच्छी बंदरगाह और लैंडिंग सेंटर्स भी बनाए जा रहे हैं। कोल्ड चेन हो, प्रोसेसिंग की व्यवस्था हो, नाव के लिए लोन की योजना हो या पीएम मत्स्य संपदा योजना हो, ये सारी योजनाएं मच्छीमार भाई बहनों के हित के लिए ही बनाई गई।
Eco-fishing ports offer a practical response to today's challenges to the fisheries sector. By reducing pollution, managing waste and protecting marine life, we make port operations cleaner and more efficient. By aligning economic, social and environmental goals, eco-fishing ports build the foundation for resilient coastal regions. Building an eco-fishing port is not a quick fix. Rather, is a long-term planned strategy. It requires planning based on local condition and aims at tapping the potential through strong collaboration between authorities, operators and local communities. Transforming a fishing port into an eco-port is like restoring the entire harbour with modern and integrated world-class facilities. From restoring harbour depths to upgrading cold chains, introducing renewable energy and improving waste management, the collaboration of French Development Agency with Department of Fisheries, Government of India in this regard is yet another step towards creating world-class eco-ports in India for thriving communities, resilient economies and a healthier ocean.
Thank you so much, audiovisual team, for that short audiovisual that was on eco-ports. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored to have with us Honorable Joint Secretary Ma'am from the Department of Fisheries, Government of India. Ma'am, may I now invite you to kindly share your thoughts and the keynote address with the audience.
Counselor for Sustainable Fisheries and International Affairs, French Embassy, Mr. Pablo Amuda, AFD Country Director, Ms. Lise Boel, Deputy Country Director, Ms. Camille, representatives from central ministries, states, and UTs, and experts from fisheries from France and India. Also today, we are having among us Shri Mukesh Mangal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. We welcome you. Shri TVS Prasanna, Joint Secretary, National Secretariat for Coastal Security, and Shri HN Ashwath, Advisor, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. A very good morning to all of you. And I extend my warm greetings to all of you and welcome you to the technical dialogue on eco-fishing port, sustainable and inclusive harbours. It is being convened under the joint aegis of the Department of Fisheries, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, and the French Development Agency, which is popularly known as AFD. This dialogue reflects our collective commitment to strengthen bilateral cooperation and advance sustainable fisheries and modern and inclusive fisheries infrastructure in India. India, with its vast and resource-rich coastline of over 11,099 kilometers and exclusive economic zone of 22 lakh square kilometers, in the second largest fish-producing country in the world. The fisheries sector plays a vital role in the national economy by providing livelihoods to more than 3 crore fishers and fish farmers and contributing sustainability to nutrition, employment and exports. Fishing harbors and landing centers form the core physical infrastructure of this sector, serving as crucial points for landing, handling, processing and marketing of fish. However, these harbors face multiple challenges ranging from inadequate infrastructure and post-harvest losses to environmental concerns and limited inclusivity. Realizing the need of robust harbour infrastructure, the Government of India has approved projects proposal for construction or modernization raising of 67 fish harbours and 50 fish landing centres at a total cost of Indian 9,832 crores during last 10 years. The Department of Fisheries, Government of India has approved proposals for development of 3 smart and integrated fishing harbours at Gujarat, Diu and Puducherry at a total cost of 369.8 crores under the flagship scheme of Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. Globally too, there are several efforts to promote sustainable harbour system. The Blue Ports Initiative roadmap developed by FAO is designed to support fishing ports in adopting a blue transformating approach at both strategic and operational levels. This includes active stakeholder participation, implementation of targeted projects, actions, and robust impact assessment mechanisms. Today, we are going to discuss eco-fishing ports, which are envisaged to function not just as logical hubs, but also smart, green, and socially responsive ecosystems. To facilitate this transition, the Department of Fisheries entered into a technical cooperation with the French Development Agency with the technical support from expertise of France. The project titled Blue Transformation of Fishing Harbours for Sustainable Fisheries Development will be implemented over a period of 2 years. This collaboration aims to draw from international best practices to guide India's harbour modernization efforts. I assure you this is the only initial step towards this collaboration, and we expect you to come work more closely with the Government of India. We are having a lot of representatives from coastal states, and any of your projects towards harbour management or construction or sustainability fisheries, we are very willing to work along with you to develop such projects in coastal states. Today's workshop presents a timely and strategic opportunity to exchange knowledge, deliberate on challenges, and co-develop a roadmap for future. We welcome the inputs of all stakeholders, central and state agencies, technical institutions, international experts, and field practitioners to ensure that the vision of eco-fishing ports is realized in both policy and practice. I would like to express my appreciation to the teams from FAD, especially Camille and Tarun. They worked very hard, and the DOFO team was quite busy in other projects, but both of you together with your team, have brought this beautiful experience before us. Also, I hope this meeting today will bring together bright minds and give a roadmap for future. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for those very encouraging and very guiding words from you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived to the concluding moment of the inaugural session. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our dignitaries on the dais, and also thanking each one of you present here. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for sharing your thoughts and most importantly, your valuable time. Thank you once again. We now request everyone present in the hall to kindly rise for the national anthem, the Indian national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you so much. May I request all our dignitaries to kindly step forward for a group photograph, for a photo opportunity, requesting our friends from media to kindly capture this moment in the lenses. We're just taking a photograph of our dignitaries on the stage. Request you, sir, to kindly join us. Thank you so much. May I request everyone present in the hall to kindly join us for a group photograph, which will be outside the hall. It's a photo opportunity with all our dignitaries. May I request everyone present in the hall to kindly join us outside the hall for a group photograph. Requesting everyone present in the hall to kindly join us outside the hall for a group photograph. Back for our first technical session. I request everyone to kindly join us back for our first technical session. May I request everyone who's outside the hall and the ones who are present in the hall to kindly settle down. And may I request you to continue to keep your electronic gadgets on silent mode. Once again, I request everyone to kindly be seated. May I request the organizing team members to invite everyone inside the hall. Requesting everyone to kindly be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to kindly settle down. We now take you to our first technical session of the technical dialogue on eco-fishing ports, sustainable and inclusive harbours. After a very successful inaugural session, we now invite you for a session on eco-fishing ports, discussing its concepts, initiatives and development. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a hybrid session and may I request you to settle down. And the objective of this session is to present the concept of eco-fishing ports and real-world examples that demonstrates improved hygiene, reduced environmental impact, and better fisheries management. The more or less expected outcome of this session would be to have a shared understanding of eco-fishing ports and lessons from successful models. This is a hybrid session as mentioned earlier, and I once again request you to kindly keep your electronic gadgets on silent mode and join me as I welcome the panelists of the session onto the stage. Some of them will join us online virtually. And may I begin by inviting the moderator of the session, the Biodiversity and Blue Economy Portfolio Manager at AFD, Ms. Nidhi Batra. May I request Ms. Nidhi Batra to kindly join us onto the stage. May we now invite the Advisor of Fisheries Development, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, Shri Shankar Lakshmanji, to kindly join us onto the stage. And online, virtually, we are being joined by the task team leader on fisheries and ocean at AFD, Ms. Ellen Gobek, who is going to join us virtually. May I now also request the Chief Engineer, Harbour Engineering Department, Government of Kerala, Mr. M.A. Muhammad Ansari, to kindly join us onto the stage. We are now being joined virtually by the Director of Fishing Ports, Indonesia, Mr. Adi Sandra, who is going to join us virtually, as I mentioned. And now we have on stage the Director, Central Institute of Coastal Engineering for Fishery, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, Mr. N. Ravi Shankar, who is going to join us on stage. This session would also have as a panelist Mr. Jose Estores Carbolo, who is the Blue Ports Development Expert, who is going to join us online. And may I now invite on stage Principal Project Scientist, National Technology, Dr. J. Sri Ganesh, to kindly join us onto the stage. And I would request the moderator of the session to kindly take over from here on. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again request you all to kindly settle down. We're now beginning with our first technical session, and we have the moderator and our panelists on stage, and some of us who have joined us online. It's a hybrid session, and may I request Ms. Nidhi Batra, who is the moderator of the session, to kindly take over.
Thank you so much, Sushmita. I would request my other panelists also to join on the stage if we can. We'll begin with our next session. Thank you so much, sir. So this session is the core of what we will be discussing today, and I'm so glad that all of you could join us today, and we also have our colleagues who will be joining us online. So we hope that we discuss, what are the principles of eco-ports. Like we discussed, there are different kind of nomenclatures which might be there in terms of what are sustainable and inclusive ports. It could be the blue ports, it could be the smart integrated ports. The idea is that these fishing harbors, landing sites, landing centers become sustainable, become inclusive, become green, and various operational challenges are addressed. So we will begin our session, and I would request Mr. Lakshman to begin the presentation, and I understand that you have a PPT which you'll be sharing. Perfect. So let's begin with you, sir. As just a thumb rule, we have 10 minutes for each speaker, and some of you have already shared your presentation, so they are online. And then post that, we would do a little bit of interaction and Q&A. Thank you so much.
morning, respected Joint Secretary, Madam, and my colleagues on the dais, and senior officials from Government of India and state officials and other participants. So I'll be making a small presentation on the topic given to is overview of Indian fisheries sector. So as we know that fisheries and aquaculture are important sources of food, nutrition and employment generation and income and foreign exchange earnings. So this sector play a crucial role in rural economy in India. The fishery sector in India has several segments. It means whatever fishery sector in the world, I think you can see in India. So it has a marine capture fisheries, mariculture activities, coastal aquaculture, and the Indian fisheries also, we have the vast resources like rivers, canals. So inland capture fisheries is also one of the segments of this Indian fishery sector. And we have other freshwater aquaculture, cold water fisheries, ornamental fisheries, pearl cultivation, freshwater, both marine and freshwater, and fish processing and post-harvest technology, infrastructure and fish trade. And other activities like sport fisheries and aquatourism, etc. are also carried out in some part of the country. India, we have the long coastline, more than 11,099 kilometers, and Indian exclusive economic zone is 2.002 million square kilometers spread across the 9 coastal states and 4 Indian territories. We have the continental shelf area of 0.53 million square kilometers. The marine fishing villages, notified marine fishing villages across the coast is 3,477, and notified fish landing centers where the fishing activities are taking place. Large number of fishermen are involved in fishing and allied activities in these centers are around 1,547. We have the commissioned fishing harbours and landing centers 76 along the country's coastline of 11,000 plus kilometers. With regards to we have the similar resources in the inland sector also. The rivers, canals measuring 1.90 lakh kilometer, brackish water area 14.12 kilometer lakh hectare, and other area ponds, tanks, reservoirs of 31.5 lakh hectare. Indian fish production, it means we have the highest ever fish production of 184.02 lakh ton, comprising the marine sector contributing around 44.95 lakh ton, and inland is the major contributor in our total fish production, which is around 139 lakh kilometer. So sector is playing a very crucial role in Indian economy. We are the second largest fish producing and second largest aquaculture nation in the world, and it is also first, we attained the first position in inland capture fisheries, 6th largest exporters of fish and fisheries product in around 130 countries. We are exporting the fish and fisheries product. So as I mentioned, I think we have attained the total fish production of 149 lakh ton during 2023-24, and its sector is contributing around 7.43 to the national agriculture GV and 1.09% to the national grass national GVA. So during the last year, we have recorded the export of around 60,524, which is around 17.8 lakh seafood exports to various countries. So the sector is, I think, highest growth it is recorded at 9.08% growth rate in terms of economic value, the sector is growing at that rate. So around 30 million fishers are dependent on fisheries and allied activities in the country. Yeah, fishery sector, the total production is, I think, 18.4 million ton, what I mentioned in earlier slide. And inland sector is contributing largely, and marine is around 30% contribution is marine sector. Fisheries exports last year we recorded 60,000 plus export earning from various fisheries and fisheries product. So second country is the second largest fish producer and second aquaculture producing country. So considering the importance of the sector, the government of India has taken various reforms, the reforms and investment schemes. So during the past 10 years, the government of India has implementing various major schemes. One is the Blue Revolution, real game changer scheme, what it was initiated by government of India during 2015-16. Last 5 years it was implemented. And then in order to fill the infrastructure requirement, the government of India has also taken up the Fisheries and Aquaculture Infrastructure Development Fund. This was initially approved, taken up for 5 years. Now, considering the importance and the impact of this scheme, government of India has further extended another 3 years this scheme. Presently, the Department of Fisheries, government of India is implementing the flag schemes called Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. This was initially approved for 5 years from 2020-21 to 2024-25. And now 1 year extension is given for this scheme. During current year also it is implemented. So under the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, new sub-scheme has also been approved amounting to rupees 6,000 crores. This will be implemented for a period of 5 years from 2023 to 24 to 26-27. So it means the government of India is giving the more importance to the sector growth, and probably we have the high potential to grow further. Coming to development of fishing harbors and fish landing centers. So traditionally it was a traditional fishery sector. Earlier it was carried out through traditional craft without any mechanization. It was confined to near shore fishing. So the mechanization of fishing boats, Government of India started introducing mechanized fishing vessels from the first 5-year plan of the Government of India. Mainstays at that point of time was introduction of small mechanized fishing boats ranging from 12 to 15 meter OL. Then thereafter, the need for development of fishing harbor facilities in terms for providing safe landing, berthing, and allied activities was thought. So accordingly, Government of India has taken up several policy initiatives to development of fishery sector. So since 1964, the various schemes were implemented for development of these infrastructure facilities in the form of fishing harbors and fish landing centers. Initially, the scheme was introduced with 100% funding, and it was implemented through various coastal state governments, union territories, and port trust authorities. So initial objective is only to provide the shelter basin, to provide the safe landing, berthing, and the main land-based activities. So that was the idea when it was initiated in 1964. So the marine sector it has a shared responsibility. It means the state governments are primarily responsible for development of fishery sector between 0 to 12 nautical miles, and the Government of India jurisdiction of Government of India falls beyond 12 nautical miles to the country's boundary up to 200 nautical miles. So accordingly, these infrastructure facilities were also developed in a cost-sharing basis. Initially, when the scheme was introduced, it was implemented with 100% funding from Government of India for creation of infrastructure facilities. Later, it was in the 10th plan, it was changed to 50-50 basis, so that the state governments also feel responsible for development and management of such kind of infrastructure facilities. In respect of the union territories, where the government of India plays the major role, and the major fishing harbor projects which are implemented through the central government agencies like Port Trust and other agencies, so for which 100% grant was extended by government of India. So this funding pattern evolve changes, I think, during 11th plan and 12th plan. It was 75-25. It means the government of India has contributed more in developing the infrastructure facilities during 11th and 12th plan. Then the Blue Revolution came. I think under the Blue Revolution, this was also one of the prime important activities funded for development, 50-50 between the center and coastal state governments, and the 100% funding was continued for union territories and central government organizations. Now the ongoing scheme PMMSY also, the development of this kind of fishing harbors and landing centers is one of the thrust area where 60% government of India contributes and state government contribute 40%. And 100% grants will continue to be given for major port trust and union territory projects. So the broad component, I think whatever we were developing, the fishing harbors has the both the water side and waterfront facilities and shore-based activities. Waterfront primarily includes the landing, berthing, jetties, and creation of calm basins for creation the development of breakwater training walls and the offshore breakwaters to create tranquil basins for safe landing and berthing of fishing vessels. Shore-based facilities, it is a hub of various facilities like auction hall and water supply, sanitation, net mending shed, fisherman rest shed. These kind of infrastructure facilities the government of India has been developing through a preparation of a master plan for creation of such infrastructure facilities. Allied activities in fishing harbors, we are, while planning the fishing harbor layout, we are earmarking the areas for other allied activities like ice plant, processing plants, grading and packing and reserve facilities, marketing facilities, boat repair yard, and petty shops. So it means it is a hub of business activities, the fishing harbors in India. So government of India has been spending a lot of money for creation of such modern infrastructure facilities. So far, we have commissioned 7 major fishing harbors, 69 minor fishing harbors, and 231 fish landing centers across the country's coastline of 11,000 kilometer plus. So during the last the Blue Revolution scheme, the government of India has spent more than 700 crores for creation of this infrastructure. Then this under the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, the spending is stepped up to 2,154 crores. So large, heavily demanded the component of this Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, fishing harbors and landing centers. So these are the facilities taken up during the Blue Revolution last 5 years, from 2019 up to 2019-20. So the government of India has spent around 700 crores for creation of such facilities. PMMSY is also thrust is given for creation of this kind of infrastructure facilities. As I mentioned that it is taken up on cost sharing basis between the center and concerned state, 60-40 basis. So initially when the scheme was drafted, around 3,500 crores were envisaged for creation of infrastructure facilities for a period of 5 years. So total 46 fishing harbors, fish landing center facilities were envisaged when the scheme was drafted. However, I think during the course of implementation of scheme, there has been a lot of demand from the state governments and union territories, which resulted, I think, instead against the targeted of 46 fishing harbors and landing centers, Government of India, Department of Fisheries has approved total 58 projects with an investment of 3,281 crores. Government of India is also it means sending nearly around 1,500 crores for these kind of infrastructure facilities. So in addition to the Blue Revolution and PMMSY, the fisheries infrastructure, fisheries and aquaculture infrastructure scheme, that is the interest subvention schemes introduced by Government of India to fill the gaps in infrastructures. It is one of the best schemes where the private investments is attracted through this scheme. So one rupees spending in this scheme, it will bring the around 8 to 9 rupees private investment funding from other sources. So this scheme was introduced by Government of India in 2018-19 at a cost, at a total investment of 7,522 crores, which was raised by the nodal loaning entities like NABARD, the NCDC and commercial banks. So the beneficiaries' contribution was estimated around 1,316 crores. So budgetary support, it means in order to implement this scheme, interest subvention was estimated around 9,939 crores. So under this scheme, huge demand was created by all coastal states and union territories. So this resulted around 46 projects with an investment of 5,087 crores have been taken up under this scheme. So during last 10 years, you can see, I think, the Government of India has invested, taken up the projects worth of 9,832 crores. It means 117 projects have been taken up under various schemes like Blue Revolution, the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, Fisheries and Aquaculture Infrastructure Development Fund. So this investment worth of 9,000 crores is implemented presently. Considering the, I think, importance of the modern infrastructure facilities, so during the last financial year, Government of India has taken up smart and integrated fishing harbours, where our JS Madam has highlighted in her opening remarks. So this is the new concept introduced in India. So far, whatever we were developing under various schemes in the past, the thrust was given to create the minimum required facilities. It means we have the long coastline of 11,000 plus and notified fish landing centers of 1,547, where minimum basic facilities are required. However, due to the various challenges, constraints, budgetary constraints, you can say, around only 300 to 400 centers have been taken up for development. So the primary thrust was given to create the minimum required facilities, like thrust was given structural safety, structural integrity and stability of all structures. And the functional aspect was one of the important thrust was given to see that the fishing harbors are functional in an efficient and more cost-effective manner. Then create the shelter basins, because the fishing harbors primarily create the shelter basins where it will give the shelters to fishing and fishermen aboard during the natural calamities like cyclone, tsunami. I think tsunami, we have the examples that lots of fishermen's lives were saved by these fishing harbors during tsunami. Now the Government of India has now taken up a fresh new concept, and after studying these various new concepts worldwide, like the blue fishing ports, green fishing ports, smart fishing ports, clean fishing ports and integrated intelligent ports. Now we are discussing today is the eco fishing ports, safety of fishing ports and industrial fishing ports. So these are the various concepts it is talked worldwide. And now after the Department of Fisheries.
I would also like to remind you of the time. I have this bad job to do that.
Thank you, sir. So this is the new concept. Now after studying this concept, the Government of India has taken up the new 3 fishing harbors on this concept. And the new smart and integrated facilities, what we are talking in our fishing harbors. So primarily to service to the fishermen. Concept of this smart and integrated is to extend the need-based service to the fishermen improve functionality. I think the whatever functions, the functional aspects were studies, and now this new concept is making more improvement, and cleanness and beautifications. It means green concept, blue concept, all concepts were merged together, and it is now called as the smart and integrated fishing harbors. And it is also creating, in addition to creating the waterside and landside facilities, thrust was given for the green, blue, and the use of conventional renewable energy like solar energy, wind energy, and tidal energy also we will explore in these fishing harbors. Then vessel traffic management. I think initially this concept was not there, whatever fishing harbors, it was designed for 500 vessels. Now uncontrolled movement is there in the fishing harbors, which is causing the overcrowding and congestion in the fishing harbors, resulting in the unhygienic conditions. So in order to avoid such this smart and integrated fishing harbors is also taking the note of this vessel traffic management system and data analysis. So this is the new concept what now we are introducing. Maybe I think today's seminar we will be taking of the eco-friendly fishing harbor. We will make an improvement based on the outcome of this seminar. So this is my small presentation. Thank you very much for
Thank
giving
you so much, sir.
opportunity.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And loved your...
If any questions, I'll be able to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we'll have an interactive session post all our panelists are able to present. And it was a great presentation. Of course, love the graphic of the fish leaping, and probably our fishing harbors would also leap in a similar way. I would also request again all my panelists to keep the presentations for 10 minutes. Next, joining us is Ms. Helen Gobret from France. She is the team lead at AFD, and she would be presenting the concept of eco-fishing ports. Also to remind all of you, while our AV team is working on it, that in your kit bag there is a brochure also on eco-fishing ports, which you can have a look, which has been collaboratively developed with Department of Fisheries and AFD, and we'd love to hear Helen more. Helen, can you hear us? Okay, perfect. Perfect, we can hear you well. We can't see your screen yet. Not yet. I think it's coming, yeah, maybe. It's coming. Just a second, Helen. We're just trying to work this. Yeah. And could you do a full screen? Not yet. ये आप लगा रहे हो कि उन्होंने लगाई? उन्होंने लगाई है? It's coming full screen. Can you share your entire screen instead of just the window? If you share the entire screen of your computer, sometimes it works better. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, perfect. Now you can go to the PowerPoint. Now you can try the full screen. We can see it. Perfect. It's come. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, dear participants. My name is Hélène Gobet. I'm a project team manager at AFD in Paris headquarters, and I'm an expert in fishery scientist and in charge of projects related to ocean, fisheries and agriculture in the AFD. So I will try to quickly present some thoughts, information, ideas about this eco-fishing port project concept developed by and promoted by AFD, mainly based on the experience that we have in Indonesia. I would like to say hi to colleagues from the Ministry of Fisheries and Port Authorities that I see lots of them are connected online. So I will present some lessons learned, of course, not entering too much into details, but also some issues, challenges in the implementation of a concept. I will start with reminding everyone what is a fishing port, and then trying to explain why an eco-fishing port approach can be useful for port users but also for port authorities. So as you know, fishing ports first are shelters for the safety of the vessels and fishermen. They concentrate a list of activities which are very diverse, being of course the primary sector, fishing, landing of products, but also a range of secondary activities such as shipbuilding, repairing, product processing, and tertiary services like selling, distribution, marketing, etc.
There is a little disturbance, and I would also request two things. One, anybody else who's online, please switch off your mics because we can't hear the speaker very well. Second, if you know her video, you could make smaller, and the presentation, can you make it full screen? Helen, you there with us, right? Helen, are you there? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. We can't see the presentation anymore. It's a blank screen. Yes, can you go to your presentation?
Okay.
Just your presentation, your PowerPoint, if you can. Yeah. If it's a problem, then should I play it from here? Yeah, just try once more. Just try once more. If you can share your screen and just the PowerPoint. Yeah. Yeah. And you can do this to be full screen. Just F5 if you can press full screen below.
Full screen.
Okay, you can begin, I guess, if it's, yeah, I think that'll be better if you press on that.
Okay, so I was trying to list key features of a fishing port. I hope you can see my screen. Regarding the environmental issues at the fishing port, a person from DOF before listed some of them, but basically a fishing port is key entry for improving more sustainable fishing practices and support the implementation of fisheries, sustainable fisheries management policies. Our colleagues from AKP, from the Ministry of Fisheries of Indonesia, will present it later. But also to reduce the impact on the environment that the fishing port can have, not only in the port area, but way beyond the port area. I hope you can see my screen. I have to show some picture.
We can't go, you're on the second slide, we're not seeing the third slide. So, Helen, can I request if I present from here? I think that'll be easier, if you don't mind. Yeah, we have it, your presentation. We'll just play it from here. Helen, have you shared it with us, the presentation? Yeah, please.
Sorry to.
Okay. Helen, why don't you wait? I'm sorry, just, because there seems to be a technical glitch. Can I go with the next speaker till the time I upload your presentation? Would that be okay? I'm so sorry for this. Please hold on. We'll come back to you. Also requesting everybody else who's joined online, please switch off your mics because it becomes a challenge here. So sorry for this. Professor Ansari, if I can take this opportunity now to come to you and explain about the fishing Indian perspective. And sorry for this confusion which has been happening. Please, I'll request all the people online to switch off their mics. Mr. Zain, आप प्लीज अपना माइक बंद कर दीजिए. जो भी ऑनलाइन है अपना प्लीज माइक बंद कर दीजिए.
Thank you so much. A very warm good morning to you, all of you. First of all, I would like to thank AFD and Government of India, Department of Fisheries, for giving me an opportunity to present my views. I am from Kerala, affectionately known as God's own country. So I am leading a specialized engineering department exclusively dealing with development of ports and harbours and other coastal infrastructure. So this is a brief introduction of the organization I am coming from. So we have already 25 fishing harbours in the state. And a special thank to Government of India for funding many of the schemes. And we have undertaken many minor and medium commercial ports. Several fish landing centers and coastal developments like coastal tourism, coastal stabilization techniques, other fishery infrastructures like hatcheries and ponds, and also we undertake coastal roads, bridges, water supply schemes. And we are also a consultant. We are acting as a consultant for consultant as for Cochin Shipyard for the siltation studies. We are doing work for Indian Coast Guard, and also currently we are helping Government of Pondicherry to prepare a DPR for a fishing harbour. So we have pioneered the concept of user charge collection in India, and we are getting a lot of money from the user charge collection. And we have initiated some sustainable construction practices. So with the allotted time of 10 minutes, I'm afraid I cannot express more, but within the framework, I can give you some of my thoughts. So this is, as you know, it's a fishery harbour is a complex of facilities that act as interface between capture of fish and its consumption. It's a simple definition. So I tried to include only our own photos and not copy anything from the websites. So a typical fishing harbour infrastructure consists of a safe mooring area, and the cheapest form is a beach landing. That's also a fish landing place. And there must be facilities for utilities and servicing. Some of the infrastructures, as the last speaker expressed, ice and cold storage, and the marketing infrastructure. So these are the four kind of fishery infrastructure we have to establish in a for a coastal community. It can be for the artisanal one, it can be of coastal and offshore and distant water. I'll just explain in the following slides what it means. So an artisanal fishery port or a facility, it can only handle smaller boats, motorized canoes or small vessels. No depth limitation because they accustomed to the depth what is available there. It's a beach landing typically. So no breakwaters, so they cannot operate 24/7, maybe 3 to 4 months a year. Some basic sorting of halls for auctioning, icing, and boxing. Then the basic facilities. A fish landing center is typically address this aspect. So when we go to the coastal fisheries angle, it's for artisanal fishermen again, for 1 to 2 day trips, basically. So approximately it is up to 10 ton in weight. Depth limitation is 2.5 meters a draft, so it's not a major one. Breakwater protection is required if, unless it is in an estuary, in a coastal inlet. Auction also required. Another all basic infra. So a typical Indian fishery harbor, what we do, mostly, not all, it's a minor fishing harbor comes under to cater to the needs. So the offshore fishery is, it addresses a non-fishery or some business interest as well. So it has to be a bigger one. It can cater up to 100 ton vessels, and 5 meter is approximately draft. Breakwater protection is required for 24/7 operation, and auctioning, sorting, everything is required. So a deep sea fishing harbor, it can be categorized as deep sea fishing harbor. Then move on to the last one. This is more of a industry or factory made trawlers can only berth here. Very large industrial shipping ships. So large trawlers, 5,000 GRT. And the basic difference would be here. Auctioning is not been done there. It's done because it's packed or something. It has come as a product when you reach the shore. So in most cases, auction is not required. So these are not important. It can be there, but not important. But being a bigger ships, it has to address all these, the last 2 points. So it has to have a custom clearance as well, because it is, the boats are going into the international waters. So this is a flow, a typical flow of vessels in a fishing harbor. This is what we use for our planning. So this is already mentioned, so I'm not going into deep. Self-explanatory. Okay, so the waterside facilities can be breakwaters, entrance basins, quays, and hauling equipments, landside facilities, auction halls, and all those items. So the Kerala scenario, I'm just mentioning some of the Kerala scenario. We have a more number of fishing harbors constructed, I think more than any in India. And considerable revenue has been generated as is such a collection. In some of the fishing harbors, we are getting 1 to 2 crores per annum. That is profit. I mean, the government is getting as a profit. Actually, it works on a PPP mode. Private players do everything. We just collect the profit from them. And some of the harbors are now being upgraded. The point is, when we approach the scenario in a different way, because when you go to a virgin site and view, we tried to establish a fishing harbor, they basically need a basic infrastructure. Then we are now focusing on to the upgradation of facilities or the hygienic improvement. Now almost that first part, that is the basic infrastructure part, is almost attended. Only 1 or 2 harbors we need to have. So what we are now giving thrust is to upgrade the facilities and to have some hygienic. This is what happened in the state. So the condition has improved. So while doing the planning in the intent concept, the first thing and foremost is the fishermen, the stakeholders. We have to consult them, and to take their attitude, their habits, their level of awareness, their education background is again important, the local customs and cultural inclinations. Unless and until we don't take this aspect into our engineering planning, this is going to fail. We have classic examples, some of the failures, not addressing this part in the earlier stages of planning. So, and most of the fishing harbors, we are addressing the local issue that they are using the facility for 3 to 4 months, they need to have a 24/7 facility. So what they require, we are encroaching onto their space because they are using it freely for many years. So we are entering a facility, a location where they were using the beach for many years. Now we are coming up with a fishing port, doing all the breakwater, everything. Then the first and foremost, we make a compound wall. There starts the issue, because previously they were allowed to go at any time without any cost. Now we are putting up a boundary for their free movement. Like it's not a controlled one, but we monitor them. There is an issue. But we have managed to implement this security aspect in many of the fishing harbors. Still, some harbors require to be protected. So some of the facts, interesting facts I noticed for intent scenario. So fishing is a traditional and family occupation in India, because most of them are not trained, because their ancestors were fishers, so they were fishers by virtue of their birth. So this is an important point, because we need to implement some of things, we need to educate them, but they think that they are expert in everything, but they don't change their customs. This is the first point we face during the planning stage. Second thing is, this is an important one, that even a simple example is a toilet concept in European countries, and what is followed in India is a wet concept. So it has a lot of bearing in the planning of auction halls, all those things. Then the paucity or availability of fund. Now we are getting a good lot of fund, but this is a strong bearing, because the first in the construction stage, even in the selection of material selection, we have a limitation due to the fund limitation. Second thing is during the maintenance and the repair aspect. So these are some of the issues we face in the planning stage. Second thing, the last one of interest is the product we are getting is mostly for the local consumption. Export fraction is there surely, but its fraction is comparatively less, and it's limited to some of selected fishing harbors. So this means that a huge quantity of fish is coming, and when it's coming in a huge volume, the control or the quality or the hygienic aspect is lost. This is the same thing, the overcrowding. Even though we have the maximum fishing harbor in the country, many or most of them are overcrowded. So which means that only once we release the crowding aspect, we can implement some of the hygienic or some other aspect. So this is the first and foremost thing we are addressing. We are addressed in some parts, we are going for the next harbors. So as I told, these are some of the aspects. Limitation of funds. So first, the breakwater is costing more other than any other component. So this is a major challenge, because the unit cost for some of the Government of India program is 200 crores or 150 crores. We cannot limit there, so we have to find an alternative source of income. And the dredging is another important one. For a commercial port, they can sustain with their own funds for the dredging. But for dredging, the fishing harbor cannot itself run with its own resources. So we have to fund them. And the breakwaters, this is a very important one in the climate change aspect, because some of our fishing harbors were constructed 20 years back. It was running very well, but in the last 3-4 years, we are experiencing they are showing some signs of damage. It's never happened because it's purely due to the climate change, the sea level rise and the occasional cyclones we expect. So we expect some of the funding from the climate change protection aspect for some of our harbors. And 2 or 3 harbors we are rectified from our own fund, but it's a major challenge in the coming years. And the increased population and unemployment rates. What I'm discussing about the implementation of automation. When we implement automation for the sake of hygiene, who is losing is the local fishermen. They are losing their jobs. So there is some protest or force against the implementation of automation. These are some of the harbors we are hygienically improved, but it's not sustained as such because there are some issues during the operation part. The insect-proof nets, everything we did, but these are some of the, personally I made this in some of the projects. So I told something about, this is some of the projects, breakwaters, we do cargo ports, we do reclamations, we do a tourism. That is an alternative avenue for the fishermen because they can have some income from the tourism aspect. So by this, they are getting alternate revenue source. Then hatcheries, we do aquariums, and we do coastal protection on either side of the fishing harbor. So this is the one in Kasaragod district of Kerala that is well appreciated by the district administration, where we made a series of drawings. So I'm skipping this because restriction of time is there. So these are the future plans of the department. Some fishing harbors is more required and expand in the existing ones for the growing needs. Hygienically improve. This is the point we are stressing more for the already commissioned harbors. And we have to have the green and smart concept because we are given some projects recently approved by Government of India. In that, we have a component of smart and green concept. We are doing it. This is the one we are looking for and expect funding for all these things. Automation. So, and video we have, I'll just, if time permits, I can play at the end. So these are some of the sustainable initiatives done by our department. There's a part of a fishing harbor we need to dredge out. Am I crossing my limit? Time limit? Okay. So we have a fishing harbor construction. So we required some quantity of dredging. So actually the dredge stand has to be disposed of off the shore of the distant waters. But here, in this case, we made an island. An island, actually, it's not for the sake of creating island. It's actually protected the wharf structure from the waves. So I'll show the picture. So this is the location. You can see the 2 breakwaters, and you can see an island here. My cursor is there. There's an island, artificial island. This is created using the geotubes. This is done very long back, not this year, around 2010 or something. So this was made with geotube when nowhere in India, no one tried the geotube in any of the construction. So this is the island we created. Still the island is there. Still more space is there. Whatever we dredge, we pump onto that. This is the construction happening at that time. Now the interesting point is the forest department has made a Miyawaki. Miyawaki is a kind of forest. They made a Miyawaki forest inside this facility. So it's a good lot of flora and fauna coming up there. This is the island. Second thing is we had a geobag, a bunt construction in one of our fishing harbor at Nindagara. That is actually necessitated for, we required frequent dredging in that. So we analyzed the situation and found that sediment is coming through a particular way. So we want to arrest it without arresting the flow or something like that. So it is made of geobags. This is a fishing harbor. You can see a curved, I don't know, my cursor is not going there. Oh, yeah. This is the bund. This is a fishing harbor. So this is the bund we made. It's purely with geobags. The intention was, if anything happens, if this is a pilot or a kind of experimental study, so it's functioning now well, but unfortunately it settled down a bit because due to the clay nature of the soil, but it still functions. So it's a natural, sustainable construction we had. Then another one, now we are doing it, a groin with a geo-sustainable construction one. So we have a geotube structure of core for the groin. Then over that we have a geobags filled secondary layer. Then aqua rock bag. It's a patented one by a company. So we have in contact with them. So it's actually small rocks put into bigger bags, nets, but we have replaced the rocks with sandbags. So the work is not started. The work is tendered. That we'll be doing in a month or two. So this is the location where the issue is there. There's a fishing harbor here. There's a sea. So there is an accumulation or siltation happening in front of the wharf. So studies shown that if you put up something of a groin like this, it will prevent future sedimentation. For that, we have made a sustainable one. So it's made of virgin polyester, and it's durable and resilient to environment. Yeah. So I'm coming to the close of presentation. This is the one. This is a natural area we made a fishing harbor. The first slide. So over the years, you can see the breakwaters coming up, and this is what I will discuss. The island created. So this is a functional fishing harbor now. So thank you for your attention, and if time permits, I can play a 2 minutes video with your permission. Sure, thank you.
Traditionally, manual labor has been the cornerstone of fishing harbors, with workers physically transporting fish boxes from lower storage cabin of the boats to the top platform of the boat, and then to the wharf. From the wharf, the boxes are moved to the auction hall and finally to loading vehicles. This is a labor-intensive process which requires significant time and effort. Physically.
What is happening now is, the existing scenario, we went to the site and captured.
Traditionally, manual labor has been the cornerstone of fishing harbors, with workers physically transporting fish boxes from lower storage cabin of the boats to the top platform of the boat, and then to the wharf. From the wharf, the boxes are moved to the auction hall and finally to loading vehicles. This is a labor-intensive process which requires significant time and effort. By introducing an automation system, we can transform this traditional process, enhancing productivity, efficiency, and hygiene. Automated handling and transportation of fish boxes can minimize manual contact, reducing the risk of contamination and improving overall sanitation. Initially, the fish boxes are transported from the lower storage cabin of the boat to the upper platform of the boat utilizing a lift-up mechanism, efficiently elevating the crates to the next stage. Transferred via an overhead crane system, which can be precisely controlled. Once in position, the boxes are then carefully this process repeat line conveyor system and over crate movement. With this system, an automobile's height.
Thank you so much. This is an initiative. Thank you so much. And we expect funding and support from Government of India in future and from AFD as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a brilliant presentation, and I think from understanding what's the local conditions are to how technology and innovation can be brought about on eco-fishing ports, it was very insightful. Moving forward, we do have our colleagues from Indonesia who have joined in. So we would begin with that. I have Mr. Adi Kandra, who's here, and we also have other Indonesian colleagues who have joined with us online. So I would expect my AV team to support me in that. Hi, Adi, are you connected with us?
Yeah, very good.
Perfect, perfect. So we have your presentation uploaded here. You can let us know whenever you want us to go next, because we realized that there was some glitch when we had the earlier speaker share from there. So if you don't mind, we'll share the presentation, and you could guide us when you want to change the slides.
This couple is initiating seminar of the report. I will set a bit for the activity, the different perspectives of the sustainable fishing report in Indonesia, because the report project. Allow me to respectfully give for Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, Honorable Ambassador of the France, India, Country Director, Agency Française de Développement, AFD, and to all participants this event. In this room also joined my colleagues, head of the DC report, around 23 of the Indonesia. Thank you, teman-teman, sudah bergabung di sini. Please, slide number 1. Yeah, let me start the slide with what is Indonesia Fisheries Commission as your challenge to the manage and develop this sustainable fisheries. The first, Indonesia has 642 fishing ports, and each port oceanic fishing port, namely PPS Butu in North Sulawesi, PPS Belawan in North Sumatra, Cilacap, middle of Java, and PPS Kendari, South Asia of Sulawesi, as the project location. You can see the location and fisheries activity in the right step figure. The second, we have the amount of fishing vessels and total allowable catch about 8.9 million tons per year. Our fishing port facility are limited, so we have to improve the new fishing port project. That also concerned about environmental and risk management. The last one, we have challenge to improve system profit handling practice related to the profit condition in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Okay. One of national policy program in Indonesia is about the blue economy development with some action enhancing integrated, modern, and sustainable fishery activity being part of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries action through the quota-based fishing policy approach. The next slide. Please. Yeah. In order to manage our potential fishery resources being sustained, we need to improve our fishing policy and some transformative action as the non-tax state revenue production model, rise to fish, to production model, improve reporting of catch, improve vessel licensing, use of the electronic fish casing application or EKT, and seek fishing zone, modernization of fishing ports, development of the quality and standard of fishery products, and strengthening of the downstream industry, and development of the modern fishery village. The objective target of the action are to ensure the ability of handling food, especially finished for public consumption, improving public welfare and increasing the national economy, presenting the stock related to increasing productivity as impact preventive action of IDPC. Next slide, please. Yeah. Post-production non-tax state revenue as a part of the quota fishing-based policy approach implemented from January 2023. We can see the left graphic. There is increasing of the fishing license, indicated improved fishing services and transformation in the governance of the captured fisheries, as well as for production data collection performance in 2023 until 2024, increasing approximately 2,200%. We added to 600 enumerators to record the landing fish data at the fishing ports. Next slide, please. The impact of the quota-based fishing policy approach policy on data collection include the fish increase to the number of the fishing vessel licensing and registration, with a total of the 6,093 migrating vessels. Second, it led to increase in data collection at the port. PAT policy can be concluded to have significantly improved data collection as well as increased state revenue. And next slide, please. Okay. The Director General Capture Fisheries, my institution, have the strategic plan consists of the 6 components. The first, international standard fishing port facility. The second, modern efficiency fishing vessel. The 6, participatory includes capture fisheries governance. And the 4, robust integrated marine and fisheries governance supervision with the IT. And the 5, ability excellent human resources in marine resources, skill fishing, vessel crew, and the last one, globally integrated downstream industry supported by product quality assurance. With the 6 strategy, the impact outcome include legal, regulated, report fishing Indonesia, increase the stock, and sustainability of fisheries resources. Hopefully, with the accomplishment project, we can realize the international standard fishing port facility. The next slide, please.
Izin hadir, itu harusnya di slide yang sebelumnya. Hello, organizer. I think we can move back to one slide. I think that's the proper sequence of the presentation of Pak Adi Chandra. Can we go back one slide? Ya, yang ini Pak Dit. Yang eco-fishing port concept. Ya.
Yes. As location, for the implementation, the quota fishing policy approach fishing port need to supported by the with aquatic facilities and infrastructure to ensure both business and government function are well served. The eco-fishing port aspect include infrastructure development, system improvement through well maintained and regularly update application in line with the last regulation and human resources capacity building, our aim to achieving a sustainable fisheries and implement it in practice at the fishing ports. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, after the fishing port development project located in the port fishing port, we can see in the table that is port with investment value. We have estimated the benefits of this project based on the increase, the number of fishing vessel landing, their case, the productivity of the landing fish, the number of workers, and the last one, the growth in the non-tech view. And the next slide, please.
Next slide.
Yeah, infrastructure upgrades are aimed to enhancing for the functionality through the regulation of infrastructure and facility, as well as the streamlining activities at the fishing port to enable the control and management system. The upgrades are based on three main components. The first, enhancing product quality and safety standard. The second, encourage infrastructure and industry development. And the last one, improving trade and economy. All three components will be implemented through ISO management system. And the next slide, please. Okay. For improved skill knowledge through capacity building activity, due to technical excellence with the port plants, the grant activity has enhanced to our insights, our fishing port management regulation, the quality of the landing fish, traceability through the training conducted at the port, the Bolon plants, and well as the training session held at the eco-fishing port project sites. The next slide, please. In the end, my presentation, there are some conclusions related of the sustainable fishing port in Indonesia for the eco-fishing port project. The first, it is necessary to increase the port facility in those specific zones in line with quota-based fishing policy across implementation. The second, the eco-fishing port project address this need by developing modern, environmentally friendly and international standard fishing port infrastructure. There is one within the government and among stakeholders to ensure the safety, traceability, quality, and economic value of the fisheries product. The next slide, please. Complete my presentation, and thank you to all you for listening to my presentation. I'm sorry I cannot join for discussion as I have the another meeting, but my colleagues, Mr. Boma Krisnik, to attend to my behalf. Thank you very much, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Adi, for this presentation and explaining the entire concept and how you are approaching eco-fishing ports, and AFD is working along with you in this process. As you said, we will come back to our questions with Mr. Boma later. Thank you so much for joining. We understood quite a bit. I'll go next to the speaker from AFD. Helen is still with us online. So requesting Helen also to be joined in by my AV team. And Boma, if you could stay along, and if we have some question answers in the end, we'll come back to you. Thank you, Adi, for joining us. Helen, do we have you here?
I'm here.
Perfect, thank you. Just bear with us for a minute, please.
Yeah.
Okay, Helen, we have your presentation on screen. Whenever you want us to go next, you may just direct us. So I guess we'll start with the first slide.
Yes, I think I went through the first slide already. You can move to the photographs.
Yeah, you can come to the photographs, which was on the third slide.
So this slide with the photos was to illustrate some of the situation that we can have, mostly in Indonesia. I think, Boma, you might recognize some of the ports, and which explain why the collaboration between Ministry of Fisheries and AFD started to resolve some of those issues. You have this first example of a very crowded port with poor conditions on the quays. You have this example with Belawan, I think, with the flooding issues, illustrating what the gentleman was explaining before regarding climate change. Very, very important issue also in Indonesia. And of course, lack of dredging, maintenance plans, lots of pollution, being plastic, but also wastewater pollutions, and lack of services usually to fishermen, especially for the first sale. So this is, an illustration of, should be example of the issues. Of course, depends on each port. Okay, next slide, please. So why is eco-fishing port concept interesting for port users and port authority? First, maybe saying that it's a voluntary approach. Usually in the countries there are no specific regulations on eco-fishing port, or how to integrate ecological or environmental standards into the fishing port's master plan. So it really comes from a voluntary approach from the Ministry of Fisheries usually. And the goal, is to upgrade fishing port for many reasons. First is better services to port users, as Adi explained before, higher quality of products, of course higher sustainability, and more income, not only for users, fishermen, fish processors, but also for port administrations. It depends on how the ports are managed. I don't know if Indian and Indonesian cases are the same. I'm not sure, but this can be addressed later. Adi talked about the ISO certification, for example. So for eco-fishing port projects, it would be a mix between infrastructure, financed under loans usually, and more soft activities or management activities to be funded by the loan, but mostly by grants in parallel. I won't enter into the details, but mostly the environmental part of the eco-fishing port concept relies on sustainable fisheries, stock assessment, data collection, traceability, control, but also beyond the port area, efforts to conserve and restore the ecosystems, which would benefit to local fisheries, for example. And the second big component of the eco-fishing port is to reduce the impact of the port on the environment by managing the waste, promoting renewable energy or energy savings, but also including the design of the ports standards such as climate smart infrastructure, nature-based solution, and it includes also a big part of training on health and safety issues, but also on how the port should be reorganized to include better in the procedures, in the port organization and functioning, those environmental issues. Of course, the two other aspects of the sustainability, being the social and the governance aspect, are also included. We try to during the project preparation, to align with the higher standards regarding the ENS safeguards. During the investment, the work phase, but during the maintenance and operation activities. Of course, we try and we wanted to include the local, very local, small-scale fisheries, which might not be the priority usually for the ministries of fisheries in the countries, and also looking at employment on the sites and gender issues as well. Regarding governance, we think that it's very important to include in the project the improvement of policy, of regulation regarding port management, and to better include the users into the port management, which also usually is not the case. Okay, next slide, I think is the last one. Before the last one. So I wanted to say that for development partners such as AFD, the eco-port approach is the best approach really to continue supporting the fisheries sector. As you know, support to fisheries globally is kind of touchy and is linked with important conditions on sustainability, according to the international agenda on biodiversity, on climate, on sustainable fisheries, on subsidies, etc. You know all of this, but also regarding how to include the most vulnerable people. And for development partners and AFD, this eco-fishing port approach integrates all of these issues. So it's really interesting for us to propose this approach to support fisheries sector in the countries. I want to enter into the details regarding the AFD strategy on ocean, but just to say that for most of the partners, World Bank, bilateral but multilateral banks as well, the sustainability aspect is now even higher than the productivity aspect. So it's really important to be aware of that, and it's, of course, it's normal and related, considering the issues on fish stocks and on the ocean issues. It's really important to have this in mind. And the last slide, please, regarding the challenges in implementation. This is more for discussions. This is based on our experience in Indonesia. I will leave people from KKP react after if you want. But I would say first that each project, each eco-fishing port project has to be developed really according to the local issues and context. We saw so many different situations in Indonesia between tuna exporting fishing ports or more like the domestic value chains. The type of infrastructure existing on the port already. I mean, there is so many different contexts, so it's important to take this into account. Second challenge is the engagement of public authorities at central but also port level in the sustainability path. It's not always the case. I would also highlight the fact that for this eco-fishing port project in Indonesia, we started the first studies in 2013. It took almost 10 years to be able to finally start the implementation. So it took a very long time, and it requires a huge set of studies. One big part of the study being to be sure that the investment doesn't affect the fish stocks, doesn't increase the fishing effort above the sustainability levels. Engagement of private stakeholders also is very important. In Indonesia, in the fishing ports that we are financing, there is a big part dedicated to fish processing companies and others, and they need to be aware of what this eco-fishing port approach will, how it will impact them in terms of waste management or wastewater management, for example. What is also really important is that this eco-fishing port approach, being an integrated approach, need collaboration between the services, between fishing port authorities, sustainable management of fisheries, but also planning of the coast, and so many trainings, so many services to be involved in the implementation, which can be a challenge. Question that I ask is, maybe this approach is more adapted to export-oriented ports. I don't know what you think about this. In India, in Indonesia, this is the case. Also because it creates more advantage for the private sector to export the fish, and especially tuna. And finally, as Pa Adi said and showed during the presentation, the importance of partnerships. In Indonesia, we finance this partnership between a big port in France, which is the port of Boulogne, and the 4 ports in Indonesia, in order to learn from each other. And I think it's really useful, especially at the first phase of the project preparation. Okay, I stop here. I think I was too long already. So thank you very much. And of course, I'm here to answer any question. Thanks. Oh, yeah, the last slide maybe shows one important thing, is this brochure that we are preparing on the eco-fishing port concept. This still French version, but it should be in English soon, and we'll share to you, of course, this brochure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helen. It was a very, very crisp and a very informative presentation, and I think because Adi preceded you, we got a good overview of not just the principles of how AFD sees it, but how it's now getting implemented also now in Indonesia. So Helen, if you don't mind, I will request you to stay along, and we'll come back if there are some questions for in the discussion. I would like to move forward now and again remind my panelists that it's 10 minutes that we have really overshot. Mr. Ravi Shankar, Director, SISIF, if you could please come and join us and give us an overview also. Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon, all of you. I am from Central Institute of Coastal Engineering for Fishery, subordinate office under Department of Fisheries, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India. We are the nodal agency for development of fishing harbors and fish landing centers in the country. The concept of smart and integrated fishing harbor is new to the country. Government of India is committed to adopt this concept and develop smart and blue and green fishing harbors in the country in order to promote sustainability of fisheries resources and develop hygienic and eco-friendly fishing harbor infrastructure with less intervention of manpower. The concept of smart and integrated fishery harbor can be better explained in these sub-concepts: smart components, blue components, green components. Smart components contain infrastructure components of automation using ICT, information and communication technology, and IoT, Internet of Things devices. These include various sensors, technologies which would automatically does their job. A blue component includes components required for treatment of waste, dry and wet, generated from fish auction halls, fish processing plants, etc., in a hygienic method. Green components include using renewable energy like solar, wind powers to reduce carbon footprint, conservation of water like rainwater harvesting, usage of electric power in place of diesel, petrol, boats, etc. The idea of smart and integrated fishery harbor is to optimize fishery operations and to enhance sustainability of fishery sector and thereby improving the welfare of the fisher community as a whole. The output of this concept is environmental sustainability, enhancing operational efficiency, and thereby production using automated and data-driven decision making. And most importantly, ensuring complete safety of the fisher folks as well as their vessels. We will receive each subcomponent with respect to fishery harbor infrastructure. Firstly, smart components includes smart technologies like different sensors, automation, monitoring systems. Using IoT devices to track fish catch, monitoring fish quality and optimize post-harvesting processes. Using sensor networks to monitor water quality, weather parameters, etc. Applying remote sensing and technology such as satellites, drones to collect data like potential fishing zones, marine habitats, environmental changes, etc. Coming to green components, these ensure implementing sustainable fishery practices and fishery infrastructure to reduce the impact on environment. Rainwater harvesting, implementing efficient lighting practices like use of LED lighting, adopting natural shoreline protection measures like mangroves, beach nourishment techniques. Some more eco-friendly components are planning the building using recyclable, locally available construction materials, optimization of sunlight, usage of electric-powered fishery boats replacing noisy and pollution-posing conventional vessels driven by diesel, regular monitoring of harbor basin, renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power, water quality and taking proper corrective steps in case of alarming situations. This is a typical rooftop solar panel which can be installed on a fish auction hall. Coming to the blue components, these components provide power supply not depending on conventional sources and to reduce the carbon emissions like wave and tidal energy. Another blue component is waste management and recycling of used material to prevent pollution. The initiatives include segregating the waste that is produced in the harbor into plastics, glass, batteries, organic waste, etc., and setting up of a comprehensive waste management system to properly dispose of the waste and converting the waste into manure by using composting techniques for agricultural use or landscaping purposes. This is a typical waste treatment plant which can be incorporated in the fishing harbor infrastructure. This is the cross-section plan of the auction hall. It shows right from the landing of fish from the boat on the landing quay till the packing into the refrigerated trucks. These are some of the ICT and IoT devices which are used for under smart components. These will ensure transparency, parity, and fairness by disseminating information via the internet and website of the fishing harbor portal, efficiency in sales operations, maintaining increasing sales, ensuring safety and quality, resource management, traceability and sustainability, improving safety of navigation and fishing operation, and financial management. One of the important component under smart components is development and maintenance of fishing harbor website. The fishing harbor website should give the information like what is its mission, the organization structure, documents like annual financial plan, harbor information, the role functions of harbor and market, history of that fishing harbor, layout of harbor facilities containing breakwaters, quays, waterways, fish handling, auction hall, etc. The hinterland with which the harbor will be served, harbor services like landing of fish, idling of vessels, and preparing of fishing cranes, boat, fishing vessel building and repair yards, and rules for the use of these harbor facilities and services. Fisheries information also should be displayed, containing types of fisheries, fishing fleet, fish and fishery products, fish caught and landed or unloaded, fishery product process and processing, marketing, sales information of that particular harbor, collection of landings, fishermen and buyers registration in that fishing harbor portal, expected landings, and that day's sales catalog, prices, services, and other documents which are helpful to the stakeholders. That harbor website should also display safety and quality of fish and fishery products, quality management, fishery resource management, fishery statistics, weekly, monthly, and yearly landings, some news and topics, practical information collected from meteorological department and oceanographic department, traffic information, and contact. This is a typical fishing harbor website which gives entire picture of what I told just now. These are some of the ICT and IoT devices which are used for smart harbors. This is a typical automatic grading machine. It separates as per the grade, the sizes of the fish. Some more IoT devices, RFID tags, forklifts. Some more IoT devices, which creates sales catalog while the product is moving on the conveyor belt. This is a typical fishery label, which are kept in the fish box, which gives information regarding where from the fish catch is, fishing boat registration number, species, where the fish was landed, what is the method of fishing used, and packing dispatch, and buyer's number, certifications. All this will be displayed in that fish label. These are some of the automatic entry and exit managements under smart components into the harbor, the vehicles which are entering into the harbor. This can be managed. Some CCTV cameras which are part of safety and security measures. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it was a very practical presentation telling us about different components of the blue, green, and smart ports in this case. Moving forward, I would ask my friend from FAO, Jose, who's also joined us online. And like already a lot of speakers have spoken, FAO is supporting Department of Fisheries and few pilots with the Blue Port strategy. And the way that we envision all of this to be is a collaborative process. So while we can call it the smart, green, blue, eco ports, blue ports, I think there's a lot of learning that we can do, and there can be a lot of collaborations. So Jose, are you here online with us? I can hear you rather faintly. Just let me figure out the technology from my side. 1 second. So Jose, would you be okay if we present your presentation?
Yes, totally fine with me to avoid the technical problems.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Well, first of all, I want to start saying that I'm glad to be here. I thank you very much, the organizers. I see some known faces already online, so a big hug to everyone and a big thank you for allowing me to be here. And as the moderator was saying, it's true, you know, I call it the Blue Ports Initiative. I chose that name because everything was blue at that moment when I started. But it could have been green, it could have been red, or I don't know, purple. What it matters is actually what we do in the initiative, not the name itself. It might evolve over time. And I want to start actually, I'll try to be very brief. So moderator, please let me know if I go over my time. I want to start with a short story and why I decided to focus on fishing ports. A few years ago, I was co-presenting about, decent work with a colleague from ILO. And I remember this gentleman from a West African country. He raised his hand and he said, well, this is really nice, everything you are telling us. Yes, decent work is a must. And he said, but what do you want me to tell a fellow citizen that every day at 5 a.m. has to wake up his 10-year-old son and take him out there fishing because he has to choose between either fishing and having food or sending his kid to school? And yes, that's a very profound question. If you have to choose, of course, you will choose taking your kid with you. And that's why, through a process of thinking, we realized that we had to help them somehow. And fishing ports did play a very important role. If you have a fishing port that allows people to develop their work in a decent way and generate wealth, that wealth actually will help them to send their kids to school and to actually carry out their daily work in a better way. So said this, please jump to slide number 2. So I look at ports. We have already seen different descriptions of fishing ports, and I do agree with all of them. But I want to focus on what I consider also extremely important, is that they are key for sustainable coastal development because they directly influence local economies, societies, and ecosystems as well. So coastal communities depend heavily on port activities, and this makes ports key hubs for regional development. So effective port management can enhance social well-being, environmental health, and economic opportunities. So by maximizing their positive impact, ports can significantly improve the quality of life for coastal communities and support sustainable local development. And that's why we consider fishing ports key. Jump to the next slide, please. So the challenges you're going to see in this slide, these challenges is not something we made up through our workshops, where we bring experts from ports in different countries and experts in the fishery sector as well. We asked them which challenges they had in their fishing ports. And all these challenges you see here, the social, economic, environmental, and governance, were the challenges these participants pointed out. So you have social challenges, and you have to create decent work opportunities. That's a must. You have to ensure equal access to opportunities for all, including women and youth. Food security, it's also a problem because fishing ports play an important role in the local food supply. So ensuring food security is essential. And then we also spoke about training for blue jobs. Again, blue, it could be green. And as soon as you start transitioning to more sustainable practices, it requires also to equipping workers with the necessary skills. And this is something we've learned, for example, with the Port of Vigo, which is the model the European Union has right now. And they said that every time they were progressing, there were new needs. The issue is that they couldn't find people out there from universities that were trained to do that work. So they started to train them themselves. So this is also a challenge. You have to provide that training, those skills. In the economic challenges, well, one of them is innovation. Some ports can innovate, some others cannot because they are struggling. So embracing new technologies and methods to increase efficiency and sustainability is a must, but not everyone can do it. Regarding trade, well, it's also a challenge for many ports because we have this image of, well-developed ports. Well, it's not the case most of the times. So ensuring that ports remain competitive in the global market is a challenge because you have to comply with certain regulations. Competitiveness as well, it's a challenge for most of the ports that collaborate or that are part of the Blue Ports Initiative. Why? Because you have to maintain a level playing field with the global fishery sector, and that's not easy. And then digitalization, yes, it's a must. It will actually help you to do your processes faster and in more efficient way. But not everyone can afford that equipment or even have access sometimes to electricity. Then green infrastructure and equipment, investing in sustainable infrastructure to reduce environmental impacts is a must. But not everyone has the opportunity. And then you have also environmental challenges. And one of them is just transition to green and clean energy. That just transition is also, something that should happen. We should allow and help certain ports to acquire that technology that will actually have not only a positive impact in the port itself economically, but also in the environmental surroundings and the local populations that are around that port. Then pollution. So you have to address waste and pollutants in the port and surrounding environment, proper marine resource management to ensure sustainable use of marine resources. We have seen some ports that actually they're restoring their seabeds with a very positive impact in the overall health of the environment in that area. So it has more fish, but at the same time you can develop other activities that also happen in the port. And that means, for example, some tourism activities like diving, sailing, and so on, because no one wants to dive in a place where there is no marine life or where you find garbage everywhere. And the same with sailing. You don't want to sail in a place where you see plastic bags floating around. And a key point as well is resilience, the climate change adaptation. The climate is changing. We are seeing more aggressive events sometimes. So you have to build resilient infrastructure to withstand the impacts of climate change. We know some countries are actually developing this and adapting to these new problems. But some other ports that are part of our initiative, they do not even consider it now. They will have to in the future. But the better, the sooner you start, the better, because it will allow you actually to mitigate that impact. And regarding governance, well, there are also, several problems because, you need a strategic planning. Why? Because you have to integrate sustainability, for example, into long-term planning, or you have to think ahead to see or foresee problems in the future. Not everyone has the capacity to do that. Then stakeholder involvement. This is a must in the Blue Ports Initiative. Stakeholders need to be involved because you have to listen to all of them. And all of the successes we had are based on that stakeholder involvement. They are fully engaged. Because, the BPI is also a concept. It's a concept that you have to adopt, make it your own. Every time, we have our workshops and training sessions, I always say the same. The BPI, or the Blue Ports Initiative, is not me or my colleagues. It's you. All of you are part of the BPI. And the success of it depends on you because it's going to be your own success. So you really have to engage with internal and external stakeholders in the planning and monitoring process. It is hard. It's not easy because at the beginning, stakeholders tend to fight because they believe that you are kind of stepping on their, within their boundaries. But as soon as that process starts and they get to know each other and they understand the process, they see they can collaborate and they start collaborating. And actually, it means a big improvement for everyone because, this is a small boat and we are all in it. Then, of course, you have problems with financing and, you have to ensure that there are appropriate financial tools and mechanisms in place to support sustainable investments. And not everyone knows that actually there are financial institutions available there that will be willing to lend you money at a fantastic interest rate to help you improve your premises. For example, we did a workshop in China, and we brought an expert from a bank talking about these financial tools. And why? Because most of the ports we work with, they were not aware of such tools. And there are many good tools that you can use. And then, of course, you have to work on the port city integration. You have to ensure that ports are aligned with broader urban and coastal community planning, and that has a very positive impact in the livelihoods of everyone else, even if you do not work at the port, because it improves the life for everyone. This is something that, for example, we know well in my city. I'm from Vigo, so I come from a fishing city in Galicia itself, where, you know, we were extremely poor 80 years ago. Extremely, when I mean poor, it's poor. And I come from a tiny village in the mountains. I lived there part of my life, between Vigo and there. People used to work for food, not for money. And fishing ports did play a very important role, actually, to, you know, help us in that economic growth, but also from food security, because fish was coming in, and at least it was cheap. You had access to it. You were allowed to have food for you and your children. So ports do play a very important role. And although we have all those challenges can actually be overcome with proper planning. And of course, with cooperation, we have to cooperate. We know that we are not alone here. Our resources are scarce, and it's important that we join forces instead of competing. Let's jump to the next slide. So to tackle these challenges effectively, we have to adopt this, an integrated, holistic approach. So you have to engage with the stakeholders, as I said before. And then what we do at the FAO Blue Ports Initiative, we provide exactly this, a strategic framework guiding countries to enhance the sustainability of their fishing ports. You know, a blue port is not just an infrastructure, it's a dynamic center for sustainable regional growth as well. It facilitates dialogue, investment, and coordination among multiple actors to deliver economic, environmental, and social benefits. But believe me, without that economic growth, the social aspect does not sustain. And then forget then about the environmental impact, because it's true, you know, if you are hungry, who wouldn't fish the last fish in the river to feed their hungry kids? I mean, everyone will do it. So the economic pillar for us is a must. And we look at those three pillars: economic, social, and environmental. And as I always tell our participants, even the environmental aspect that you might not be considering right now, it's also a very good business opportunity. It's not only the impact it will have in the overall health of your ecosystem and your local population, it's also, look at it as also as a business opportunity, because there are. Let's go to the next slide, please. So what are the benefits of becoming a blue port? Again, blue port, an improved port. Let's say an improved port. So, you know, transitioning to that improved port offers actually many concrete benefits. At the end, you enhance your strategic planning because you incorporate, as I said, you know, the environmental, social, and economic and governance dimensions. All of them are in your vision. It strengthens your relationships with other stakeholders like the academia. Believe me, there are many ports that work with academia, and academia develops very important projects for them. With local and regional and national governments as well. You you strengthen your relationships with them too, with the private sector and with the civil society itself. It promotes, in the end, these effective public-private partnerships, because at the end, you implement strategic projects and actions with them that are public and private, and everyone benefits. It encourages innovation, because at the end, it attracts investors and entrepreneurs, and that's not something complicated. As soon as the port grows, somehow, even a very simple port, as soon as it starts growing, there will be new needs. Believe me, at a certain moment, there will be a gap in the market there, you know, a new need. Someone will jump in and will start a new line of business. It will be first, at the beginning, one person doing that work, but then that will expand. It will need more people to do that work, and it will have a great economic impact over time. Then, of course, you have access to investments, and facilities are planned and implemented with this sustainability in mind. So it ensures long-term value and responsiveness to stakeholder needs, because at the end, this is a tool. The port is a tool, and it's a tool for the stakeholders to develop their work. And so we believe that through these improvements, Blue Ports, our initiative, significantly supports coastal communities in achieving this sustainability and resilience. And as I said before, it improves the city-port relationship through joint actions, which means improved quality of life for residents themselves. For example, in my city, the Port of Vigo now, most of it's open for the public. So we can just, go and walk next to the sea, seeing the work they are doing and developing, and it has had a very positive impact because it has attracted also a lot of tourism. Let's jump to the next slide. I'm about to finish, moderator, 5 more minutes. Here it's about the implementation of the Blue Ports initiative, and this is what we are doing so far. So what we do is to provide concrete tools and actions to support the ports transitioning toward this sustainability. As I said, the 3 pillars: economic, social, and environmental sustainability we are speaking about here. This includes establishing a global network of knowledge sharing. So we have a network of ports that they are already informally interacting with each other. We have seen how sometimes they contact each other, the ports that participate in our activities that are part of the Blue Ports initiative, asking each other, can I visit your premises? How do you do this? So knowledge sharing is flowing already. We are offering capacity building through workshops and seminars, and we provide practical guidance and repository of good practices as well. We have several pilot projects and working groups that are key for the work we do. So we have 3 working groups right now with experts from ports and the fishery sector as well. One is on an environmental one, the other working group is on the economic aspect, and the other one is on the social aspect. And we are in contact with them constantly to see how things could be improved and the work ahead. So at the end, what we do, we support in practical ways. We try to be very practical. These sustainability goals are realistic and achievable. That's a must. And that have a benefit and an impact for coastal communities. This is key. We really need to be able to measure the impact, to see exactly what we are standing and the progress we have made so far. Let's go to the next slide. And I want to talk also about some of the activities we are doing right now. For example, we being in Colombia 3 weeks ago, there was a request from the government of Colombia, and actually the president himself, he selected the Port of Tumaco for several reasons. So we are working now with national and local authorities on transforming the Port of Tumaco into the country's first blue port. We are using the roadmap to a blue port. It's a document that's available online for everyone. And so the Nariño government, where Tumaco is, national agencies launched a $9.6 million plan to convert Tumaco's fishing port into a blue port. So a technical committee formed with FAO support is coordinating the investments, legal steps, and capacity building as well. So the project will create jobs for artisanal fishers and art-related trades as well, and showing how this approach can deliver economic opportunity and social stability in a conflict-affected area like Tumaco. We are also working now with the African Development Bank in Sao Tome and Principe, so in partnership with them, we are designing a low-impact fishing port with floating docks. That's what we selected for that specific area where the port is going to be, because we don't want to have a negative impact in the nature there. So we are going through for floating docks and improved handling areas to raise fish quality and also workers safely. And now we have also a TCP with India. And the government of India has selected some fishing ports for this activity. And we are also preparing now a focused training session at the Port of Vigo that to prepare experts selected by India for the work ahead. We will bring people from India to also do a training session there as well. And we are also preparing now a new workshop and a training session on infrastructures. This one hopefully will be in Vigo this year, and then another one on financial tools financial tools in China next year. And with this, I'm terribly sorry I probably went over my 10 minutes, but I'll finish here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jose. It was a very crisp presentation, and you covered quite a bit. And I think you rightly said, I mean, fishing harbors are almost like a lifeline, and everything revolves around that. And we learned a lot from your example. We'll come back to you, circle back if there's a little time for discussion. But I would now take this opportunity to call my next speaker, Dr. Sri Ganesh, and with him, Professor Murli would also be joining online. So Dr. Sri Ganesh, if I could have you on the podium, sir.
Copied? John? Very good afternoon to one and all. Thanks to the organizing team and JS and DOF for calling us to give me an opportunity to present on this eco-friendly design of fishing harbour infrastructure in India. I am Dr. J. Sri Ganesh from National Technology Center for Ports, Waterways and Coast. I'm working as a scientist for the last 7 years. I'm just going to present about the infrastructures, key infrastructure challenges of the ports. As everybody knows about this, breakwaters and berthing and the dredging, these are the key aspects of the problems in ports, in harbors. And second thing is the mooring infrastructures like the weather and the pollution monitoring and the traffic as well as the vessel movements. And the next one is the security informations like fishing harbor control as well as the coastal surveillance, where we are having major issues. And the new technologies on board or like on-board freshwaters. If you see the blue economy, like a Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Department of Fisheries, alternative fuels for shipping, also for small craft fishing vessels, also need to be implemented. And the autonomous vessels and vehicles for the last mile connectivity, which may require at least a minimum of 10 years we need to adapt. And again, next generation and e-navigation single window community systems is required about minimum of 5 years. And again, if you see that sustainability supply chain and smart transportation system, again, it may require for a short term of at least 5 years term. And sustainable fish processing structures and platforms may be required for 5 years. And floating and green platform for sustainable industries and environmental like R&D works, this also need to be taken to the medium range of about 10 years. If we take that in depth of harbor infrastructures, as I said, the breakwaters, as already discussed, the sand dune breakwaters is right now is developing a lot by geotube breakwaters also already implemented in Kerala and many other parts of India. Like how the dredging materials is used as a geotubes, and they develop beautiful islands also at many locations. And gabion banks, and there must be some kind of guidelines to use these kind of breakwaters. Actually, that's what we wanted to highlight it. And the berthing and the floating jetties right now, it is developing in many parts of this world and many of our Indian ports also. And as well as the floating offshore or self-sufficient for solar fishing farms. Dredging is one of the major criteria for the environmental dredging and the optimal dredging. Like, really we required a real-time clearance is required for the, bringing the vessels as well as the berthing into the fishing harbors. Optimal navigation and dredging plans is also need to be properly planned. Like these are the different floating pontoons. We can able to see that in our India also is now started implementing in many of our parts. Floating jetties from pontoons, like floating jetties designed to accommodate the berthing of small to medium vessels. Like normally it is not in the major ports in the fishing harbors. In order to make this floating jetties function, a link span of gangways ought to be provided from adjoining structures, like how the Kerala is also was explained today morning. Floating jetties do not require any kind of permanent construction and foundations. Hence, there is no significant destruction of the water as well as the seabed. This need to be implemented. And the advantages of these floating structures, if you really see that overcrowded fishing harbors,
And concrete floating jetties have many advantages over the fixed jetties, like, their price is approximately 1/5 of the prices of the fixed jetties. They can be increased in size and reduced as per changes in users' requirements or the changes in the jetty side's hydrographic profile, and designed to accommodate the berthing of small as well as the large vessels, as well as in order to make the floating jetties functional, either an approach jetty or a gangway has to be provided from an organic structure, as already mentioned. Floating jetties do not require any kind of permanent construction, as mentioned. The real-time under-keel clearance, which is one of the major components, is required for any kind of vessel for the berthing. So this is the component actually developed by NTC PWC in-house, and it is already implemented in many of the major ports. I can say that Cochin Shipyard, and as well as the Cochin Port Limited, and again Jawaharlal Port Authority. These are the ports, they already adapted our technology like under-keel clearance, which is developed, and we could able to give a clearance of the ship movements. As well as the dynamic forecast of the minimum to maximum permissible under-keel clearance, which could be vary with environmental conditions and components. And we are having this in-house developed RTUKCs with us. And as well as the second product, the dredging, which is the major problem with all the fishing harbors, the entry and exit, the navigation channels. There must be a maintenance dredging. We developed an online dredging monitoring system, which was already during the time of, I can say, 2019 COVID, and it was already successfully implemented in the navigation channel, or we can see that the Cochin port. And the systems have advantages of the internet mapping, as the web services technologies enable the visualization of the dredging monitoring in real time. This can able to provide the monitoring in the sense of, we can able to data upload to the PMC, whom are the project monitoring PMC officers, as well as the draft load monitor, as well as daily dredging reports also can be generated. Normally, the pre and post dredging surveys, details upon post processing also will be uploaded onto the system. Visualization of daily and the monthly progress also can be taken out by these online dredging monitoring systems, as well as the location of the track of the dredger also can be mapped with respect to the GPS, as well as the snapshot also can be loaded, as well as loading location, unloading location, as well as the ideal time, mobilization time to the dumping sites. Everything can be also mapped and it can be able to provide it. The system also provide improvements, the performance project with reference to the contract milestones. The system is scalable to accommodate IoT-enabled sensors on onboard dredgers to provide performance and online video feed to avoid manual data upload and additional production optimization. Some of the monitoring infrastructures, what we developed already, which is existing at real time at different locations, I just wanted to highlight 6 components. Like we developed a smart buoy, which is already implemented in our West Bengal, Kolkata port, Haldia to Kolkata port. There are about 13 number of, you can see that on the right top figure, there are about 13 number of locations we just installed, tide monitoring locations, and 10 are floating and 3 are fixed stations, which could able to provide the real-time data. We can see the data, this is the floating buoys, which is deployed by our team itself, which is indigenously developed, fabricated, and deployed. And data is transferring. You can see the 13 number of locations, all the surroundings of the real-time monitoring of the water levels it could able to provide. As you know that it is about more than 70 kilometers from the Hooghly River, from Haldia dock campus to the Kolkata port. We just subsequently deployed different locations, which could able to provide that real-time water level variations useful for the navigation of the vessels. These are the fixed stations, which is having a radar sensors, could able to measure the water levels, and these are the bottom figures of the floats, subsurface floats, smart buoys, normally we used to call it as, which will be able to accommodate many sensors also into it. It can able to have solar panel for the self power resource generation, as well as data transmissions. And the real-time data also can be transferred with our inbuilt telemetry system, which is already implemented in the SMBK port as well as JNPA port. And these are the data, how it is visualization, and also predictions also can be seen. Next one is the unmanned surface vessel, which was also developed by our NTC PWC, which could able to carry out the hydrographic surveys autonomous, which can able to go on its own navigation path identification. Advantage of this one is it is having intelligent obstacle avoidance. So it have a reroute and can, if any kind of collisions avoidance also implemented into that. The size is very small. You see to go to the below the berth, as for the berth packets also, like 4.5 meter in the length and 2.5 meter of width, that's about 0.4 meters on the height. So it have a payload of about 500 kgs and can able to weight of about only 1 ton. It can be easily transportable with the container vessels, easy for mobilization, implement any kind of coastal waters, inland waterways also. And it can have an endurance of about 2 hours to 12 hours of battery backups. Communication range from that turn is about more than 10 kilometers. It is already implemented and tested. It is available in our website www.ntcp.iatm.ac.in. Professor Murli, he is the one who has developed the background of this one. And it was already operational, tested at SMPK port and as well as JNPA port in September 2022. It is likely available in our laboratory. Online dredging monitoring system, this already explained earlier. They could have capabilities of online dredging monitoring system for the maintenance dredging, and it can able to provide any kind of all data, whatever we required. And as I was explaining about that, Mohammed Anzar sir is mentioning about the vessel traffic management system today morning. So we already implemented in 8 major ports by our own indigenously developed VTMS, by our own developed software system, as well as based on the Atmanirbhar Bharat, first of its kind in India, indigenously developed smart intelligent vessel traffic management system. Our mission is by 2030 we have to take all the major ports VTMS system. Next one is smart docking, which is the one which is implemented by in our Jawaharlal Airport Authority in one of the terminal. By just simple LiDAR sensor could able to provide a distance as well as the speed as well as the angle, which is crucial for this berthing of any kind of vessels. We can see that it is already implemented in our display manner also, and it can be implemented in our tab also. The pilots and the board, the harbor master can able to visualize it, what is the speed of approaching, so that all kind of safety measures can be taken care of the berthing structures, as well as the productivity will be increased. Now the berthing time normally takes from anchorage point to the structures get to 1 hour. It can be now reduced to about less than 45 minutes. So productivity will be increased by this timing. This is another smart port maritime technology, which is a structure where this is the navigation channel of this blue line, and this is the vessel. These the red color dots are the buoys. It's all virtual atoms. There is no physical buoys over there in that location, because in the river, in the navigation channel generally, we cannot able to keep deploy the buoys for the navigation markings. So this system which is developed for the e-navigation system was generated for the Assam Inland Waterway Authority based on the request, and it is implemented successfully in January 2023 for the MV Ganga Vilas for the first navigation, and it is already implemented successfully in the NW1 at Patna, Banaras, Kolkata, as well as NW2 of Guwahati, Nimati, and Dhubri. And the security infrastructure, we are already having I'll just finish in 2 minutes. A coastal surveillance and disaster early warning system for the emergency response complex already in operational by NTCPWC for the monitoring the vessel activities along the routes. This is the bottom screen. You can able to see that this monitoring system is available in our NTCPWC IIT Madras, and the command control system is also available to monitor all these kind of activities. If it is an island, how the data is collected, what are the vessel movements, where is the berthing structures, when it can able to come alongside, depends on the water level. Everything is properly surveillance data will be taken care by us, and it could be able to provide emergency response, because in islands, major cyclones and the warnings, which can able to give a prior warning to them for the safer berthings. This is the VTMS, as I mentioned about earlier. This we are having from radar to AIS to environmental monitoring system to the radar directions to the equipment, Wi-Fi, everything is within us. We used to procure, we used to install to the port, respective ports. It was first initially in 2019 implemented VOCPA, followed by that East Coast, Chennai port and KPL port. All the major ports already implemented, and we are monitoring that. Yeah, just finally. Yeah. So this is about the command control center, what we are already having, as I mentioned, in our system. And this is a USC system, what we already explained about it. Our NTCPWC, as it is part of the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, and we are already giving a technical advice to the 12 major ports. These are the different technological developments we already developed, and everything is available in our website. And this is again another first of its kind, a 360-degree full bridge simulator, which is able to provide training to the trainers, like pilots and captains of the vessel movements. And also we already trained about more than 25 batch peoples. And this is our port location, which is having a first of its kind in Asia. I can say in this continent, 95 meters length by 60 meter width. A wide wave basin. It's a shallow water wave basin. It was developed, and it is right now existing for the all kind of structures testing available. I mean, any kind of testings can be done for the harbor structure, physical harbor structures, or mooring system, porting structures, everything. And these are different laboratories actually as a part of this our Ambedkar 2047. We are having a vision of smart modeling, dredging laboratories, as well data center ports, as well as marine robotics and marine information systems. So these are the one following a vision of our 2030. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think our colleague Dr. Murli is also online, sir. Would we like to connect to him? Good afternoon, Dr. Murli. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes,
I can
perfect.
hear you. Good afternoon. Sorry, I could not be present there due to some medical reasons. I hope the presentation by my colleague Dr. Ganesh was fine. And any query we would like to take.
So we'll do a interactive discussion if we get time a bit, but thank you for joining us. If you have any other remark, we'll be happy to hear from you.
See, over the years, we have been doing lots of work related to this particular domain, including different technologies, etc. So we have developed therefore a lot of expertise. Especially, we have developed a couple of codes in application of geosynthetics to fishing harbors, application of floating jetties to fishing harbors, etc. We had developed the codes for these applications.
Yes.
In the several related activities we had carried out,
Yes.
even in vessel monitoring and coastal surveillance, etc.
Yes.
So therefore, whatever support that is needed from us is fine.
Thank you so much.
We would be able to provide the support, and any help that we need to provide to any agency also, we are happy to.
Thank
All
you
the
so
very
much.
best.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I would have my other colleagues who are online also join back. A very quick, very quick discussion. If anybody has any questions, we probably do have Jose, Helen, and Boma also online. If anybody has questions for them and my fellow panelists here, I would be happy to take one or two questions. Yes, sir, please.
Yes, Doctor. Yes, you mentioned in the first slide the floating jetties. Is not the risky factor? First of all, the high cost and the storm and floods, floating jetties, damage, displacement, and the safety adequate because it's a floating. So this point number one. Point number two, in one of the mention the surveillance and this thing. Recently, one ship sinking, container ship. So no one was aware of or surveillance was not there or proper tracking was not there. This is my second question.
I can take that question. I can take that question, Sri Ganesh.
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah. See, with regard to safety, yes, that is why the guidelines were created. Please check the guidelines. All these aspects were covered in the guidelines. Regarding floating jetty cost, yes, there is a cost aspect to it, but there is also the ministry sometimes is also worried about quick implementation of floating fishing facilities and fish landing facilities. And environmental clearance is right now can be a major hurdle in creating the facilities. The floating jetty costs work out to be, if depending on steel or concrete, it works out to be almost cheaper than the fixed concrete jetties. Sometimes it may be expensive if it is floating concrete jetties, but it's plus or minus 10-20%. So therefore, considering the flexibility and faster deployment time, sometimes it may be preferable. Yes, the safety protocols need to be taken into account, and that is covered in the guidelines.
The operational and maintenance cost is high on the floating jetties, in my personal view.
No, that's not the case.
The fixed one.
That's not the case. That's not the case.
Thank you so much, sir. And yes, please, question.
This is nice session, sir. Regarding this autonomous survey vessel, how much distance it will be covered, sir? Autonomous survey vessel.
It can go up to 10 kilometers,
So
as I
what?
mentioned.
Then hybrid data bias. What are the data will be collected from hybrid data bias, sir?
The sensors, right now, the autonomous surface vessel with the echo sounder to collect from the bathymetry. It can be able to accommodate any other additional sensors like ADCPs or ADVs. Any additional sensor can be accommodated. It can be data transferred to up to 10 kilometers.
What are the data will be collected from this hybrid data bias? Data bias, sir.
Data buoys.
Yeah.
Data buoy right now for only water level variations for the tide. And addition right now we are proposing for the wind data collections, like weather data, wind speed and wind directions.
Apart from that, no other water quality parameters.
Additional, yes, if you want to include the sensors.
Come back.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe you can take a discussion
Okay,
over
we'll
the tea with sir is here with us. Anyone else also in the discussion? Yes. No, sir. We'll come back. Sir is right here. Is Dr. Ganesh.
Yeah,
Sir,
very good afternoon. I'm Dr. A.B. Kar from National Security Council Secretariat. Just my one small question to Sri Ganesh, sir. Sir, you mentioned regarding for this coastal surveillance, you have some software or something, that kind of things. So whether in the port limit it is working or out in the sea?
Yes, actually.
Because you know the difficulty in monitoring the fishing boats and all other things are coming.
Again.
Port. So.
The processor, yes, sir, please.
Yeah, I can take the question. See, it depends on the data availability. See, right now, if it is radar based, it's mostly near the coastal areas. If it is AIS based, it can be anywhere in the world. The software can integrate to all kinds of data. But for fishing or fishing vessels and fishing harbours, we propose Class B transponders, AIS transponders, which is cheaper to deploy and operate, and that will have a global coverage. So the software can accommodate all that.
No, sir. Again, one.
Sorry, I can't take a follow-up question.
thank you.
I would.
Thank you very much.
Running. Sorry, sir. We've been running very short on time. I'm so sorry I can't take more questions, but thank you to all my panelists. We do have a little memento for everybody. And for my panelists who are online, I think we will circle back again. And so sorry we can't share with you a memento through a distance, but of course you're there in our thoughts. Next time you're in India, hopefully. Yes.
Thank you so much for wonderfully conducting and concluding the session, Ms. Nidhi Batra, the moderator of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, it has been a very interesting and I would say very informative session. Due to the paucity of time, we could not take many questions, but we can always take it offline. Maybe put our hands together and thank the distinguished panelists for joining us, both online and offline. Thank you once again for sharing your thoughts with us. Like mentioned by the moderator, just to make this moment a little more memorable, we like to present the mementos. And may I request Mr. Shankar Lakshman to kindly present the memento to our panelists present here on stage, presenting a memento to Mr. M.A. Muhammad Ansari. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your presentation with us and also your ideations with us. We like to present a memento to Mr. M.N. Ravi. Mr. N. Ravi, thank you so much, sir. And Mr. Ravi Shankar had a wonderful presentation to make, so we could have taken few more interjections, but due to the paucity of time, we'll have to do it during our breaks time. Thank you once again for joining us. We now would like to present a memento to Dr. Sri Ganesh. Thank you so much, sir, for your very stimulating presentation. We could see many questions coming in here. We could have taken more, but we'll do that during our breaks once again. And ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together and thank the moderator of the session? We are requesting once again Mr. Shankar to now present the memento to Ms. Nidhi Batra, the moderator of the session. And a big thank you to Hélène Gobert, who is there online. Thank you so much, Hélène, for sharing your time and also your presentation with us. We also thank Mr. Adi Sandra, if he's here. I'm not able to see him on the screen, but I'm sure he can hear us. So thank you so much once again. And Jose, thank you, Mr. Jose, for being with us and sharing your presentation. We missed you here with us on the stage, but we know in our hearts that you're with us. And also, a big thank you to everyone else who's present here for sharing their thoughts with us. And ladies and gentlemen, we would quickly take this opportunity for a photograph to capture this in our lenses. And without any break, we will be just slipping into our next technical session so that we can quickly connect both the sessions and make it more interactive. I request you all to kindly stay with us. And we are taking just a moment to set up the head table. But in the meantime, I request you, if you would like to grab a cup of coffee, we can always do that and bring it on our tables. But just give us a moment to set up the head table, and we slip into the next session immediately. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our next panel discussion. This panel is again going to be very intriguing, very interesting. This panel discussion would be on fishing port community dynamics. We have been talking about sense of community in almost all the fields possible. And fishing is just yet another area where we can talk about this community dynamics. And to know more, this is exactly the right panel to talk about the fishing port community dynamics. With us this afternoon, as a moderator of the session, we would like to invite Fishery Survey of India, Department of Fisheries, Government of India Director General, Dr. Srinath K.R., who is going to join us as the moderator of the session. And this is again in a hybrid session, and online we are being joined by the fishing ports of AK and Senke Poteyu, Mr. Evie, and he'll be joined with the co-speaker, Ms. Fenny, who is the port and maritime expert, who's going to join us online. And may I on stage now invite Dr. Sheila Rani, representative from JPR Fishing Harbour, Muton, Tamil Nadu. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. May I also invite on stage our next panelist, Dr. Joyce Thomas, who is the Chief Executive, Empeda and Netfish. Dr. Joyce, may I request you to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you. And once again, online, we are being joined by Mr. Pawan Kumar, who is the President, Seafood Export Association of India. We're running a little short on time, so I request our distinguished panelists to kindly contain their presentation and this discussion to 10 minutes. And without any further ado, I request the moderator of the session to kindly take over to Dr. Srinath.
Good afternoon and welcome to the panel on fishing port community dynamics. I am Srinath K.R. I am the Director General of Fishery Survey of India, which is basically an attached office of Department of Fisheries. Following the discussion on the concept and development of eco-friendly ports, we now turn to the critical aspect of community involvement The dynamics within the fishing port communities are essential for sustainable and inclusive operation of these ports. Our time given for each presentation is only 10 minutes. Let us cut short that to 8 minutes and I will try to give a reminder at 8 minutes. So at least by 10 minutes you can finish off. Our first presentation will be stakeholders of ecoports, roles and responsibility by Mr. Hughes and Mr. Fanny joining us online. Hughes Guriak is the Director of Fishing Ports of Erque and Saint Croix Portero. Hughes Guriak has overseen several of the French's largest Atlantic fishing ports. And Ms. Fanny Noblet, basically she's an EQHS engineer, currently an independent consultant. Fanny worked as head of environment, quality, health and safety of Port of Brest, where she implemented ISO 9001 and ISO 14001 and HACCP. So I welcome if is available online. Both of you are available, Is and Fanny.
I'm here.
Okay, Fanny's here.
Do you stop me?
Yeah. Please, can you start your presentation? You can share your presentation. Am I audible?
Do you hear me?
Yes. Please.
Okay, there is a problem with the video. Sorry.
Yeah.
Again.
It's not the first slide. Okay.
Now it is visible. Please.
Perhaps we can begin without video.
It's okay for us.
So we can ask if we can begin, Fanny.
Yes. It's okay for you too in Delhi?
Yes. You can go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Fanny Noblet, and I am a port and maritime expert. For many years, I was the director of the Environment, Quality, Health and Safety Department at the Port of Brest in France. Since 2007, I have been a consultant to port and maritime stakeholders. I have two areas of expertise: port strategy and environmental quality, health and safety management. I have supported many ports in France and abroad in their environmental initiatives, including IF's ports.
Okay, thank you. For your invitation. My name is Yves Guiriec. I manage 2 fishing ports in France, where 25,000 tons of fish products are landed annually, worth 7 billion rupees. I also lead an economic interest group that brings together 13 fishing ports whose goal is to harmonize their practices, particularly in terms of fish sorting, auctions, and pricing policy.
So next slide, please. And next too.
Yes. Some background facts. France is located at the far west of the European platform and has 5,500 kilometers of coastline. There are 33 fishing ports with fish markets. 193,000 tons were landed there in 2024, worth 70 billion rupees. There are 3,840 active fishing vessels, 3,000 of which are equipped for coastal fishing. 13,400 fishermen are on board these vessels. There is 480 processing companies and 3,800 fishmongers. The main species are scallops, sardines, hake, monkfish, cuttlefish, mackerel, squid, and finally albacore tuna. The trade balance for aquatic products is significantly negative. 2 million tons are imported. Salmon and cod account for 70% of the fresh produce consumed. Fanny?
Yes, next slide, please. Okay, becoming an eco-responsible port. Yes, in fact, deciding to commit to an environmental approach is a first step in becoming an eco-responsible port. But this is far from sufficient to become a sustainable port. Port management must justify its decision to employees. Port management will also need to identify which of its activities are sources of environmental impact, define the best practices, and so on. But all this work cannot succeed without the membership and implication of port staff right from the start. And beyond port staff, the challenge is also to gain the support of an entire ecosystem of actors and stakeholders who interact with the port. This ecosystem must also be mobilized, and it's not always easy because the interests of each party can diverge or even conflict. The first thing to do is to identify them. To do this, I will hand over to Yves, who will first introduce you to the stakeholders of a fishing port in France. Can the next slide, please? And Yves.
Okay, the port's ecosystem brings together multiple stakeholders with varying degrees of direct connection to the primary activity of the fishing port. Sellers, boats on armaments, on buyers, processors, on fishmongers are at the heart of port life, followed by port personnel and carriers. Producers, organizations, on buyers' unions, ship shunners, on fuel suppliers, shipyards with mechanics, painters, electricians, and refrigeration engineers, insurers and banks, as well as accounting firms, restaurants, without forgetting local residents, and nature and environmental protection associations. Okay, the next slide, please. About the governance. The governance is organized around two major operators in France. The port owner, often the region and sometimes the department, and the delegate who operates the fishing port. The delegate is generally a port company composed of public stakeholders from the region, department, and municipality, as well as private stakeholders, including banks, for example. This partnership allows fishing ports to meet the EV investments required for the ecological transition. They have two consultative bodies that must meet regularly. First, the Port Council for all matters relating to major port issues, such as works on investments, budgets, and pricing policy, as well as commercial and environmental strategies. The second one, the Fish Market Advisory Council, which brings together buyers and sellers from the fishing port on an equal basis. It primarily addresses issues of interest to the market as well as environmental issues.
The next slide, please. Yes, how to engage stakeholders. The next slide, please. There are many levers that can be used to mobilize and get stakeholders to work together to implement an environmental approach. Here are 5 main levers. The first lever is to communicate. Of course, good communication is essential to engage stakeholders. Among the possible means of communication, we can mention 1. The distribution of periodic newsletters and the organization of regular meetings to inform not only your employees, but also port stakeholders, local residents, local authorities, customers, and nature protection association, and so on. We can mention drafting and distributing a non-book or guide of good practices to port users. But we also can mention posting signs on the port to remind port stakeholders of the environmental instructions. A residents committee can also be set up. The second lever is to raise awareness and train. This involves, for example, developing educational materials and organizing training for employees and port users in order to raise their awareness or train them in environmental issues and good practices. Port agents must also set an example. Indeed, it is necessary to be exemplary before demanding compliance with good practices from other stakeholders. The next slide, please. The third lever is contract. This involves integrating environmental clauses or requirements, for example, into temporary occupation authorizations of domain public issued to tenants, in the intervention contracts of external companies which come to carry out work on the port, in calls for tenders for the supply of goods or services. The fourth lever is to regulate. For example, port tariffs can include specific tariffs for the handling of waste. The pricing terms are to be integrated, for example, into the equipment tax after consultation with the port council, of course. And the fifth lever is to govern. For example, it could be envisaged to review the mode of governance and create a specific port company in order to have greater sources of financing. The next slide, please. Thank you. All the points of vigilance. As indicated at the beginning, it is important to have sufficient and available financial, technical, and human resources. From the perspective of external stakeholders, there is also a need to ensure that all the structures that are part of the governance have the same vision, the same ambition, and that the speech is identical to all stakeholders. You also have to give yourself time to change practices. It takes time, and not plan schedules that are too ambitious or impossible at the risk of demotivating your staff. Finally, it is important to build cooperative relationships with all stakeholders based on trust. Next slide, please. We have 3 examples of cooperation. The first one is an ISO 14001 cross audits. A group of port auditors specially trained in the internal audit ISO 14001 has been set up within the same region, the Brittany region on the west coast. The ports are sometimes more than 200 kilometers apart from each other and can be in commercial competition. The objective is to periodically carry out cross audits in a port other than one's own in order to learn and improve all Britain ports from an environmental point of view. The second one is the ISO 14001 committees. On a smaller scale, since it is the port of Lorient, an ISO 14001 committee has been set up. It brings together 4 port managers located in the same sea basin and all committed in an ISO certification process. There are fishing port and ship repair, mariner port, commercial port, and national defense port. Periodically, the members of the committee meet to discuss the difficulties encountered, the solutions provided, and the good practices put in place by each other. They can also perform ISO cross audits. The next slides, please, and if it's returned.
Sorry to
Okay, thank you
interrupt.
for the.
Sorry to interrupt, please. Now it's almost 14 minutes, so you can make it fast.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. For the third example, about the fishing port of Reliant. Fishing ports have lots of cold rooms and produce large quantities of ice to ensure the quality and preservation of fish products. The need for electrical energy is significant, and the annual cost weighs heavily on the port's budget. The stakeholders of the Loyang fishing port have decided to join forces to reduce their dependence on electricity and reduce overall energy costs. The port owner, the manager, and the surrounding municipalities have partnered with private operators to build a photovoltaic farm. An investment of 145 million rupees will cover approximately 10% of the port's electricity needs. The project was designed to avoid visual pollution and take into account urban planning regulations. The port's energy bill has decreased by 10%. Its carbon footprint has decreased, and cohesion among port stakeholders is now improved. Okay, for the conclusion.
Yes. You must click twice. The next slide, please.
Next slide, next slide.
And the next slide, please, for the conclusion. In conclusion, the benefits of an environmental approach at the scale of the ecosystem of a fishing port are numerous. This is an important commercial argument. This increases the trust of partners. This creates a positive dynamic within the port. It also makes it possible to rehabilitate port, even to innovate. Being an eco-port also means that we are in a process of continuous improvement and that we control our environmental impacts. This also means that the protection and preservation of biodiversity is taking a more important place in the port's decisions. In conclusion, being or becoming an eco-port ultimately benefits the entire ecosystem of the fishing port. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Yves and Ms. Fanny, for a short presentation. Merci beaucoup. You please stay along for the discussion part online itself. Now we will go to the next presentation, which is again another more important component of the community dynamics, the private fishing harbor. Sri B. Sheila Rani, Dr. B. Sheila Rani, representative of JPR Fishing Harbor, will be delivering this presentation. Dr. Sheila Rani has an experience of over 27 years, both in academic and leadership, including a tenure as Vice Chancellor of Satyabama University. She is expertised in computer vision and machine learning, spearheaded several projects applying cutting-edge technologies to the port planning and community services. Madam, please. Ma'am, try to limit your presentation. Yeah.
Yes.
8 minutes.
So, good afternoon all. Thanks to the organizers for giving an opportunity to present our first private fishing harbor, which is established at Muttam, Kanyakumari district. It's a private harbor, no government funding support, and our team here is myself, Dr. Sheila Rani, the Director Research and former Vice Chancellor of Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, and we have Dr. Karthik, the Harbour Manager of this JPR Fishing Private Harbour, and Dr. Inbakandan, who is a scientist in charge of the Ocean Research Field Station, which has been established in the harbour. One may wonder, like, why my presentation is, why I am giving this presentation. Reason being, the founder of this fishing harbour is Colonel Dr. JPR, late. So, in fact, he belongs to the fisherman community, and his birthplace was Muttam, Kanyakumari, and to see to it that the fisherman community is being benefited, he had established this private fishing harbour. This is the main reason for having this first private harbour at Muttam. Down is crawling. Yeah, okay, yeah. So as said, it has been, and Satyabama University comes into as a knowledge partner, I should say. That's the reason my representative is, as a representative, I am here. Like for development of certain innovative technologies, whatever being required for the harbour is being given from the university side. So this is the location of the harbour. So this has been established in the year of 2008 and became operational in the year of 2015, of course, as I said, by the Colonel Dr. JPR. Now it is being governed by, as directors, by the Dr. Maria Zina Johnson and Marie Johnson, who are the Chancellor of the university and the President, and they are the directors here. And they see to it that empowering of fisher folk communities, promoting of sustainable fishing practices, and they support the interconnected maritime businesses also. So we have totally 155 employees here, 120 daily wage earners, and indirectly we are supporting almost 5,000 families in the neighboring villages. So we have in this harbour a sustainable fishing operation through streamlined boat tagging and berthing facilities. So it has the capacity to accommodate 250 boats for anchoring and 80 for tagging. So we are able to give a very efficient and safe, enabling a thriving and environmentally responsible fishing community. So the landscape of this harbour It covers a total area of around 64 acres of land and 56 acres of water base, so that there is an ample space for maritime and community related activities. The water depth, it ranges from 6 meters minimum to 12 meters of maximum, accommodating a wide range of vessels and ensuring year-round operational efficiency. So mainly to highlight onto the operational efficiency of this harbour, we have a cutting-edge maritime hub, and also a comprehensive community services are being provided so that an environmental stewardship is being given for the fishing industries. So with an average daily movement of 25 boats entering and exiting the harbour, we are able to give a wonderful infrastructure and efficient management of maritime traffic. And specifically to say, since we have all the facilities inside, we are able to give a seamless operations and able to reduce the delay too. By integrating these advanced facilities with a strong commitment to sustainability and local support, our harbour not only enhances this operational efficiency, but also drives the sustainable economic growth. So the harbour plays a pivotal role in supporting the fisherfolk livelihoods, promoting eco-conscious practices, and ensuring long-term environmental and economic resilience for the surrounding communities. So coming to the breakwater structures, on the northern side, it spans about 1,980 meters, provides protection from northern currents and prevailing winds, and the eastern breakwater, measuring 750 meters, safeguards the harbour from tidal waves and easterly winds. So the strategic design, if you look into, combines land and water areas to create a seamless operational flow, facilitating efficient vessel movement, berthing and maintenance. So integration of the facilities for both anchoring, fish auctions, ice plants, fueling and repairs, ensuring comprehensive support for maritime operations, and sustainability focus towards it protects the harbour from adverse weather conditions, at the same time promoting eco-conscious practices and community welfare. So the stakeholder participation and governance, we have onto the stakeholder side, the fishers, boat owners, auction agents, vendors, labourers, government officials, marine departments and village committees, all involved in this various types of activities. So coming to the community stakeholders who are involved in decision making in harbour operations, like auction timing, monitoring of the illegal fishing, maintaining law and order, internal negotiations and trade regulations. So continuously we used to have the meetings whenever required, which takes place along with the community members the first weekend of every month. If necessary, wherever required, each one from all the groups will take up the issues and see to it that the regulations are being maintained through the monthly meetings. And we have a grievance redressal mechanism also, which works through the advisory committee, meeting once, 12 meetings per year. So this is the advisory committee board. So as I said already, the employment at harbour, full-time we have 155 employees, part-time 25, and daily wage are 40 in numbers. So communication and the information flow is through word of mouth only, wherein all the informations related to fish prices, weather alerts, fishing regulations, emergencies are being given. And now our university is also involved in developing certain applications, mobile-based applications, in giving information to the fishermen. So coming to the support services that are available at the harbour. So we have an auction hall, which is a 250-meter space for streamlined fish trading via auction, boat yard for construction and maintenance of mechanized boats, workshops and lathe center for repair and maintenance, and fueling station. A separate diesel supply for is available. Ice plant, which is almost of 25 tons capacity. We are having it for crushed ice and cold storage facilities, 250 tons. And water supply, provision for bubble top drinking water, supermarkets, net shops, LPG services, retail shops, accommodation, effluent treatment plant with 150 KLD of capacity, sewage treatment plant with 200 KLD of capacity, parking facilities and boat berthing with 1,500 meter secured facility accommodating 75 single tagged boats and 250 anchored boats. So having got all these facilities, almost like an eco-fishing port, we have all the facilities, we are able to give a very good operational efficiency. So this I am not going to go in detail, like what are the facilities I have highlighted just as a glimpses we have given. So like the auction hall, the boatyard, the workshops and the lathe center, everything within inside the harbour itself. Fueling stations, the ice plant and cold storage, LPG distribution and water supply, the accommodation facilities, supermarket, net shop, retail shops and other amenities, effluent treatment plant, sewage treatment plant, the parking facilities, boat berthing facilities. And having got all these facilities, in fact, from the university side, we wanted to give a contribution to the harbour. As I said already, we are being the knowledge partner for them. We have established an ocean research field station in that harbour, wherein this is an additional infrastructure which has been established so that this particular research group, or I should say the scientists who are involved in this particular research field station which has been set here, they are involved, they involve the fisherwomen very specifically in seaweed farming. Like for the self-help group of the fisherwomen, they are helping them for the livelihood option. So this is one which is being done, and another one, our tie-up with the Rajiv Gandhi Center for Aquaculture, RGCA, we are taking up the culture fisheries and cage aquaculture is being carried out so that it gives additional employment opportunities for the fishermen. And we are also involved in community and capacity building initiative, like we are educating the fishers about the endangered and conserved animals in the regional language. Also, we are providing eco-friendly biofueling solutions so that it would benefit fishermen, and painting of the boats can be done at a lower cost. And fishermen community is also being supported for education from the university side. So these are all few things which as a research field station which we have in addition to the regular research activities, in which way it would serve for the harbour is also being taken care. And the major challenges that is being faced is like the strengthening the breakwaters on a periodical basis is one specific challenge which has to be addressed, and climate change, as a result of the climate change, the natural disasters that also need to be addressed, and the alternative livelihood for the fishermen. So these are the things which we feel certain challenges we have to take up, and we feel that we require certain supports. If the government could help us, we have identified what is required for the harbour, having got all these facilities. If we could expand the existing landing area and the berthing area. Already we have that facility, but still if we could expand it, it would be better to attract more business. And right now we are having a nice plan for about 250 tons capacity. We would like to expand that facility also, and as well the implementation of the renewable energy and various other smart technologies. So these are all from the infrastructure side. We felt if it could be expanded with certain support, it would be quite helpful to the harbour. And improvement of cold chain and sanitization facilities also. That is for the improvement of the quality. And always to foster the collaboration between the fishers, researchers, and as well to the society. So these are all certain requirements which we are having it. We feel that our port has been witnessed by the AFD officials and the Ministry of Fisheries officials in the on January 25. So having looked into this facility, we feel that if the support could be given, and they have in fact given this opportunity to speak and express our requirements also. So having expressed it, so we are confident enough that if support is being given from the ministry side, we will be able to serve the fishing community at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sheila Rani, for giving a very comprehensive overview about one of the best private fishing harbour of India, and also to sticking to the time. So I will next call upon Dr. Joyce Thomas, the Chief Executive of EMPEDA, Netfish. Dr. Joy V. Thomas is, as I said, is a Chief Executive of Netfish, the extension arm of EMPEDA, Ministry of Commerce. Netfish, under his leadership, led capacity building and awareness program for fisher folk all across India during his service of 18 years. Sir, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon and bon après-midi to everybody. Welcome to this small presentation of the role of co-management societies in fishing harbour management, a model to adopt. We know that fishing harbours in India is managed by various organizations. Some of the harbours will be managed by Department of Fisheries. Some will be under Central Port Trust. Of course, we have a private fishing harbour also at Mutta. But it is true, the management of the fishing harbour by the government bodies is little difficult. Why? Because most of the fishing harbour works at odd hours. Kerala it is starting early morning 4 to 4 o'clock. Tamil Nadu it is coming afternoon, starting from 9 onwards. And when thousands and hundreds of people are working in the harbour, there will be a lot of activities taking place. Fish landing, auction, transportation, truck movement, all kind of activities. There will be many damages happening. Some repair work is immediately to be conducted. So that may be in the government sector, it may be very difficult. Because we need the official sanction from our higher authorities for any construction works and repair. It generates the tussle between the fishermen or the actual stakeholders with the government officials. But combination model, it is found to be a suitable model. When we take the real stakeholders and bring them into the management of fishing harbours, it is very easy. They'll take the responsibility of the fishing harbour, they run it as their own, they take the responsibility to bring the good handling practices. When we bring them to the table and discuss everything about the various activities to be conducted in the fishing harbour, they feel as their own. It's not a dream, it's a reality. We have a small harbour in Kerala at Ernakulam, Munambam Fishing Harbour. We formed a society, Munambam Fishing Harbour Management Society, MFHMS, registered under Charitable Societies Act in 2005. This society is getting the harbour from the Department of Fisheries for the operation. In fact, MPDA and EA is looking after the hygiene and quality of the fishing harbour. These harbour is having everything, like auction hall, wharf, parking area, fishing boats, traditional vessels, and we have almost 500 vessels, including 350 trawlers, 100 gill nectars, 50 traditional vessels, and having 150 to 200 fuel production per day. These are the various structures: canteen, crate shedder, Vyasa store, diesel bank, locker halls, toilet blocks, changing room, overhead water tanks, drinking water kiosk, rainwater tank, total collection area, guard room, meeting hall, generator room, two-wheeler shed, fishing vessel monitoring center, women's shelter, everything. It's a complete harbour. It's not a big harbour like Muttam. Why Manama is different? Because of system. This harbour is managed by a governing body under the district collector as the chairman of the harbour. We have executive engineer, harbour engineering department is the vice chairman. We have other members like deputy director of fisheries, superintendent of fisheries, superintendent engineer, harbour engineering department. Yes, representatives from MBDA is a member. Representatives from Malsepur, Fishermen Cooperative Society, Kerala, Department of Fisheries. Then Port Office Alapura, Joint Director of Fisheries, the member secretary. Beyond that, we have the stakeholders, boat owners, fishermen, and workers in the harbour in the governing body. They convene once in 6 months. They decide the activities in the fishing harbour. In fact, we have executive committee is headed by the Joint Director of Fisheries. There also we have the representatives of fishermen. They decide what to be done in the fishing harbour. They have meeting every month. They assess what are the activities conducted the previous month. They decide what to be done in the next month. Meeting with the all stakeholders are doing as and when required. Executive committee decisions will be carried out with the permission of the district collector, the chairman. We have the real participatory management in running of the fishing harbour. What is the speciality? We have the active participation of stakeholders coming. They inculcate good handling practices in the fishing harbor. They execute the best harbor management practices. They implement everything, whatever they are taking, because the real stakeholders, whatever activities, their decision they are taking, the executive committee meeting, they implement in the fishing harbor. In fact, we have the very good emphasis on the hygiene and quality. Moinambam fishing harbor is known by its quality of the material they are handling, not by the size of the harbor. This is the operational team. We have the hygienic inspector, office assistant, data collector, full-time sweeper, outsourced electrician cum plumbers, security guards, and cleaning staff. Moinambam fishing harbor collect the revenue from toll collection, service charges, user fees, and everything. Whatever money we collect is spent inside the harbor for its day-to-day activities and its development. Stakeholders' benefits, participation, we get the full and swift actions in the harbor. Encourage the stakeholders to inculcate good handling practices, and they share the responsibility of the operation of the fishing harbor. These are the structure. We have 3 auction halls, starting from a single auction hall in 2005. We have 3 sport halls. One is exclusively for the sport hall, good premises, women's shelter, not many halls. This is our chairman, MPDA chairman also visiting fishing harbor and monitor the activities being carried out. We have the visitors, frequent visitors from even from rim countries. This is executive committee meeting is going on there. This harbor, I said, we give much importance to the capacity building of the workers and fishers. MPDA net fish, we do the training programs. These harbor workers as a uniform. This is the most important one. We have a project in Moinambam. It's called DROP, Dry to Recover Ocean Plastics. It is conducted by the support of Netfish MPDA. We engage one NGO, Planet Earth. They got the money from the HCL Foundation in Chennai. They collect the plastic. Whatever plastic they are getting during fishing, they bring to the land, hand over to the NGO. This NGO clean it and use it for recycling. 1 year, we collect almost 50 tons. This is the signboards we have in harbors with regard to the minimal legal sizes, good handling practices, debt utilization, ocean plastic cleaning, and they have a gym also in the harbor. Open gym funded by the HCL Foundation. Coming to the last, autonomous co-management societies represent the most efficient methodology for managing the harbor, not for the construction, managing of the fishing harbor. Let us support this type of fishing harbor management society. I urge the Department of Fisheries and beseech you, give more help to them for the better development. Thank you for the patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce Thomas, to emphasize the importance of fishes in the decision making during the management of a harbor. Coming to our next presentation, now I will call upon Mr. Pavan Kumar, President, Seafood Export Association of India, to deliver his presentation on promotion of fisheries export through upgraded fishing harbors in India. Are you online, Mr. Pavan Kumar? Yeah. Okay. You can unshare it. Please share your presentation. Sri G. Pavan Kumar is a National President of Seafood Export Association of India since 2023. He has led key leadership roles within SEAI. With over 25 years of experience in industry, he brings deep insights into the market trends, EU-India trade dynamics, and strategic initiatives to make the seafood sector of India competitive. Over to you, Mr. Pavan Kumar.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My apologies. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
My apologies. I could not come there personally because of some health concerns. I had to stay back in my hometown. But thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to connect virtually. Now that I've been introduced, I don't have to do it again. I have a small presentation. If they can go take the slide a little bit down, I won't be long. I understand everybody. It's almost past lunchtime. I'll be very brief in my presentation. To tell you about the seafood, I'm sure my predecessors would have explained in depth about technicalities of the harbor maintenance and why it is required and all that. I'm sure they are more technically qualified than me. But I will bring in the trade perspective, what the trade looks at, how the trade looks at, how the international markets and the importers in various countries look at buying from India or sourcing raw material from India. Now, to give a small brief, India is one of the largest, sixth largest exporter in terms of exports. In terms of export basket, the seafood is the sixth largest in the basket from India, and we represent about 4% of the global exports in seafood, and with an overall export turnover of close to about $7.4 billion. Having said that, US is one of our largest markets, which takes about 30% of the total value of exports, and vanami, which is a shrimp or the cultured shrimp, which is the main commodity. It is slightly unfortunate to know that the export basket has only has 10% as value-added products, and rest is the other commodities. I'm sure the government is taking a note of this, and they will increase or find a way of increasing. The government and the exporters together will find a way of increasing the value-added basket from India. Now, the main topic that is regarding the ocean catch, I'm sure this is the main area of concentration for everybody. 62% of the overall volume is the ocean catch material. We do have challenges in this. First thing is the depleting ocean catch. This is one serious concern for all the exporters. If you look at the last 10-year history, the ocean catch has been coming down in terms of volume in the last 10 years. I think the government is doing whatever it can to make sure the ocean catch improves. To do that, the most important factor is the juvenile fishing. This is one gray area which nobody wants to address, but this is the reality when it comes to the fishing harbors, which is happening at various fishing jetties, right from Gujarat till West Bengal. I think this one area which I request all the stakeholders in the industry to take it very seriously, because this juvenile is definitely hitting very hard on the exports. When we talk about need for improvement in infrastructure at fishing harbors, yes, this is the need of the hour, because today when you look at the EU or US markets, they want complete traceability from the boat to their plate. Now, traceability in the sense when the shrimp or a fish or everything is caught in the ocean, and how it has been handled at various stages, including the fishing harbors, and how it has been processed and exported to various countries. Here, I have a few points to make regarding the infrastructure of at the fishing harbors. This is a crucial aspect which needs immediate attention, because there are a lot of fishing harbors. If any of our buyers or importing countries visit, we are going to face challenges. We did have that kind of a challenge when one of the EU team came last November, in 2024 November, and their main focus and the thrust was the fishing harbors. They did visit a few fishing harbors. They were partially satisfied, which I could say. We did manage to show them some good fishing harbors, but they insisted on seeing all the fishing harbors below the Tamil Nadu coast. The infrastructure in those harbors need to be
Sir,
upgraded.
your slides are not really moving. Like we could see the seafood exports challenges, ocean catch. Is it the same slide?
Catch. I think this is the main slide.
Okay, yeah.
And the other infrastructure which we need to concentrate on is the onboard fishing, onboard freezing. There are a lot of fishing vessels which go for fishing for a week, 10 days, or 2 weeks, or even more, longer voyage. I think onboard freezing facilities is the need of the hour. If that can be expedited, or if the fishermen or the boat owners or the trawler owners can adopt that kind of technology where they can do the onboard freezing very quickly, I think the freshness and traceability can be maintained quite well. The other area, if you can see, in the last 7 to 8 years, we have not been exporting any shrimp to USA. When I say shrimp, it is ocean catch shrimp. We have not been exporting to USA. The main reason is the TED, the implementation of TED, which took a long time. Now it has been approved. Now we request through the Department of Fisheries and other dignitaries here, if we can push for implementation of TED quickly by the boat owners, I think that will open up new markets for us. There is one more act which is coming up by US FDA, which is called the Marine Mammal Protection Act. I think we need to quickly gear up, not only the fishing vessels, but the jetties and fish landing centers need to gear up with MMPA to be able to export to USA. And other area is the unregulated fishing. I'm sure I will not touch too deep into it because that is not the point of concern right now. And unregulated fishing with the foreign vessels. Now coming to the seafood exports, yes, EU, which is fast developing as a main market for us, because after the tariffs what US has posed on Indian exports from Indian exports, I think EU is becoming one important market. And with the new FTA with UK and FTA with EU, which is on fast track, I'm sure this area is one area which we will, this is one market which is going to grow in the next 2 or 3 years. Now, for this to happen, I think the modernization of the fish landing centers holds the key. Can we go to the next slide? No, this is the market access EU. As you all know, we have 50% of consignments which are tested in the EU. Previously, it was only 10%, but last 4-5 years, it has been raised to 50%. Now, we need to find a way where we can say that our shrimp or a fish which is exported from India is free from antibiotic. By doing so, to do that, we need the traceability norms which has to be put in place. Of course, the EU listings and FTAs are happening, which is put on fast track by the Department of Commerce. That is some good news for us. Can we go to the next slide, please? So these are some of the ways in which we can increase our exports: the adoption of sustainable practices, implementation of traceability norms, development of indigenous broodstock and domestic species, make India a seafood antibiotic-free exports, and of course, an extra support on value addition. I think this is a very brief presentation. If there are any questions, I'm free to take. Otherwise, this is what I wanted to across.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pawan Kumar, for your overview about the seafood exports and even utilizing this platform to touch upon the French and Indian trade. So in this panel, we have explored the diverse role of the stakeholders, especially the communities, in developing the public, private, and co-managed harbors in both the nations. And also we heard about the major stakeholder, one of the major stakeholders, the exporters, their perspective about the sustainability of the fishing ports. So now, without taking much time, this session is open for discussion, and I will keep five minutes as the time, not the number of questions, please. Any questions? No. Okay, then perhaps if there is no question, I have one question to both of the speakers who is sitting next to me. Is there any port reception facility in both of the harbors which you have presented to take in the waste which is bringing into the boats, from the boats? Port reception, like some plastics or the waste which are like the vessel generated waste, are they treated?
Nice question. I told around about the project we have in Munamba. In fact, in another fishing harbor, Shaktikulagare also, we have a plastic project. What we are doing that we are giving an opportunity to the fishers. Whenever they do the fishing, they come across some plastics. Whatever plastic we are dumping in our land, ultimately it reaches to the sea. When they do the fishing, especially the trawling, they are getting a lot of plastics. Normally they will throw back the plastic along with the unwanted materials. But it will entangle in some other fishing nets. So that was the mission we started. We took 2 projects. Now we are giving the incentives to the fishers. Bags also, whatever plastic they get, they collect it, bring to the land. We have the people, NGOs working with us. They wash it, they shred it. The shredded plastics they're using for road tarring or something. And other plastic, whichever can be reutilized, they are sending for recycling. It's a good initiative. We have to start this type of initiatives in other fishing harbors also, because plastic pollution is international menace.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Joyce.
We have that facility. Our harbor manager is there. He can little more brief on it.
We have provided fishnet, small mesh fishnet to the boat owners, and whenever they go for catching, they will collect the plastic, they will come back and they will give it to us. We have a truck specially. Once every day we used to sail catch fishings for 25 boats. That each and every day 25 boats that will give the plastics, and we will accumulate it, and that accumulation we will give it to the local panchayat, that is administration. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the discussion, and by this I will close this session.
Thank you so much, moderator of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. We just quickly take a pause. We think we have one question. So could you just give the microphone to Professor? Yeah.
It's just a comment and a question. I would just like to say that plastic pollution is a chance for marine pollution because it's visible. And I really want to thank you for your action against this. But again, we should not forget the other pollutions. That means sewages, industrial and agricultural pollution, because these pollution are killing fish. And if you have no fish, you have no fishermen, and you have no need for ports. Thank you.
Well, on that very wonderful note, thank you so much, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the panelists of the session. It has been a very crisp but very engaging session, I must say. Very significant presentations came up. Thank you so much for making it so stimulating. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing team members, we'd like to present a memento to all our panelists. And may I invite on stage the Blue Economy Portfolio Manager of AFD, Ms. Urfi, to kindly join us onto the stage and present a memento to the moderator of the session, wonderfully moderating the session. And if you could step forward as you'd like to click this moment also. Dr. Srinath, thank you so much for that wonderful session. We thank EV for joining us online, and Ms. Fanny also. We now present a memento to Ms. Sheila Rani. Dr. Rani, thank you so much for your presentation. May we now present a memento to Dr. Joyce Thomas. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. And may I request all members on the dais to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Urfi, may we ask you also to join us onto the stage? or if we can request you to come onto the stage for a group photograph. Thank you. And we also thank Mr. Pavan Kumar, who made that very short, very crisp, very effective presentation. He joined us online. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's past the lunchtime, but it was worth the wait because it was such an interactive and a wonderful session. We now break for lunch. We take roughly about 35 to 40 minutes. And we would request you to join us in time for us to catch up with the time and take forward all our discussion. We'd like to have more such sessions ahead. So the lunch is right in the hall, which is adjacent to our present hall. It's on to our right when we move. Thank you once again. And I'll be a little specific with the time. So we request you all to sharp be here as 3 p.m. That will help us to catch up with the time. Thank you so much. This session is panel 3, and we would be discussing issues around port practices for a healthier environment and safer fish. May I request everyone to kindly settle down as we now begin with our panel discussion. Please join me as I invite our esteemed panelists onto the stage, and some of us have also joined online. So it's yet another hybrid session where few of our speakers will be on stage and few of them online. May I now begin by requesting the moderator of the session, the technical expert in blue at Expertise France, Professor Manel Zakaria, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you, Professor. And now may I request from the Central Water and Power Research Station, Government of India, Mr. B.R. Tayre, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you, sir. And I also, we're very privileged to have with us online Mr. Frank Bocas, who is the Senior Consultant at the Global Food Expertise, who is joining us online, and we'll see him shortly. And we are now being joined on stage by the Engineer Kulasekharan, Consultant Fishing Harbour Management, BOBP, IGO. Warm welcome to you, sir. May I now request Dr. M.V. Baiju, Senior Scientist, ICAR, Central Institute of Fisheries Technology, to join us. He's joining us online, and we'll also be joined by Mr. Eric Wenen, who is the Senior Consultant Trainer in Integrated Management System at AFNOR Competencies. He's joining us online, and without any further delay, I request the moderator of the session to kindly take over. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I will try to make this session interactive after lunch. If not, we're going to fall asleep. So please speak loud. When I started preparing this session, I went to look at Sagarmala project, went to very old data, 4 years back. And then they were talking about 35 fish and landing ports and 15 fish harbors and breath. You heard the Prime Minister, he talked about 150 new. And if you look in the leaflet you have, we are talking about 1,500 ports. Number is increasing, of course. And something very important, that each port can do a lot, but all together they can do much more. So how to share information, share practice, and most important, share errors. This doesn't work. And this is where, as we have seen in previous session, putting in the loop from the very beginning, the fishermen will help a lot, because they have expertise of the sea, and they are very well in their business, and they know what solution will work and which one will not work. So our panel will cover different practices. It is very variable in expertise, and sorry, it will cover from ship design from the ship to the customer, I would say, because we have a session on the customer. And if you look, we heard someone saying that the production of fish, export of fish has doubled in 10 years. How much did the consumption change? 1%. So all this fish is exported. That means you must know the rule of your customers in order to continue exporting. And I think this is very important as such. And of course, we are talking about models of EcoPort. We have seen many European models. It's important to just get inspiration. I don't think European model may work in India, but at least take the good and leave the bad. And one of the strong point of EcoPorts network in Europe is it's a network. It's not individuals working by themselves. So I don't know who should coordinate, but someone has to create this network and let the people share the good and the bad experience. Okay, this is my first introduction, and with no delay, I will leave the floor to Mr. Tayadi, who will talk about the design of shipping harbor and his expertise in harbor construction. Yeah, and breakwaters. Thank you. Please try to make it 8 minutes if you can. Yeah. Good.
So, good afternoon all. Actually, this lecture is for 1 hour. I will shrink it. And I will introduce tangentially about this breakwater design, because this breakwater design is an important part in your harbor, and it costs around 50 to 60%. So it is a very huge cost considering the whole budget of the harbor. And small change in the cross section or the length of the breakwater will reflect large in the cost of the project. So that is the very importance. So how to design this breakwater is a very important aspect. Now for any project or harbor project, when it comes to us, so that have different angles. The first is fix the layout of this breakwater, its angle to the shoreline. Then we had to evolve a appropriate length, then shape of the layout of the breakwater, and finally the cross section of the breakwater. So all these parameters, all these studies is very important to reflect the cost benefit. Okay, so I will cover here the design of the breakwater, that is the cross section of the breakwater. So you know this breakwater is designed for provide the tranquil condition inside the harbor or port. I will conclude this session in very fast way because the time is very less, but I will introduce some major points here. Then firstly, the types of breakwater of coastal structure is rigid structures, then semi-rigid or flexible structures. These are the types. So rigid structure is nothing but the sheet pile walls, your harbor quay or wharf, wherein total or most of the wave energy is reflected. So that is constructed, this structure is constructed with the concretes or some hard material. Then another the semi-rigid or composite structure, that is a caisson type of breakwaters, where there is a depth is very large, and we can opt for this caisson type of breakwater. Our intention is the rubble mount breakwater, because in the Indian coastline we have seen the large, all the breakwaters are the rubble mount breakwaters, and it is also classified as a two types. One is the conventional type of breakwater, in which armor, tow, crest, core, and other component is there. And second type is your berm breakwater. So berm breakwater constructed where there is a scarcity of the quarry material, and the quarry is located far aside from your project. Then and the cost of this project is very less, then you can opt for this berm breakwater. It is a dynamically stable breakwater. It means that after some period, 2 or 3 years, it stable itself. So in this breakwater, the armor and the secondary layer has one unit, and you can put a smaller weight of the stone on the covering side. This is the new concept. This is a breakwater with the white toe berm. In CWPRS, we have evolved this concept. Instead of putting a large concrete blocks or tetrapods in the armor, so we can economize or optimize this structure by providing the white toe with the stone, and we can reduce the weight of the armor units. So this was extensively tested in the wave loom in our CWPRS, and we have suggested for the construction, especially for the Paradip port. Now these are the simple things. These are data collection parameters required for the mathematical model studies or for evaluating the layout of these breakwaters. So studies involved in this is a sedimentation, sediments, hydrodynamics, then shoreline evolution, tranquility studies, and geotechnical studies. These studies are required for the evolving the breakwater. Now, which study is suitable, which study is not suitable, that is decided by the location of the breakwater is coming. So this data is normally required for these studies. Now this data, main data is a wave data. Maybe it is obtained by wave casting studies, that is analyzing the past data, and we synthesize it and form the extreme wave analysis, and we can find out the what is the design wave height for that. For the rigid structure, we can go for the higher wave height, and for the flexible structure, significant wave height or S10 is sufficient. Now for the design consideration, along with the wave data, water levels, tidal levels, bathymetry, then geotechnical things, the geotechnical data for analyzing the sinkage profile of the breakwater if soil strata is very loose, then shift traffic data, and the degree of tolerance and maintenance costs, and most importantly is the reliability of data. Who is taking this data? The agency is having data taken is very reliable or not, or we can cross-check this data in the analysis. So why flexible structure is required? Because flexible structure have a facility, it doesn't sudden collapse, and for the rigid structure, it is a sudden collapse we can see, and you cannot use that material for the rehabilitation of that project also, but in a flexible structure you can use that, and in a rigid structure it is unable to function further, it is a complete waste, but in a flexible structure you can have the advantage. Then technical point of view, the breakwater design is very complex, and it involves wave structure interaction, then interlocking of the blocks or armor stones, characteristics of the armor, then friction between armor and secondary layer, etc. These are involved in the design. And the wave run up and run down means that is the highest top level of the wave is responsible for design of the crest level, and rundown is responsible for the toe bump level, etc. So these are photographs of the wave plume studies were conducted for the fishing harbor. Then wave overtopping, it is also important, and when the structure crest size is smaller, then waves is being overtopped, and in this case the maximum run-up level we can find out. If this our requirement is to upgrade or raise the breakwater level, then we can increase it and avoiding this wave overtopping. Sometimes we can allow this wave overtopping also, depending upon the cost of the projects and the structural stability requirement. Then wave transmission is nothing but the overtopping also, and the wave penetration through these structures. Then wave reflection is also important and cause a considerable maneuvering problem for a smaller vessel at a harbor entrance areas. In Indian coastline, we have observed so many places there is a hindrance at the mouth of the breakwater, that is due to the reflection. And to tackle this problem, we can construct a deflector wall or something else, or we can change the layout of the breakwater little bit. So that is also a possible way. And strong reflection also increase the seabed score, and then wave reflected from some coastal structure may contribute to erosion of the adjacent beaches. So while designing this harbor, the adjacent coastline is also very important. That's why we do the shoreline evaluation studies, and what is the anticipated erosion on the adjacent coastline on either way, updrift side or downdrift side, we have to evaluate first and then design the harbor. That is a very important. This is related to wave forces. I will skip some of the slide. And then factors affecting the armor unit stability. that is your spectrum, or we can simply say the wave height, then armor unit size, weight, shape, location and method of placement, etc. Then armor layer thickness and allowable damage, etc. So incidence wave spectrum includes your wave height, HS or H10, whatever you have considered. So that is the parameters here. The armor unit size, weight, shape and location and method of placement. Method of placement also very crucial role. In a single layer block, method of placement is a pattern type of placement, but for the tetrapods or stone, we go for the random type of placement. But it's affect the stability also. So these are the some description of this. I will not go into the details. Or you may refer this PPT afterwards, and you can ask any queries regarding this to me further. Then armor layer thickness. Then allowable damage. This is also very important because this is a fishing harbor, not a commercial port. For the commercial port, we can go up to the 100-year return period. But for the harbor, if the project proponent wants the economize the section, or your return year period is very less, that is the requirement, then we can change in the allowable damage by optimizing the structures. So it depends upon the initial cost versus maintenance cost. So initially we reduce the initial cost and we can allow for the maintenance in its survivability and allowable risk to areas protected by the structures. Should not allow to that extent as interior layers are exposed to direct wave attack. Means its complete stability should not affect during design this type of structures. So this is the technical things. Here, this armor unit stability is a very complex phenomena, and we can't resolve these forces on the paper. So there is no any mathematical formula or empirical formula which give directly the design of the breakwater. But we have to conduct a thorough model testing or physical model testing in the wave flume, and experience of these wave flume studies is also required. And finally, we have to find out the cross section of this breakwater. Yeah. So these are the some breakwater armor blocks. So you can refer these. So here the single layer blocks and double layer blocks. There are a different era of these blocks. So nowadays we choose a single layer blocks, which is a very economical one rather than the tetrapod, etc. So acropod X block is normally chosen. For the deeper wave condition, it is a very great. But for the shallow conditions, breakwater itself is a good choice for the Indian conditions. Now this is some formulation which gives W, that is W is directly proportional to your wave height. See, here W is H cube, means small change in the height will resemble to the very large increase in the weight of the armor. And once your armor is having the higher weight, then your breakwater cost will be increased. So that is the direct relation with your wave height. Then another formulation is a Vandermeer stability formula that we can use. This is an empirical formula to set up a preliminary design of this breakwater. Then these are the some blocks, and every block has a different KD factor, that is a stability coefficient, and depend upon its KD, its stability is increases or reduces. So KD for the tetrapod is 7, and for the stone it is 3. So it is have the double effect, means this when I required a 1 ton tetrapods, so for the same wave condition I required a 2 ton stone. So that is the beauty of this concrete armor blocks. Then acropod, then core lock. Nowadays X block is also coming in India. One of the port in Kakinada, we have suggested it. Then this is a simple thing, that is a geometrical things that we can calculate for the breakwater. This is a procedure, means first empirical formula and then testing. We have the large setup in CWPRS. Actually, you know, the CWPRS is also dealing with the river engineering problems also, and the coastal engineering problem also, geotechnical and earthquake engineering problem also. In coastal engineering, there are a lot of, all the major ports model, physical model we have. We conduct these studies for the particular major ports or minor ports. We have the multi-purpose way basin also. For that, we can customize these harbor problem, and we have the large setup of the wave plumes. This is testing of trunk section. This is testing of the 3D section, that is a rounded section. This is a mode of failure of the breakwaters. This is a typical fishing harbor. These are the typical cross section for this breakwater, designed for the each depth. And fish landing center is also similar to the fishing harbor, but normally this fish landing center located inside the inlet, and there may be not required a breakwater also. But some for some problem like sedimentation, so we can provide the breakwater and provide some tranquility also inside the harbor. So these are some typical cases. We can also provide the guide bund for these fish landing center for the proper navigation. Then considering this eco-port and breakwater construction. Please conclude. Yes, sir. You know the eco-port, but while designing the breakwater eco-design, considering this today's topic, I can say that the eco-friendly materials, that is a bio-enhancing blocks, like eco-concrete blocks or some bricks blocks is there, ocean brick blocks, and some reef balls we can consider, but that is for the mild wave attack or some protected environment we can consider, and it is a very environmental friendly blocks. But for the large projects and where the wave height is very large, that we can't do that. And second thing is its optimization of the layout for the sediment transport balance is very important, because it's affect on the environmental condition also. Then minimize the carbon footprint and marine habitat loss. While considering the EI of the breakwater, these are the parameters you can see. Whatever the impact of the waves, then currents, sediment movements, that should be justified in the model. That is very important. Then marine ecology, then water quality. Some of the blocks like reef balls, it also enhance the quality of the water by its functioning, and due to this microsilica in it. Then socioeconomic parameters and mitigations. So what I say, that is included in this eco-port breakwater construction slide. Floating breakwater may be also one of the concept which can be used for the mild wave attack or deep wave conditions or shallow wave conditions also, but depending upon the site condition and the requirement. These are some projects, few projects, we can say this is of fishing harbor projects we have conducted in the
Please go to
CWPRS.
conclusions now.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So it's a very vast topic, and there may be a lot of questions also. You can mail me or you can ask anytime. No problem.
Thank you. We'll move with no delay to the next paper, which will be online. From the protection of the shore to protection of customers. It's a strange transition. And it will be presented from Frank Bocas, who will talk about the hygiene and the quality of food. Again, the customer view of the product.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
I think Orfe is launching the presentation. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Good afternoon to all. Very happy to be invited in this seminar to talk a bit about food hygiene. It's going to be a bit different from the other subjects addressed so far, but it has its importance in a way that in the end the work of the fisherman ends in the plate of the consumers, and it's very important to ensure the proper conditions for this to happen in the safest way. Can you start the presentation off, please? Thank you. So I was requested to talk about food hygiene, food safety, and specifically about what I know, which is the food safety legislation in the EU for fishery products. So I'll try to be quick. It's a complex subject, and the legislation itself in the EU is quite comprehensive and complicated. So I want just to show where it stands. So in relation to the food safety of fishery products, we are going to address two regulations, which, as you see, are embedded in the overall EU food law, which is mentioned here, Regulation 178, dated 2002. This overall food law has two main parts. One part which is related to the requirements which are given to the authorities in charge of controls, and one part which is related to requirements for the operators. So in this case, fishermen and operators handling the product when it is landed and then transformed. So you see on this section, we have two main regulations in the EU. One main regulation for hygiene of foodstuff, which is the Regulation 8752/2004, and one regulation which relates to specific hygiene rules for products of animal origin. So there is an overall food hygiene regulation which is very close to the Codex General Principle of Food Hygiene. It's almost copy-paste, which is normal because EU member states are members of WTO, so they're respecting the Codex principles for their legislation. And then a set of specific food hygiene rules which relate to different products of animal origin, including fishery products and aquaculture products. And beside this, but we are not going to talk about it today, there are legislations on contaminants, residues of pesticide, residues of drugs, food additives, GMO, etc., etc., etc. So it's a comprehensive regulation to ensure the safety of fishery products. So to go in the details now, next please. We are going to talk about only these two regulations out of the very big scope of regulations implemented in the EU. Next. So first is the hygiene of foodstuff regulation, and this is a regulation that applies to every food product and every operator in the EU, whether you are handling fishery products or cookies or fresh fruits and vegetables, products of animal origin of any kind. There are some general requirements which relate to the cleanliness of the equipment, the layout of the establishment facilities, transport of products, heat treatment, and the training of the staff who is handling this product. And then next. And then we can come to the legislation specifically related to fishery products, which is under Regulation 853/2004. And you see in this regulation, you will find the specification for fishery products under Annex 3 of the regulation. And under this annex, there are different sections relating to different products of animal origin, like meat or eggs, dairy products, etc. And in the section 8 of this annex, you have the requirements for fishery products with three chapters. One chapter related to requirements on board vessels, chapter 2 at landing, and chapter 3 for establishments where products are being transformed. Next. So in fact, the specific hygiene requirements concerning fishery products during unloading and at landing operation is really very straightforward. It's really about keeping the fishery products handling them in an easy to clean and disinfect environment with equipment in good repair and cleanliness stage, so as not to damage the product, and keeping away the product from contamination and from alteration from the environment of any sort. And obviously keeping it in a protected environment and at proper temperature. This is really, you see, very, very basic, but very straightforward. Next. The objective is to prevent contamination of the product, and here I cite the legislation as it stands, to ensure it's not handled in a way that could alter its quality and safety, protected from contamination and kept in favorable preservation conditions. So here what is important, I think, to mention is that we're talking about quality and safety. It's important because often people don't understand the objective of the hygiene legislation, but here we're really talking about quality. So in fact, the value of the product that can be sold on the market, and in the end, the money that comes to the pocket of the fishermen and the people in the value chain. Next, please. So while working on this in different parts of the world, we've seen some challenges which are related to port infrastructure and landing site infrastructures. So here you can see an example of what could be proper infrastructure for the landing of fishery products. This is more and more the case in fishing harbours where we see adapted conditions for landing of fishery products. Next. And then the practice, on the other hand, may be a bit different from the expected conditions that are listed in the legislation. And this is not specific to one particular country. I think we can observe deviations a bit everywhere. So this is an example. Next, please. This is another example where you see we have facilities which are adapted, but conditions of unloading which are really not appropriate, with fishery products, fish which is stacked in boxes without ice and in very unclean condition, and in a way that is obviously damaging the product. Next. We have also situations where, in fact, the infrastructure is not adapted to the landing of fishery products, and practices like this one, where fishes are put on the floor directly, which is not proper according to the legislation. Next. We have situations where we don't even have adapted landing conditions for the fishing vessels, and difficulties to access on board, as can be seen here. Next. And we have also practices at site on the port where fishery products are treated in a manner that is obviously not in line with hygienic conditions. Next. And then when we have conditions which are again proper and well planned, like this is the case, I think this picture was taken in Visakhapatnam a few years ago, where you have a situation where, in fact, fishery products could be very well handled, then the practice, again, may not be appropriate. Next, please. You see here, this is an illustration of what happens really on the port during unloading. Next. Again here, a situation where ice is put directly on the floor and shoveled from the floor directly in the baskets and then put on the fishery products. Next. So, in fact, what I would say and what the message I want to pass here is that when we have appropriate conditions for unloading of fishery products, I think there is still everywhere in the world a lot of work to do on education of the people who are unloading the fish and working with the fishermen and the people on the port to make sure that the fish is treated in a way that is enhancing its quality and not reducing it, and also ensuring the longest possible shelf life of the product to avoid losses and to avoid also to maximize the cost for the fishermen and the operators of the chain. So that's, I think, the important message here. I want to talk also, if I have 2 minutes, about the auction halls, which is also part of the legislation, and raise maybe one point about the conditions which are in the regulations for these auction halls. In the EU, you see here the main requirements are really to have a facility to store the products which can be detained by the authorities in a separate place. Because for the regulatory matters and possibility of additional necessary checks on this product, they need to be stocked in a different place. We need to have in the EU, and it's not really, we're talking about the EU here, a place where the competent authority could be allowed to stay and operate properly. And also, obviously, a situation where conditions prevent the entry of any source of contamination in the premises. So this is also the objective here is really to always to prevent the contamination of the product and facilitate the controls by the authorities. And then next, maybe 2 examples of ocean halls. Taken also outside India. Next, please. Yeah, there are 2 photos. So auction halls, where you see here how it can be operated in 2 different situations. One in Japan and another one, I don't remember where this was taken, but it's to give you the idea of the kind of facilities we are expecting to operate to ensure the optimal hygiene on fishery products. Next. So that's all for me. I hope I was not too long. I close this intervention with 2 photos of 2 inspectors of the Fisheries Department of India undertaking advisory and inspection functions, which is very important, I think, and communication with the fishermen and the operators is really key in ensuring ideal food safety for fishery products, and there is still work to do on this in India and everywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. The next one will be also online, and it's in fact the last presentation, and it will be coherent. It will be on environmental standard for eco ports. It will be given by Mr. Eric Vanin. So are you online, Mr. Vanin?
Yes, can you hear
Thank
me?
you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Yes, perfect. Hello to everyone. I'm talking you from France in Lyon, and I'm very glad to make this presentation for you. So I will indicate when you have to change, of course, the different slides. The subject is about environmental management systems and how this can help to manage the risk. For example, the different risks that have been presented in the previous presentation. Some introduction regarding myself. I'm a consultant engineer, a senior consultant engineer and trainer for AFNOR Compétences, which is a branch of AFNOR organization in France. We deal with standardization and certification in different industries and organizations throughout the world. I see, okay, you can see my all my presentation. So the content of my presentation is including 3 different parts. The first one is dedicated to a brief presentation of the environmental management standard ISO 14001. And then in the second part, I will go to the interest of an environmental management system, EMS, based on this standard, interest on the implementation and of the certification for fishing harbours. And the third part will be dedicated to other possible management systems that can be implemented in fishing harbours. Next, please. So to give you a general presentation of the ISO 14001 standard, this standard is including, if you can go to the next, please. Thank you. It's first ISO 14001. It's an international standard adopted by the ISO organization. It's applicable to any activity, so including fishing harbours activities in all the countries member of ISO organization. So India is a part of the members of the ISO. This standard provides organization with a management system in order to help them to reach their environmental objective, to comply with their environmental policy, and this compliance is including compliance to environmental regulations and good practices. And the third point, it's a referential, so it's a document which is accessible by the ISO organization, defining all the principles and the main guidelines to carry out a real environmental management system in the organization. So it can be developed and implemented in any fishing harbor that wish to do it. An important point is that the ISO doesn't give any precise performance criteria, but what is requested is to demonstrate a real environmental performance and a real environmental improvement of this performance. Next, please. Thank you. This ISO 14001 and the system that is developed on this standard is based on the continuous improvement process. So you know about it. It's based on the PDCA approach, Plan, Do, Check, Act. So there are requirements dedicated to the context of the organization, including identification of the different stakes and the identification of the different stakeholders with their environmental expectations and their requests. There are requirements regarding leadership, regarding planning, so all this is in the plan part of the standard. Then there are requirements dedicated to the support and the operation, which is in the Do. Requirements regarding the performance evaluation, which is in the control part of the system. And of course, requirement for improvement based on the treatment of any non-environmental compliance. For example, if we consider a fishing harbor, any oil spillage that can take place is a non-compliance and must be investigated to know the causes, the roots, reason of this incident, and take all the relevant actions to avoid the reoccurrence of this incident. There are three main goals followed in environmental management system, which is the continual improvement of the environmental performance, but as well the improvement of the system itself by improving the documentation tools that are implemented, or by improving the awareness tools that are developed for the personnel to make them more aware of the environmental issues. The second main commitment is the environmental protection and the environmental prevention of any pollution, and as well to be prepared to face any emergency situation, to face it and to give the relevant response to this emergency situation. This is including, for example, emergency tests and emergency equipment that must be available for all the different situations. The third main commitment is compliance to the relevant, if you can go to the previous, sorry. The third main commitment is the compliance to the relevant regulations. So all those three commitments are applicable for any fishing harbor, of course. If we consider the interest of the ISO 14001 implementation and the interest as well of the certification for fishing harbors, there are several. If we go to the next. Thank you. One of the main interests is that these standards allow to identify and analyze the environmental aspects and impact. If we consider that the green ellipse is the environment of any harbor, this environment is composed of several medias like water, so seawater, it can be a river water. There is the air, there is the flora, the fauna itself, the biodiversity, all the raw materials with the energy sources, there are the neighbors of the location. And if we go to a more global environmental media, we have to consider the climate, the waves, the ground, and so on. For the activity of any port, there are a lot of interaction with the environment, including, for example, consumption of water, consumption of energy, consumption of ground, and there are a lot of outputs like discharges in the air, discharges of water, discharges of different waste, and so on. All those interactions are creating impacts, environmental impacts, that must be identified and analyzed to give a priority of those impacts and determine some action plan, environmental action plan, to improve the environmental condition of the port. So this requirement of identifying and analyzing environmental aspects and impact is one of the main requirements of the ISO 14001 and give a great interest of environmental management system for organization. And this must be analyzed in normal situation and abnormal situation and in a life cycle perspective. On this slide, if you go to the next, you can see a rough summary of the methodology. So to the next, please. Thank you. So here we have made a summary of the methodology, of the main methodology to identify aspects and impacts with description of the environment, determination of the impacts. Then we go to the prioritization of the significant environmental aspects and impact. A very important step is to take into account the management of changes, because if there is any change in the location, in the surroundings of the location of the port, or if there are changes in the port itself, if it is enlarged or so on, the methodology must be reapplied to manage the changes. Of course, an important part of the environmental management system is dedicated to the communication, internal communication and external communication with the interested parties, with the stakeholders, and of course to keep a good documentation, a good records of the different methodology of the environmental analysis, the environmental programs, and so on, considering a life cycle perspective when possible, from birth to from cradle to death. If we take the example of the waste or of the energy consumption. Next, please. Of course, the purpose of making this kind of environmental analysis is to have action plans with people responsible of the action, with different means, technical, but as well financial and human resources to carry out the different action, and deadlines and indicators must be developed to make sure that the actions are made in time and that they are effective. Next, please. Thank you. ISO 14001 is one of the standards that can be used to develop management system in fishing harbors. But there are as well other management systems that can be applied. If we go to the next, please. Thank you. For example, if we consider quality, you can go to a system based on ISO 9001. If we consider health and safety management system, you can use the ISO 45001. If you want to make energy management system, what can be used? It's the ISO 50001. All of them are based on the same structure, which is one of the characteristics of the management system standards developed by ISO. They are very compatible one with another. And to give you a practical example, the port of Vigo is in Spain has a triple certification. There are certification for quality management system with for environmental management system with this ISO 40001, and they are certified as well for health and safety management based on the ISO 45001. So it's a good example that it is feasible for a port, including fishing activity, to get the triple certification. Next, please. Thank you. There are, from the environmental point of view, specific...
Please, can you go to conclusion?
Okay, I go to the last point. There are specific standards developed for harbour, for ports, which is the ISO 18725, which is giving specific requirements for clean harbours. So it is an active biodiversity harbours. And in Europe, just to finish, there are two labels available: the EcoPort at the European level, and for France, specifically for France, Port Propre. You can see both logos in the presentation. So this presentation shows that there are several tools available to manage the environmental risks and the quality, safety, energy issues applicable and available for fishing ports throughout the world, and in India in particular, of course. Thanks for your attention. You can go to the last slide. It's to thank everyone.
Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
We'll move. The next paper will be also on harbor management. It will be done in presence by Kulase Karan from Bay of Bengal program. Please.
Good evening, everybody. I'll just quickly get into the subject, partly covered by the previous speaker, but then I will get into the BOBP is an organization which is working in the Bay of Bengal on the fisheries resource management and the ecosystem and biodiversity conservation. And the relevance of BOBP on the fishing harbor is it has released a number of booklets in the past. We are working on a clean fishery harbor program. It has even worked out on a manual on the prevention of pollution almost 20 years back. So currently they are working on the large marine ecosystem program. And as a part of the program, we are working with some of the modern fishing harbors in Sri Lanka and other areas where I am also associated as a consultant. And then before getting into the system, see, here we are again talking about the environmental management system with a reference to the pollution which is being created inside the harbor. So we are not talking in larger terms like the previous speaker has been talking about. Here we are getting into quickly into what are the different types of pollution possible in the fishing harbor activity. Say when the fish is landing, so the type of pollution as you see here, a lot of plastics, metals and debris from the ship and other things could come inside. And then when you talk about the auction hall and the sales, you have the solid waste created due to spoiled fish. There is a decomposed organic matter is there. Then the water pollution is there due to the washing of the floors. So all these things are creating pollution. So when you go to the fish market attached to the fishing harbors, again, there is a lot of cutting, offal, blood, etc., is also creating a microbial contamination. These are all creating a pollution to the whole system into the fishing harbor. When we say this is causing pollution, ultimately when they are washing away, most of the fishing harbors are constructed in a way that jetty, when you do the washing, the entire water gets into the fishing harbor. So they don't maintain a proper the drainage system to take the water separately out into your treatment area and then do the treatment and then dispose it. Probably in the previous session there was one presentation by JPR Fishing Harbor where they showed about the treatment systems being available. But none of the small fishing harbors, many of the fishing harbors we have visited, we don't find any of the treatment systems. And in the case of you have the cold storage attached to the fishing harbor, then again you have some sort of pollution coming out of the ozone depleting substances from the greenhouse, and high electricity and high energy consumptions are happening. And when you have in some of the fishing harbors like Vizag, they have facilities for even doing a processing, small time pre-processing for export. So there, they also have the other lot of waste is created, and all this waste ultimately enters into the fishing harbor complex only. They are not properly collecting it, they are not properly treating it. And as you add more waste into the fishing harbor, your marine ecology is completely spoiled. It completely gets into the water, it contaminates, the bacterial load is increasing, and everything is happening. In all the cases which you have been talking about, we are talking about the boat servicing. Even in the boat servicing, there is a lot of oil and other substances which is coming out, which is again entering into the water, affecting the aquatic life in the fishing harbors. Now, if you see, we have not covered one major part of it. Wherever we are talking about the activity, there is a man involved. There is a human involved. The human involved as the fisherman who brings the fish, the auctioneer who sells the fish, the buyer who buys the fish. There are a lot of human interferences there. Okay. So now, when the fishermen are coming all the way from fishing trip to the jetty, so they need to have proper facilities to relieve themselves. So we found that we are based on a survey in Negombo in Sri Lanka that human defecation is one of the biggest problems, biggest pollution in the fishing harbor. Human defecation, because they have the toilets and bathrooms, but they don't have a bioseptic tanks. They just use a washroom and then wash away everything into the fishing harbor. So it's a major pollution, and salmonella pollution is very high in such harbors. So the idea is basically, when the pollution is happening in a bigger way, we need to have systems in place which can prevent the pollution. What are the systems which we can do? See, here I'm not going to talk about in detail about the EMS, because the previous speaker has covered. So when I talk about it here, the improvements, whatever we require for preventing the pollution is, we need to have modernized facilities. That is, we need to have waste collection points. We should have a proper drainage system, sealed drainage systems. When we say sealed drainage system, whatever drainage is occurring in the port side, the water is not supposed to enter into the harbor. So probably in the design process, all the designers of the fishing harbor may have to little bit look into a different approach. Maybe your jetty should have a slope towards the land side, whereby when you wash the jetty also, the water, at least the main jetty, the water should not go into the harbor. It should go into another collection drainage, whereby the water will be connected to a centralized collection facility where you can do the treatment. So this is one of the other side of the thought process, which I as an engineer is trying to give. So in the case of the waste collection, what are the different points of waste? When the person is coming from the boat, he is coming with the waste. So if some bins are given to the boats to collect their waste as and when they are generated, it is better for the whole environment that they can bring the waste to the shore. And these waste can be collected when they come to the jetty. The waste can be collected by the collection team. And similarly, on the jetty also, they need to have a lot of bins to collect different waste. There could be an organic waste, food packet which is being put back, or the plastic, or the packing material, so which has to be put back into the bins. So all these we need to have a readily available collection bins along the jetties in many places so that the boat operators has a tendency to use it properly. And nowadays we can have different colored bins to collect the organic and inorganic like the way we have it in the airports. Even if you see in the airports, you have a number of bins in many places, people properly they use it. And in the case of, again, the defecation, say, to avoid them to using the toilets in the fishing harbor, probably a lot of toilets have to be provided in the fishing harbor premises. Usually the tendency of a designer is to provide one toilet block in one corner so that if the fishing harbor is a big area, the people will not have a tendency to go there rather than use it in the boat itself. So if they do not have a septic tank, the whole system is lost. Bioseptic tank is not there, then the whole system is lost. So we need to provide more number of probably toilet blocks. So to make them, that is with the easy approach, they should be able to go there and then try to utilize it and try to, we have to encourage them to use the facilities. We have to understand the behavior of the fishermen and accordingly provide facilities in a way that they can adopt it. See, I'm not getting into the EMS and all because the previous speaker gave a lot of information about the EMS. So, but about the utilization of how the waste is being collected. In some of the places, if you can see, they're collecting the waste properly. There are bins provided for collecting the different types of, different colored bins for collecting the different types of waste. So, all these things have been provided. And so there are different dimensions of EcoPort. If you see there is the blue port. So this also people have covered earlier, so I don't want to repeat it. And so the current project which the BOBP is involved is, basically we are trying to do an identification of fishing harbors. We wanted to go for a comprehensive survey and do a plan for intervention and do a technical management and investment on a regional mode. So this is our future plans in the sector, and with this I close my topic, and if you have anything specific, you are always ready to put the questions.
Thank you for sticking on time. Our last speaker is online again, and it is Dr. Baiju, and he will be talking about the green fishing vessels. So we're going back to vessels. Are you online?
Yes, good afternoon, I am online.
Thank you, we can hear you.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for this, calling me for this presentation. I have only a brief presentation about the fishing vessels issues. I am a scientist with the Central Institute of Fisheries Technology. Basically, I am a naval architect. I just would like to tell you that what I am doing and what is the background. We design fishing vessels and do research on fishing vessel as well as fishing gear, and also on post harvest at CIFT Cochin. We have made 4.5 meter, 8 meter solar boat, which is suitable for inland fishing without any fossil fuel. Then FRP paddle boats, aluminum boats, all these boats for the inland sector, and then 17 meter, 19 meter vessels for research operations, research on fishing. Then design of 22.5 meter long line accumulator for Blue Revolution and PMSY scheme for the Government of India, under which more than 100 boats are made for the commercial fishing boat owners. Then CIFT and is a nodal authority for the fishing vessel design approval. We have many consultants. What you see here is a research vessel designed by CIFT and constructed at CIFT at IRS class.
Okay, it seems there is a technical problem, so to avoid wasting time, we start with question to the first speakers, if there is any question in the room. And then we will have the last presentation. Any question? Please, Mike.
What are the alternative materials for reducing the cost of the breakwaters? Hello? What are the alternative materials available for reduction of the breakwater cost?
So, considering the coastal protection, there are a lot of things is available. But for the breakwater constructions, just I said, just eco-concrete blocks, then ocean brick systems, then reef balls, may be adapted for the mild wave attack, not for the hostile wave condition. See, in Indian coastline is very different than the other European coastline, etc. It is not protected. We can see this Indian coast is widely spread below our coastline, and the wave environment is very severe. So for to resist that wave, we have to require robust blocks, robust armor concrete blocks. That is only one option. But if your the fishing harbor or FLC is located inside your inlet, then you can prefer these options, just I said. So basically, stone is the natural option, but for Indian condition, you know that the weight of the stone is not getting. So nowadays it's very difficult, and some environmental issues also for the quarries. So we have to opt for these blocks. Now tetrapod is the widely accepted blocks in Indian coastline, but we can see it is actually double layer block, and much concrete is wasted on the armor of the breakwater itself. So we can opt for the acropods and core locks. It is a single layer blocks, and we can compare the cost between the acropod and the tetrapod. But for the deeper portion, these blocks are very far better than the tetrapods, acropods and modern blocks, single layer blocks. So that is totally depends upon what is the depth of your breakwater, what is the wave conditions, and nowadays we now see this climate change, these adaptations are very important. Because in earlier days we designed this structure for the 50-year return period. Now you know this case of mangrove breakwater in Gujarat. So 50-year return period is not sufficient now. We can go for the higher one. And also considering the storm surge analysis, storm surge and SLR. So SLR is also important, sea level rise, because in the 13 government panel, IPCC, they have given a forecast for 8.5 RCP, that is about 1 meter. So it is very high. So consider or anticipate that thing. If 1 meter water level is increasing, what will happen to our coast? So not 1 meter, but at least we have to consider what the 0.5 meter, 0.6 meter also. And the life of this structure is very high. So that's for designing itself, you have to consider that.
So in India, there is no question of reduction in cost, you mean to say?
No, nowadays it's a change now. We have to consider all of these things.
Whether you have used any material anywhere, this alternative material, whether you have used it in India, whether we have used it in
India. No, it is
India.
not like an alternative. There is no any alternative. Technology is same, but we have to adapt depending upon the site conditions. We have a lot of options, but think practically.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are online again, so can we proceed to the last conference, please? I don't see the slides yet. Are you with us?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you now.
I'm waiting for a slide. Shall I start again? At CA, we do the...
Yes, this is where we were. You can continue, please.
Yeah. Next slide, please.
Next.
We have done experiments on LNG, then other LPG. This is a vessel which has been converted from diesel to dual fuel mode. It is diesel and LNG. Next slide, please. The number of fishing vessels state-wise list is given here. We have trawlers, liners, glitters, dolphins, liners, rinciners, porciners, and totally we have around 97,000 motorized boats, mechanized boats around 52,000, as per the census of 2016. Next one. The requirements we need for fishing at the harbor is we need a safe berthing, sufficient, this is also lacking. Next one. On-board fishing vessels. Most of the fishing vessels are not based on approved design, and the stability is not verified, the structural strength is not calculated, the construction is not based on the export standard. So what has happened is, if we go for any documentation, the design is not available, no data is available. So we have to do a lot of work by surveying the fishing vessels all over the country in the last few years, and we made documents on the existing designs, and finally we came to a efficient deep sea fishing vessel design for the blue revolution that we came on the scheme. What we require on board a vessel is sufficient berth space, the galley, toilet, this space for all this. The area of the cabin, galley, all the as per the ILO rules. And the insulated store is essential for quality storage of the goods. Then refrigeration for high value storage. We need hydraulic power supply for efficiency, fuel saving, and ease of operation of fishing gear on board. The safety of the boats is an important part of any fishing activity. The life-saving appliances, firefighting appliances, light and sound signals are essential. The training on navigation, communication, and safety is very, very important, especially when the vessels are navigating or fishing in the international water. Communication with other ships, other vessels, especially with other countries. It is better to go for the navigation, the signal, because language is not important there. Deep sea multi-purpose fishing vessel with refrigeration is not used in our country. Periodic inspection and certification is to be done for operation of the vessels. The vessels will be getting older year by year. After 10 years, at least, should be an inspection to ensure that the safety of the boat is. Next slide. The main problem with the congestion, we can see the Vishakhapatnam fishing harbor. So many boats are lying there. The boats which are closed first, when we look from this side, and there are many boats in between. For any work to be done on a vessel in the harbor, the person has to climb on the many other boats to reach this. Especially when repairs in the harbor is taking place, this is very, very difficult. And we can see the harbor, Port Blair, or any travel anywhere. So many boats are lying, which requires more space. Next slide. This is a comparison of well-designed boat and the normal traditional vessel design. The one with the yellow mast, that is designed and constructed as per the IRS class rules, take into consideration of all the fish storage quality, Whereas on the other side, see the wheelhouse, the cabin is very small. There is no berth. There is no galley. There is no toilet. The fish storage is not so well designed. Next slide. The safety. Operational safety depends upon the navigation signals given vessels. There are days and night signals which are to be used on board fishing vessels. Like the international water, suppose some ships are coming, other vessels are passing. The fishing vessel should keep the day signal so that ship captain or the operator will understand what the fishing vessel is, whether there is fishing going on or there is any problem with it. Similarly, the night signals are also there. The combination of cones and bolts are used in black color, which says this day signal be given to the passing ship. And another thing, AIS, of AIS, automatic identification system must be made mandatory for all the fishing boats so that the other vessels can identify which vessels are coming, whether fishing vessel, what distance it is, what is the course, what speed it is going. Next one. Now the issues and the solutions from my angle. First one is shortage of toilet and harbours. To use toilets and harbours leads to unhygienic conditions. Solution: properly designed toilet on board with biodegradation. Second is shortage of food at the harbour. To cook food and leads to fire hazard. Generalized food safety authority in India certified food counter should be available in the harbour so that this kind of unnecessary cooking at the harbour can be. Third one is the ice used on board fishing vessels are hygienic. Good quality ice is to be made available. Fourth one is the power source on board fishing harbour for using the light, pan, cooking, etc. Small tea or something. There should be a source supply from the electricity department or from the solar power. Firefighting appliances, life-saving appliances, light sound and signal are not maintained. The fishing vessel crew are to be trained on the importance of safety and the use of all these items. Congestion in the harbour. Harbour with more berth capacity to berth more vessels in long period of the day. Then hygiene at the harbour. There has to be a sewage treatment system installed on every harbour. The eighth item is net repair, storage and auxiliary. These are essential for efficiency of the business. When the vessel comes with catch, there may be some gear which is damaged. Before the start of the next fishing trip, this has to be repaired. Then another important issue with the most fishing harbours here is the water level is very low. Draft is very less. So water has to be made sufficient by periodically. The last issue is price of the fish. Landed is too low compared to the investment of the fish boat owner. And the fishing boat crew, take all the risk, go to the sea, fight with the conditions, catch the fish and come back. They are not getting a proper price for the fish. So these are issues to be addressed for the fishing community. Last slide. My presentation.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Now, if you have any additional question, yes.
My question is to Mr. Francaji from France. Regarding hygienic measures on the board fishing vessels, so apart from that, any machineries we are using like artificial intelligence machineries? Because practically, manually we cannot handle those things in hygienic mode when we are going for long distance fishing vessel. Maintenance of the quality fish products is very essential. So is there any practices that we are adopting to reduce the poor quality materials
Did you hear
You
the
mean
question? Yes.
the crew or the fish?
Mr. Frank ji. Is my question is clear?
You are talking about the hygiene conditions of the fishing boat or
Yes,
the crew
yes.
condition?
Hygienic fish product as well as fishing vessel condition, because both are interlinked. Once we are not practicing good practices on the fishing vessel, it is all affect the quality of the product, fishing product.
There are many important things. First of all, thing is there should be a well-designed toilet for the fishing vessel crew. There has to be a separate area for cooking, which is away from fishing area, fishing deck. Then the continuous cleaning of the deck. After each fishing, the fishing gear is hauled to the deck, whether the long line or thin line or any kind of fishing gear. The fish is moved to the fish store, and the net is cleaned, the seawater or available food separated. And after coming to the harbor, we unload the catch to the auction area. Then the fish hold has to be cleaned again, because there are some bacteria accumulated. This kind of activities can properly follow. Hygienic conditions are maintained.
Okay, thank you. We have to stop. Is there
Another thing
any
is-
other one short question?
Role of fishing harbors in management
Yes,
of
here, please. Here. No, well.
Yeah, it's not a question, just information to Dr. Baiju, MB Baiju. All the fishing vessels, it's not as per DG shipping guidelines. AIS is not mandatory in all the fishing vessels. It is only for these vessels more than 20 meter or 300 tonnage. So it's not mandatory for all vessels.
Yeah, correct. I know that for the safety of the fishing vessel, whether it is small boat or large boat, AIS helps them in the prevention of pollution. That is the issue. That's the thing. Because many vessel accidents are taking place in the channel. The big ships are not able to see the small canal when it is passing. If there is an identification system on board the boat, automatically the ship captain, navigator will be identifying the vessel passing on nearby, so that he can slow down, change the course, save and avoid a collision.
No, that is correct. But these traditional boats and smaller motorized boats, they may not be able to fix the AIS. That's the point.
Correct, sir. But Gujarat government and Tamil Nadu government have tried to install some of the items, and just it was successful some years back.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all. I have a last question to my neighbor. Did you succeed in the Bay of Bengal program to have a club of the ports, fishing ports, so they share their experience, they share their errors, they share the good solution?
Yeah, just started working on it in Sri Lankan region right now.
Okay.
Maybe after, we just started working on the Sri Lankan region. Probably quite soon we'll have a group of people ready to do that.
Thank you. Once again, I want to thank the speaker here and remotely, and I'll give you back the floor.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much for wonderfully conducting the session and also giving us the conclusion here of this session on port practices for a healthier environment and safer fish. Something that we would want to really discuss it further, but we have yet another session to attend. So once again, we thank our esteemed panelists, both who have joined us on stage and virtually also. May I request you to bring in some energy by putting your hands together and thanking them. Just to make this moment a little more memorable, I would like to request the Assistant Commissioner of Fisheries, Department of Fishery, Government of India, Mr. Tarun Kumar, to kindly join us onto the stage, and we begin by presenting a memento. A huge round of applause for the moderator of the session, Professor Manil Zakaria. Thank you so much, sir. May I request you to kindly join us forward? That will help us with a quick capture in our lenses. Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much for that wonderful session. Absolutely delightful session. Thank you, thank you, the speakers of the session. Thank you, Mr. B.R. Tare. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your presentation with us. And we also thank Engineer Kulashekaran. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your presentation with us. May I quickly request all our members on the dais to kindly step forward for a group photograph. And I take this quick opportunity to thank our speakers who have joined virtually. A big thank you to Mr. Frank Bukaz. We also thank Ms. Dr. M.V. Baiju, and we also thank Mr. Eric Winin for joining us virtually and sharing their presentation. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. We directly move to our next panel discussion. Our discussion would be on monitoring, evaluation, and maintenance of EcoPort. We would just take a moment to set up our head table, and we straight away move to our discussion on monitoring, evaluation, and maintenance of EcoPort. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. As promised, we are just moving into our next panel discussion. Once again, the panel discussion is about monitoring, evaluation, and maintenance of EcoPort. And may I request the moderator of the session to kindly join us onto the stage, inviting the Fisheries Development Commissioner, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, Dr. M. Koya, who has just joined us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you, sir. May I now request Dr. Srinath, KR, Director General Fisheries Survey of India, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, to kindly join us onto the stage. We'll be virtually being joined by Mr. Max, who is from the Maritime Fisheries and Post Consultants, MP2 Consults, France. He is going to join us online. May I now request Mr. Rajiv Pratap Dubey, who is the Deputy Commissioner of Fishing Harbour, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, to kindly join us. Warm welcome to you, sir. And we are now being joined by Mr. Venkataraman, who is the Executive Engineer, Chennai Fishing Harbour. Warm welcome to you, sir. And may I now request Mr. N.K. Patras, who is the Deputy Director, Central Institute of Coastal Engineering for Fishery, Government of India, who is going to join us in a few moments from now. He's here. Warm welcome to you, sir. And we're also being joined virtually by Mr. Sebastian Mitz, who is the fisheries economist. And with those words and a little bit of introduction about our dignitaries on the dais and also who are joining us online, may I request the moderator of the session to kindly take over, and requesting Dr. Koya to take over. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. Welcome to this important panel discussion, Panel 4, Monitoring, Evaluation and Maintenance of EcoPort. We have 6 speakers, of which 2 are online. These presentations are covering marine pollution, indicators of monitoring and evaluation of EcoPort, management and maintenance of fishing harbor, success stories Chennai, then post-construction evaluation. So, and also cost and benefit evaluation of EcoPorts. So we have a mix of experts who are in different fields of port management or fisheries management. Now, it's very important session in sense because the monitoring and evaluation and maintenance is very critical for efficient functioning and and sustainability of fishing ports. Now, without taking much time, I request the first speaker, Dr. Srinath K.R., Director General, Fishery Survey of India, to have his presentation, to make his presentation on marine pollution in fishing harbor. Dr. Srinath, basically a fishery resource management scientist with the IC, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, and he is now Director General of Fishery Survey of India, a constituent organization of the Department of Fisheries, Government of India, mandated with the survey and stock assessment and also for national reporting of fisheries information, fisheries data. Over to you, Dr. Srinath.
Yeah, thank you. As you know, pollution is somehow a straight antonym to the health. So the assignment given to me was marine pollution and POCA, and both these has been taken by the health takers, the previous presentations, the BOBP and the French presentation. So that makes my job easy, and that you also must be happy that I will not make you bored much. This will be a brief, like a courte presentation. Yeah. So basically, my Institute Fishery Survey of India is located at Bombay, and we have around 7 centers, zonal centers. We call it as zonal centers, and each of them operates 2 vessels each, and including like Andaman also we have a center. Basically, we do the survey and mapping and make sure the marine fisheries of India is sustainable, it is running sustainably. So we have around 11 vessels, which is, some of them are a bit old, like very old, and many, like around 4 of them are, we got it by bilateral exchanges, and like we are in a mood to renew this fleet system. So coming to today's topic, this almost have been covered by our BOBP colleague, and you know the plastics are one of the major important pollution which is happening, and around 8 million tons are being produced mostly by the land-based source, and it is projected to double by 2030. And apart from this, the plastics in the form of other plastics like microplastics, the nanoplastics, all are even found in the blood. It is found even in brain, and even in the mother's milk also it is reported. And the problem with the microplastic is that even if we cull or if we stop the source of the pollution, they can persist in the environment and act as cohesive agent for other pollutants, and can be having an everlasting existence, propagating the kind of bioaccumulation within the ecosystem. Coming to the chemical contaminants, the lead forms a major contaminant in the fishing harbors, along with the mercury, cadmium, chromium, and also copper. Copper forms a major component of the anti-fouling paint, which may not be so as high, as poisonous as other heavy metals, but it can really kill some of the lower trophic levels of the marine food web. And other pollutants are the nutrient pollution, which are mostly by the runoffs, which can cause eutrophication and algal blooms, and sediment contamination. Once the sediment is contaminated, for the navigational purposes, dredging is a must. Siltation happens everywhere, all along almost all the harbors of India, and dredging causes dredging plumes, which will resuspend such kind of pollutants. And there are a lot of activities which within the harbor and surrounding the harbors, which can cause pathogenic contamination. And there are other pollutants like noise pollution by the sound of the motor, the propeller, and maybe other activities of the harbor. Then the light pollution. Then invasive species. This is an upcoming threat, major threat. Then derelict vessels. Then habitat conversion. You know, many of the vessels of smaller vessels of India was being made by fiber reinforced plastic. They are using the fiber glass fibers, and once it is damaged, this actually forms another source of the microplastics, these glass fibers. So coming to the importance of bio-innovation in harbors, you can see some of the incidences of the Australia in the last decade, and they actually literally blasted harbors to prevent the black striped force mussels. And similarly, that was a Mytilopsis species. Another species is Mytila here. This is our own work, and this is also widespread in all along the coast of India. FSI has a slipway and repair system, NAILR system, which is recognized by DG Shipping at Kochi. And almost all the boats which are being docked over the slipways are having this Mytila strigata. Their hulls are they have a lot of Mytila strigata attached to that. And saying about the pollution source, there is no single point of solution for many of the larger harbors of India. You can see this is one of the largest harbor in terms of, may not be in terms of production, but in terms of number of vessels, this is a larger harbor. And this photo is a bit old photo when myself and Koya were working at this place at Veravel. You can see that this red color, this was a seasonal condition which are mainly due to the fish offal, fish blood, and the paint. And even we tried to analyze that, but surprisingly we could see that a lot of coccolithophores were there, which were in turn again, by their bloom and death, maybe they are giving the color, though mostly they used to be white in color. So when we are thinking about an eco port, we need to address the issues like the sources. Most of the sources are not a single source, so that we cannot really target a single source. There will be multiple sources, and also the kind of circulation, how we actually can mitigate the pollution which is already going on. So this, anyway, I'm not going much into this, like the harbor pollution as the major activities of fishing. The first one is operational discharges, mostly which are depending on the fishing activity, the vessel activity. Then the second one is a post-landing landing discharges from the harbor, fish offal, wastewater. And there are a lot of land-based runoff which is happening to this system. And there are adjacent activities, mostly they will be associated with other industrial area, and some of them will even open to these harbors, such harbors. And solution and mitigation measures also has been well covered, in which I just wanted to emphasize, like one of my questions to my colleagues was regarding the port reception facilities, which is a requirement of the MARPOL, and MARPOL has 6 annexes, and this is a mandatory requirement, and being signatory to MARPOL, like both India and France, I think we are signatory to that, so that actually is required in the harbor, fishing harbors. And almost other things are already covered, so I will not venture in that. So the second part, which I was asked to brief upon, was PDCA, which is essentially a component of the EMS, which has been spoken by the French speaker in the last session, the environment management system. So along with the environment management system, this gives a kind of iterative and adaptive plan to make the pollution control management measures workable. So PDCA, P is nothing but plan. Plan is just like how we are making the SOPs or action plans. We at first need to identify the objective or our target, like what we are intending to do, and accordingly we need to prepare an action plan or SOP. And in the do, we are actually implementing that SOP. The things which has been given in the SOP, we are implementing in the do part. And after doing, we need to verify whether our plan is working, whether it is going good. So that is a check part, a check step, in which key performance indicator, KPIs, can be used for monitoring the kind of whether if our plan is working or not. Then coming to the act part, coming to the act part, like we need to take corrective measures in our action, which we thought about, like we need to collect more data, more logs, data logs, and correct the non-conformities which we actually planned. So it will be working as a cycle. So some of the key performance indicators ideal for our harbors can be, I have listed only a few. There is no meaning in listing the complete, all the pollution, this one that will be more costly also. So from each category, I listed like how exactly we can monitor it more efficiently. So BOD can be less than 10 milligram per liter, then total suspended solids can be less than 50 milligram per liter. And oil and grease can be less than 10 milligram per liter, and the percentage waste segregated at source can be more than 75%. We need to make it sure. And the frequency of spill incidents, we cannot tolerate the spill incidents because this is very difficult to manage once it is spilling is happening. And the community satisfaction index also can be a KPI. So this is my last slide. This is a case study which we were very much involved at. This is at Tengathattu fishing harbor of Pondicherry. So each marine trawler, like multi-day trawlers, so they produce around 5 to 6 kilogram of plastic waste, and they used to throw it outside and to the sea. And we made a system. We were instrumental in making a system, creating a lot of awareness among the community. And their Mechanized Fishing Boat Owners Welfare Association came with an idea, a kind of token system, in which they make sure that the boat owners, if they are bringing back all these plastics, they will be giving a token, and with this token only they can go to the auction center, they can auction the fish. So this is very well a working model. So thank you. As I said, it's a brief presentation, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srinath. Really appreciate it. Sorry for my panelists. I'm just filling in for Dr. Koya here. So thank you for this presentation, and to all the audience. I think this is one of the most important sessions, because while we are able to construct a fishing harbor, it's largely the operation and maintenance is where we fail. So this discussion is very important, and somehow in the ecosystem of India, we don't concentrate too much on impact assessment, on evaluation, and on indicators. So I really appreciated your last slides, and also of how it can be an engaging process. They can generate revenue while taking care of the maintenance aspect. So a lot of those insights have come in, and we will circle back for discussions. I will ask now my next panelist, Mr. Max Paladin, who's online with us from France, to join in. And he would be speaking about indicators for monitoring and evaluation. Hi, Max, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfect, very well.
Okay, thank you.
So Max, we're going to present from our side your slides, and whenever you want us to go next, you could just say next and we'll change the slides.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. So rapidly to present some idea about eco-fishing port. Next. As you have seen before, I have animation in the slide. So Up to date, the concept of eco-fishing port is not yet standardized, which means that you can decide what you want to put in that concept. And as you've been told before, the only relevant standards that already exist are EcoPort concept, which is mainly for commercial harbor, and ISO 4000, the next one. The next, as an environmental management system. During a recent study in Indonesia about 4 eco-fishing ports, we've tried to modelize the eco-fishing port concept using 5 pillars, trying to summarize what could be an eco-fishing port. The first of these pillars is infrastructure. Like you've been told before, infrastructure concern new fishing port or rehabilitation of existing facility, and that will deal with building, quay construction, or dredging. And when you look at fishing port, eco-fishing port aspect, you will have to look about where are your raw materials coming to make your quay, for example. Do you use recycling material? Of course, soil preservation is also a concept that you have to be taken into account in order not to take too much soil for the agriculture, for example. And of course, green building is also one of the key issues you can integrate in your eco-fishing port model. Then another pillar is the resource management that you have been told already, which is dealing with fishery management, fishing effort control, IAM, fishing fighting, and fish stock management. Why? Because fish harbor are really a key center to monitor the fishing landings and therefore to give data to your scientists in order to go to toward a sustainable fisheries. Another pillar of eco-fishing port is the social responsibility toward it's a corporate social responsibility of the fish management, taken into account the stakeholders' social facility for all the stakeholders not of the harbor, not only the fishermen, but also all the people working around and inside the port, women selling the fish, administration people, and everybody. Another very important part is also the participatory approach. Like you have been told before, it's very important to include the stakeholder in the not directly for the fisheries, the port management, but at least to have an advisory council within your port in order to ensure the participation of all the stakeholders. Social responsibility, also noise and air pollution control. That's the social responsibility of the port toward its environment, the neighborhood of the port. Of course, to implement the labor regulation and to make sure that labor regulations are implemented within the port facility, but also on the vessels. And another very important part is the training and skill development policy you have to, or you can choose to implement in your port. Then you have all the port operation pillar, which start from pollution prevention, like you've been told just before, when you are dredging, for example, to be sure that you're not, you have the minimum impact on your environment. You have to implement also processing plan, good practice to avoid contamination, pollution, to increase your fish value, to reduce the fish waste, and also to cope with the EU, for example, regulation. In the port operation, you can also try to have a greenhouse gas eradication by choosing carefully what type of gas you use in your cooling system to avoid the gas that are polluted your atmosphere. Energy saving and renewable energy are also key point in your port operation toward eco-fishing port. Water saving, of course, using, for example, try to use clean seawater to clean the facility, the flow facility, instead of fresh water, depending on your zone, of course. but in some area or some country, fresh water is scarce resources. And then in overall fish quality improvement from the boat to the sale and to the final consumer. Well, for us, the last, but you can add more as upon your need. But waste management is also a huge concern in eco-fishing port, starting from collection, treatment, recycling, reduction of production, and control of dispersion, which relate to my previous to the previous presentation. And all this together will end up by creating an eco-fishing port. When you do that, you start from, you set up a policy, you have a strategy, and of course you need indicator to control and to see how your strategy is working. That's the next slide. And you have to choose your indicator. And indicator have to be first chosen accordingly to your objective. You have to plan, you have to set up objective, and then you can choose indicator. Another one is they must be accurate and easily connected. If you want to follow your indicator, you have to find them every year, every month, or on a regular time scale in order to follow your action. They must be perennial throughout the project lifetime. If you want to check your action, you have to focus on a long-term time life. And then your indicator must be perennial, and then all those indicators should help to set up your corrective action. And I just give you in the next slide some indicator, not all because there are hundreds of them. It's up to you to choose according to your will and your strategy. But for example, in infrastructure, you can have your surface of green building, you can have your carbon compensation. In resource management, you can have the percentage of stock under management control, the percentage of boat equipped with e-logbook, for example, the percentage of landing monitor, because checking the quantity of fish that has been landed in the harbor is something very important, which is in some countries it's a huge lack. For the social responsibility, you can set up indicator like the existence or not of Port Management Council, the frequency of his meeting, the percentage of user satisfaction, the various type of satisfaction. For port operation, of course, the volume and the value of landings are important. The existence of a manual of good practice within your stakeholders. ISO certification could be also one indicator. The quantity of fish waste after landing is a huge indicator to see how you do proper handling of the fish throughout your fish process and port operation. Water consumption also versus ton of fish landing can be some kind of indicator of your water management. Then for waste management, you can have the existence of a weight collection system, quantity of recycling materials, percentage of recycling per type of materials. Follow the port seek water quality using a lot of type of index. And all this again will help you to go toward eco-fishing port. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. That was quite precise and very, very objective. And I think it's good as a a plethora of knowing what are those indicators. And we'll probably circle back to you on what are the challenges of actually measuring these indicators. One is to know what are those indicators, but how do you monitor them becomes a major challenge. But before that, I'll move on to my next speaker, Mr. Rajiv Pratap Dubey, sir, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Fisheries, who would speak about management and maintenance of fishing harbour. Thank you so much, sir.
Good evening to you all, please. First of all, I am thankful to my Joint Secretary, Ms. Neetu Madam, and Secretary Fishery, Government of India, as well as the AFD delegates who has given me an opportunity to stand before you all gentlemen. Secondly, I would like to give you a glimpse of opportunities which are awaiting all of us who are in this hall, who are either in the state governments or in the union territories or the end implementing agencies who might be connected with us virtually. India is a maritime giant. We are having 7 major fishing harbours. We are having about 70 minor fishing harbours. We are having more than 200 fish landing centers. These are the projects or the assets which are within the Government of India and which are constructed by the funding from the Government of India. Besides this, each of the coastal states governments and the union territories, they had also taken a lot many projects on their own, and they had completed all those projects. As far as the managements of all these assets, which are spread across the country, our whole country, are done in two ways. One is all the major ports or major fishing harbors are administered by the Government of India, either along with the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, or say unilaterally. That's why if you see in the past, some of the speakers has brought that whether some society models or some other models which we can bring and which we can do. In fact, the entire major fishing harbor of Paradip was transferred to the state governments so that we should have a better management models and so that we will see whether if it is viable, then we can try further. And what we had seen in all these, our projects and our assets are profitable, whether it is of Government of India or under the state governments. Even the Paradip port, what we had transferred, that was also profitable. Similarly, even we had said to some of the ports, if they will not operate our major harbors properly, then the Government of India is well within its own rights. It can choose any of the organizations who can do it in a better and efficient way. India is the first country in the world which is going to develop smart and integrated fishing harbors, which in fact is nowhere in the world, but it is the first time that Government of India has already taken the initiatives, and we are also going ahead to do that. So in nutshell, what I'm trying to tell you is, if you just take one of the issue which the fishermen are facing in our country, that is the soil erosion. Wherever we will construct a harbor, one side of the ports, as we know, it get eroded and the soil get deposited on the other side of the ports. And that erosion of the soil is leading to the vanishing of the villages and vanishing of the cities, and it leads to a lot of misery to the people who are joining that. And if I just tell you a very tentative estimates, we are having 11 kilometers of coastline, and if we just take 1 lakh rupees as the per kilometer cost of construction, we are talking about roughly about 1 trillion of money which is required to be invested just for protecting the villages and cities of our own country. And the task which I just told you, it is not possible to get it supported fully by the Government of India from the budgetary support. And definitely if AFD is coming forward in association with the state governments, particularly the Tamil Nadu and Kerala has already taken the steps, and they are also trying their level best to protect the villages which are going to be wiped out due to the erosion, and we need to take shore protection measures along the coast. And if we get like that proposals which are really technically and financially viable, and some French technology like Staby Plage or some other technology with which will be cost effective, as well as which will save the life of the people, misery of the people, and create assets and develop a very good business models, then we will definitely be very much willing to go ahead. Apart from that, nowadays we are getting the projects worth 500 crores. It is no more the projects, we are not getting just the unit cost what we had kept. We had kept the unit cost as 200 crore for a projects. But as you had seen from today morning to till these times, people expectations are high. They are saying, we want this opportunity, we want this facility, we want these issues. So to resolve all these issues, we need funding. So for funding, if AFD along with the state governments are coming forward with some viable proposals of even higher scales, not only 200 crores, if it is of 500 crores, and if they are also ready to take the responsibilities for that, and if those are technically viable, then we'll be definitely ready to go ahead for development of our own country. Apart from that, if we see where we can partner with AFD, suppose if AFD is coming forward or any other bank is coming forward to support our fishery industry, to support our entrepreneurs in the development of the business model, what they are doing. And for example, I'm telling you what the assets I just told you. If any of the assets, if you take in any of the maritime state governments or union territories, and if in that place, if you will construct a business model, if we construct there a restaurant, if we construct there a toilet facilities, if we construct there, say, fuel facilities. So as we are also seeing, suppose if we move on from Delhi to Agra highways, in the midway, we are finding some amenities for the peoples. But like that facilities, though we are trying our level best, but if banks are coming forward with the state governments, we will select those people, select those locations, and we will develop the facilities, and we will let our people do business there, and they earn money. So, they earn money from that, then we will be very much willing to go ahead with those models. Apart from that, you see, this is the locations. That's what I was showing you. Suppose one side we are seeing there is erosion, the other side there is a deposition. One is that these problems we were trying to solve. Apart from this, the development of port is not a phenomena which happens, say, in one seminar or 10 seminars or in a year or 6 months. Before you, there is a diagram. This is the Chennai port, and if you see the development of these Chennai ports, if you see the deepest mode part, the part where there is a 9-meter depth of water, and then there is somewhere 13-meter depth of water, then there is somewhere 18-meter depth of water. Then there is a plan for development of a transshipment ports. So this has taken over 100 to 200 years. So if we are planning to develop a port, it is definitely going to take time. It is not that it will happen in 3 months or 6 months. But certainly, if there is an industry, the fishery industry peoples who are there, suppose if you are able to support them with softer loans, the loans or the packages which our banks are not offering, but suppose if we are getting external commercial borrowings, if our peoples are ready to avail that, and if you are also ready to support them, then definitely the government of India will be very much willing, and we will go ahead. Okay, let's go, and at least suppose if there is nothing on which we are able to go ahead. Nowadays, even you see the peoples are constructing vessels. In vessels, they are constructing houses. Suppose if we can take some houses to be constructed in sea with vessels, say some pilot projects, if not say full-scale projects, if we don't have anything, we can construct the house itself in the sea and give that to the fisherman, and can let him do the cage culture or any other thing in that, and his house is also there, which the rich peoples are trying to build a very big vessels in which they will have a houses in that. Why can't we offer like that some good proposals to those our fishermen, and we can try. If it is viable and if peoples are coming forward, then definitely we will go ahead in all those things. So there are many ways in which in short I'm trying to say. I'm requesting the state governments and union territories to please come forward, partner with the AFD, and come with the viable proposals either within the norms of the scheme or as a special case. And the government of India will be very much willing to go ahead as per the norms. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. This was really good, and I appreciated that you actually did not actually use the presentation and you covered what we were supposed to probably say in the concluding session, but that's something which has come out from this entire workshop, you know, the learnings of where it can be leveraged, where the collaborations can happen. We really appreciate that. I will move next to my online colleague, Sebastian Metz, who would speak about cost and benefit evaluation. And some of it we did manage to even hear in your presentation about how it's very important that we understand the economics of it, the funding of it, and of course the impacts that then can arrange. Sebastian, are you there with us online?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. So I would hope that we can present your presentation from here, and whenever you want us to go next, you can let us know. So just just bear with me for a minute. Sebastian, till the time your presentation is getting uploaded, do you want to just introduce yourself and a little about the presentation that you would be sharing?
Yes, of course. So my name is Sebastian Metz. I'm a French fisheries economist. I'm based in Brest, so it's the French Far West. I'm the CEO, co-founder of a small consultancy called Sakana Consultants. For those who speak Japanese, sakana means fish. So we're talking only about fisheries, value chains, and so on and so forth. So my presentation, so if you could go on the next one. My presentation is going to be a step left from everything we talked about, because I've heard a lot of the presentation. I was connected to almost all the presentations since this morning. And I'd like us to step back and think about why do we do eco-fishing port, and why should we talk about the economic dimension. And I'm going to go on one specific aspect of the economic dimension, but basically you could replicate that to every sectors that are in eco-fishing port, right? So 3 points. Why should we care about the economic dimension? How can the economic viability of the different stakeholders of the value chain be measured? And how can we apply this in the context of eco-fishing port? And I'm just going to focus on the seafood value chain. And you'll see at the end why I'm focusing on that and why we can extend from it to the eco-fishing port as a whole. So if we could go to the next slide. So I had planned to have animations, so it would be a bit, not as a block like that, but basically, why should we care about the economic dimensions, and taking specifically the aspect of fisheries? If you're looking at the fisheries manager's rule book, rule number 1 is that if a company is not profitable in the long term, the ownership has only 2 options. 1, stop trading, so change business, or 2, avoid adhering to the rule. That's a nice way to say cheat, right? But I didn't want to add cheat in my slides, so I said avoid adhering to the rules. Rule number 2, if companies that fail to adhere to the rules, so technically if you have companies that are cheating, basically it's lowering the chance of the entire sector to remain profitable and sustainable, right? And this is really, really important when we talk about fishing vessels, fish processors, and all those value chains. Rule number 3, and that is, for me, it's the key cornerstone of all the work I'm doing. Fisheries management, and basically eco-port management, is not about the fish resources, it's not about the infrastructure, it's about the stakeholder. It's about the fishers, it's about the post-harvest value chains, it's about every single business you have in the port. All the rules you put in place for the fishers would be fishing licenses, catch quota, you protect the areas, you have minimum landing sizes. All that are proxies that help manager constrain the activity of fishers to ensure that the entire system remains sustainable. You can translate that to every single sector. All the rules you're putting in place are there to, in the long term, have everyone still living, profitable, and basically going in the same direction that you want, which is sustainable development. If you look at the eco-fishing port from a seafood value chain, there are tools designed to support sustainable fishing practices while minimizing environmental impact. That's why I'd like you to remember, in the end, eco-fishing ports are only there because you have thriving seafood value chains. If your fishers, if your fish processors are not sustainable, they are not profitable in the long term, you have a nice construction, cement, a lot of cold storage, some people, and that's it. So how can the economic viability of the stakeholder be measured? There are methods to evaluate eco-fishing port that have already been published, notably in Indonesia. You have the Pondok Darat case. I've added a link to the publication. The method basically is focused on evaluating the port performance, not the value chains. So it's really the port itself. It's not all the economic sectors that are evolving the port. And most of the publications, they are centered on the port efficiency. Basically, it's focused on infrastructure, not value chain. And to understand why fishers and processors would come to a port or avoid it, you need to center the evaluation on the value chain. The graph that you have on the right basically is something that was designed by a FAO working group. It's when you develop sustainable food value chains, and basically, if you're able to see the two red squares, rectangles, that's where the eco-fishing port. It's only a part of the whole system. So if you want an eco-fishing port that is profitable, you need your value chain to be profitable. So how do we measure that? And if you can go to the next slide. Yes. An example of a pilot we've set with some colleagues on a fishery in Indonesia, on blue swimming crab. In 2015, the entire Indonesia were basically having blue swimming crab fisheries that were consisting of roughly 65,000 fishermen and 13 workers in mini plant and cooking station on land. The product is mainly exported, with the main market as the USA. That accounts for 50% of the exports, mainly because the crab meat of this blue swimming crab is a bit blunt. So for Indonesian taste, it has no interest. It has a lot of interest for the Americans that want it in their summer sandwiches. The key issue was that no one knew how profitable were the fishermen, how profitable were the pickers, and basically why all these people were not adhering to rules. So we had to develop pilots in several ports with data collectors and basically stable teams of researchers from the Diponegoro University to be able to track the profit levels of these actors. We collected the data at the vessel level, catch, size of the catch, main costs, and then a mini plan level to better understand the fishers' behavior. But basically, that can be replicated to any sector. The issue with fishers is that they are moving. A factory is not moving. So it's easier to monitor and easier to get information from. And if we go to the next slide, basically, how can we apply that in the context of an eco-fishing port? First and foremost, you have to identify a stable group of researchers who can collect and use the economic data. Especially go from estimations from the sample to populations. Usually, in a lot of places in the world, it's either public research institute teams or universities that are doing that. When you have a group of consultants doing that, there's an issue of long-term stability of the teams. And this is essential. You need at some point to collect data on all the stakeholders you have in and around the eco-fishing port to understand why and how people are staying there or not. There is a question of how you map the value chains. Identifying all the actors that are active in and around fishers, processors, traders, service providers. From an eco-fishing port perspective, the service providers, that's one of the keys you have to understand. Why are people coming to the port? Why are people staying to the port? Or why should they go away? One key aspect, and Max Paladin touched upon it previously, you have to record all transactions between fishers and traders / processors. You need to record quantities and values. A lot of ports, you have the infrastructure to have the cold storage and everything, but there is a lack in proper recording of those transactions. And those transactions are the cornerstone of everything you're doing after that. And you have to conduct regular surveys to gather key information. It's at least once a year. The fishers, you need the cost of fuel, the cost of ice, the cost of licenses, if any, information of crew wages. Processors, you have to identify and track significant costs, including storage. Usually it's energy that is killing the balance sheet of processors. And the workforce. And I use fuel providers, but it could be any single provider, service provider, that is in the eco-fishing port. You need regular price information, at least monthly, and regular cost information. If you're not doing that, basically your eco-fishing port can be just a nice empty shell in a few years, because no matter how you finance it, it's not going to attract all these actors. One key element. It's not because you're collecting the data that the data becomes available. It has to be published. So not at the business level, that's understandable. You don't want to know each individual, that everyone knows what each individual is doing, but aggregated information is essential. And it helps stakeholders to understand why some of the groups in the port are not profitable. So it's, in a nutshell, it's collect, share, and use the data. All that is viewed from the sense of, all that is viewed from the sense of fish supply chains. But from an eco-fishing port perspective, the port should look into the whole value chains you have internally, be it the people that are doing the producing the ice, the people that are maintaining the vessels, the people that are providing a lot of services. Basically, it's a huge effort, but it's an effort that is worth the money you're going to put on it, because that's going to give you actual sensors on why people stay in your port or not. I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian, for joining. And I mean, bringing out this need for data culture. I mean, it's actually a cultural shift, you know, while we talk about smarter ports which can give this information, it's not very often that we actually collect it or are able to collect it and, more importantly, share it, you know, with all significant stakeholders and everybody in the value chain. And even bringing out the point of value chain is very important. And in fact, that's something that, you know, the program that earlier was spoken about, which AFD is co-financing with World Bank and with Department of Fisheries, works on the value chain efficiency. So it's thank you for bringing that up again. Please stay online with us in case someone has any question. That'll bring me to my next panelist. I would like Mr. Venkatraman sir to please join us, and he would be sharing some success stories of management and maintenance model, learning from the Chennai fishing harbor. Thank you so much, sir.
This one, next. Okay. Good evening, everybody. I am Venkatramani, Executive Engineer from Chennai Fishing Harbor. At the outset, I thank the organizers of Ministry of Department of Fisheries for giving me an opportunity to speak about Chennai Fishing Harbour being managed by Fishing Harbour Management Committee. I am going to present about the functions of Fishing Harbour Committee in effectively managing fishing harbour. While concluding my presentation, a short video on the modernization of fishing harbour will be shown on the components of projects being executed at CFH. Success stories of management and maintenance of Chennai Fishing Harbour, which I am going to talk. This is a general geographical profile of Chennai Fishing Harbour, wherein we have 2 breakwaters, 9 finger jetties and 1 500 meters wharf we have there. Actually, Chennai Fishing Harbour was constructed by Chennai Port during the year 1980 under the funds given by Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. During the construction was completed in 1983 and Chennai Fishing Harbour came into existence in 1985. We have a land area of around 97 acres. This committee, after the construction of Fishing Harbour, a committee was formed that is called Chennai Fishing Harbour Management Committee. And the chairman of Chennai Port Trust is the chairman of the committee, and other state government officials and fisheries government of India officials from police department and non-official members, they form the members of the committee. The powers and responsibilities of the committee is the general maintenance and operation of the committee. They will take the responsibility to oversee it. It will also assess the infrastructure gaps in the fishing harbour from time to time. It will review the progress of civil works being taken up. The committee will decide suitable fees, rentals, etc., where we are renting out the vacant land and all inside the fishing harbour. The committee will also, if necessary, engage consultant for creation of infrastructure, etc. The chairman of the committee shall have the power to invite members for periodical meetings. And since the committee is formed by state government officials as well as central government plus non-official members, any issues which are there, any burning issues also, that will be sorted out during the meeting itself because of the availability of committee. This is the greatest advantage. Now we are doing modernization of fishing harbour, wherein 1.6 kilometer of compound wall and road we are constructing. Lot of encroachments are there. Those encroachments were cleared on account of coordination between Chennai Port and state government. So we could clear most of the encroachment, and the entire road is about to be over. Almost 80% of the work is completed. This is only due to the prevalence of fishing committee only. This is only because of the committee's role. Then the latest development in Chennai Fishing Harbour is the Government of India announced development of fishing in Kochi, Chennai, Visakhapatnam, Paradip as hubs of economic activities. Consequent to the above, the Government of India sanctioned an amount of 97.95 crores during 2022 for modernization upgradation through Prime Minister Matsya Yojana and Sagarmala schemes. The project is being implemented through Indian Port, Rail and Ropeway Corporation. After obtaining the environmental clearance, the project is under active execution now. The funding pattern is administrative approval obtained in 2022, and under PMMSQ, Ministry of Fisheries, Government of India is giving a grant of 48.975 crores, and under Sagarmala from Ministry of Shipping, they are giving 48.97 crores. Now the work is almost 50% completed. These are all the components of work which is coming under modernization. The boat repair facility and fish handling shed, administrative block, boat repair yard, two-wheeler, four-wheeler parking, electrical IMOS lighting, drinking water and solid waste management, CCTV, including dredging. There are 15 items which are being executed now. With regard to this modernization, I will put a short video because it is actively going on now. It will take only 2 minutes. That video, video where it is.
Chennai Fishing Harbour, CFH, is the largest fishing harbour in Tamil Nadu and handles approximately 300 metric tons of fish catches daily. Under the flagship program of the Government of India, Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, Chennai Fishing Harbour has been chosen for modernization and upgradation of basic essential infrastructure. Project 1, 2 and 3, ship lift facility, boat repair yard and boat repair spare parts complex. A new state-of-the-art modern ship lift facility is planned to cater to the soaring demand in this region. Project 4 and 5, compound wall and 2-lane peripheral road. A compound wall 3 meters high is planned all along the periphery of the harbour. Adjoining this compound wall, a 2-lane arterial road will interconnect all the existing road network. Project 6, fish handling shed. A fish handling shed will be developed to ensure secure and safe operation at the trawler wharf. Project 7, administrative and control block. An administrative and control block building is planned, which will provide office space to Harbour Management Committee. The ground floor of this building will be developed as a commercial complex. Project 8 to 18, basic amenities. In addition to these projects, a host of improvement in basic amenities such as water supply and distribution, drinking water dispensers, waste management, sanitary complex, parking facilities, street lighting, CCTV surveillance and vessel monitoring system are planned. The developments planned under the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana will rejuvenate the Chennai fishing harbour, mark a lasting impact on the regional fishing community and improve export competitiveness of the fish catches.
Opportunity to request Ministry of Fisheries, since we are planning to complete this project by end of November and almost 55 to 60% of the work is over now. We have already requested for the balance 50% of grant. Kindly. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, sir. It was great to know about the developments which are happening and are planning, and also the role of the committee. I think that's the key for the maintenance and the management. Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate it. Last but not the least, I would like to call my panelist, Mr. N.K. Patra, Deputy Director, SISIV, to also share with us about post-construction evaluation of fishing harbour and fish landing centres. Thank you so much, sir.
Good evening, all of you. From the morning to the evening, you are sitting here and awaiting me because I am the last presenter. Before coming to the point, I am Mr. N.K. Patra, Deputy Director Economist. Being an economist, I will talk about profit and loss, asset and liabilities. Okay. So you have listened more about fishery harbour development, infrastructure, green, smart integrated harbour, eco port, all these. What we got from it? What is the operational efficiency? What type of socio-economic benefits the country got from the fishery harbour? What is the environmental assessment? To know all of these, we come to post-construction evaluation. If we do the evaluation of post-construction for a fishery harbour, we will come to different parts which ensure us how the future fishery harbour project will come into existence. It will be more sustainable and more effective. So what are the objectives of post-construction evaluation? To assess the functional and operational efficiency and the identify challenge and shortfalls. It will guide our future harbour planning and design. It recommends improvement of sustainability and effectiveness. So when we go to the fields, we find different types of things, means whether the fishermen are employed or not, whether the fishermen have sufficient income or not. To know all of these, we are conducting the post-construction evaluation. These are the methodology, physical inspection of infrastructure to assess condition and utility. When we are going to the field, we have a structured questionnaire. We have so many questions, about 50 questions. We are asking to different boat owners, association members, stakeholders, and we also ask to different questions about the engineers of our state government fishery department to know the physical inspection of infrastructure, whether the breakwater has been stable or not, whether the auction hall is in good condition or not. We are taking into account all these things. We are interviewing with the stakeholder, fishermen, harbour facilities and traders to gather quantitative insights. We review the operational records like fish landing, vessel traffic, revenue collection, and when the DPR has been given, that is an estimated value, we compare the data with the DPR, whether it has been increased or not, we come to know all about after post-construction evaluation. There are 6 key parameters of evaluation. One is physical and functional utility, which evaluate the structural integrity and sustainability of breakwater, wharves, jetties, auction hall, cold storage, ice plants, internal roads, drainage and sanitation systems, like a harbour operation to assess the number and types of fishing vessels using the harbour, harbour usage and its design capacity, fishing frequency and trip duration. And third is fish landing and revenue, quantity of fish and crustacean landing by vessel category, each category of fishing vessels, how much it is carrying during a year. We are calculating all these things, assess the revenue generated at both side price and market price. The both side price is a little bit lower and market side price is a little higher. Another is socio-economic impact, employment creation, onshore and offshore, income generation from fishermen, growth of ancillary industries like ice plants, transport and markets. The 5th point is environmental aspects, level of siltation and dredging needs, waste and wastewater management, impact on surrounding marine ecosystem, all are evaluated. Another is operation and maintenance, O&M, institutional structure and staffing, budget allocation, expenditure and maintenance, cost recovery mechanism, wharfage and user fees. Our previous colleagues have told that they have collected so much of revenue from a Muttam fishery harbour, like private fishery harbour. Likewise, we want that our harbour that is funded by PMMSY, that should collect also user fee and wharfage charges. What are the documentation required for the post-construction evaluation? That is original DPR or techno-economic feasibility report, that is TAFR. So our organization, Central Institute of Coastal Engineering for Fishery, is preparing techno-economic feasibility report, and all other private consultants, they are using DPR, detailed project report. So that detailed project report, we are comparing the detailed project report estimate with our post-construction evaluation report and know whether the harbour layout and plan as built drawing, everything is at par with the DPR or not. And we know all these harbour usages, logs and catch records, financial records, photographic documentation, environmental impact assessment, and we also got feedback from our users and stakeholders. What are the outputs we have got from the evaluation? That is performance metric like vessels, landing and revenue, infrastructure condition assessment, socio-economic benefit analysis, identification of gaps in service or infrastructure, specific time-bound recommendation for improvement, framework for long-term monitoring and benchmarking. One case study we have done for Tharangambadi Fishing Harbour, that is in Tamil Nadu. It is commissioned in 15th May 2023 and we have conducted the survey on December 2024. Total mechanized fishing boats are 186 and non-mechanized fishing crafts, that is motorized fishing craft 10 meter FRP are 786. The facilities we have provided in Tharangambadi is breakwater, auction hall, net vending shed, slipway. Infrastructure status, breakwaters, we have come into evaluation that structurally it is stable, harbour basin is partially silted, needs dredging, landing quay and auction hall functional but underutilized. Operation and maintenance, inadequate staffing and maintenance observed. Utilization and socio-economic impact, optimum use of fishing vessels. Out of 186 fishing vessels, near about 110 fishing vessels have been utilized by the harbour. So we are telling it is underutilized, but up to the mark it has achieved. Landing volume increase post-construction. When the DPR has been prepared, the production part was 11,000 metric ton. Now, after post-construction evaluation, we have calculated it was 17,000 metric ton. The total coastal village benefited from Tharangambadi Fishery Harbour is 10 and total fishermen benefited is 14,468. So that is a positive impact on income of fishermen. When we asked so many fishers of that region, they give the information about their incomes. They told us that they are accumulating near about 5 lakh to 6 lakh per year from these fishing trades. Positive impact on income of fishermen and fish prices improved due to better landing and auction facilities. Key issues identified: partial siltation in basin and needs periodic dredging, poor waste management and hygiene, limited ice plant and cold storage availability, underutilization due to lack of awareness and operational guidance. These are the issues identified after evaluation, and we have recommended that to strengthen the operation and maintenance mechanisms with trained personnel, periodic dredging and basin maintenance, introduce waste handling and sanitation systems, promote cooperative use of facilities among fishermen, provide training and capacity building for harbour users. Lessons for other fishing harbours. So for other fishery harbours, same type of post-construction evaluation may be done. We have already conducted 10 post-construction evaluation in Tamil Nadu. In the next phase, we will go to Kerala and do the post-construction evaluation. So yearly planning for operation and maintenance ensures sustained performance. Active involvement of fishermen society is vital. Environmental management like siltation and hygiene is crucial. Periodic evaluation helps keep infrastructure relevant and effective. Conclusion: post-construction evaluation offers critical insights about the harbours. Tharangambadi Harbour shows mixed performance, good infrastructure and moderate utilization. Similar type of evaluation should be institutionalized for all major fishing harbours. Thank you. This is the Tharangambadi Fishing Harbour before execution and after execution. And thank you for listening to me. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. It was great to learn from your experience of actually doing a post-construction evaluation and, what are the learnings that come out from it. Thank you, really appreciate it. I would ask if there is some questions for my panelist. There is already one. Yes, sir.
Good evening, honorable panel and the line expertise in the house. My question is regarding in pollution, sir. Sir, whole the pollution is a separate thing and the harbor pollution is a separate thing, sir. Because she is an open water body, it's an offshore. So shouldn't we think that all the catches should pass through any screening system to avoid the contamination of the heavy metals it is open So as we have detected since 1915-60, the cadmium and mercury contamination in Japan and consequencing many mata and Ita disease, something like that. So to avoid these things, to avoid the foreign particles contamination and to avoid the heavy metal contaminations, the whole catch should pass through a screening system that must be interpreted in pan-harbor basis the systems. Don't you think so?
Obviously, such a system is there for the export. We are ought to screen all these heavy metals, the antibiotic, all the residues, like as indicated in the previous presentations. And regarding the system which is in-house in domestic is perhaps the FSSAI is ought to screen such kind of quality and give assurance to the consumers.
Yes, of course, sir. That will be helpful for traceability and quality assurance as well, sir.
Yes, it's correct.
So is there any systems or should we
Currently,
establish?
there is no system in the harbor level or in that value chain level, but maybe from the market side, I guess we need these certifications kind of system, right?
So this may be a submission to all regarding establishment of any eco-ports harbor, that this screening process must be there to avoid the contamination regarding pollutions.
Yes,
Thank you, sir.
We appreciate that point. Thank you so much. Any other question? Yes, sir.
My question is to Srikanth sir. Thank you, sir. You have presented very good presentation. And regarding this, the fishing harbor area is highly polluted. So we can see that when the crowd is there, automatically the stakeholder behaviors will affect the harbor area also. So how we can, what we can say, detoxify the fishing harbor area? Means, is there any methodologies that we are practicing in world anywhere? Like Japan and some other countries also practicing their advanced methodologies. So we can practice in our Indian condition, or then how we can recommend further.
There are a lot of technologies elsewhere which are being done. Perhaps in the, like in the Australia, they are screening the entire harbor water. Like there are screens fixed and the filters are being removed every time. And I guess from the side of India, anyway, whatever happened, it happened, but taking a more proactive step to install such kind of port receiving facility and something like the grey water and the black water receiving facility, all those kind of proactive steps will yield more than going for a post corrective measures.
Any microbial bioremediation practices we can practice along this?
Bioremediation?
Yes, sir.
In the harbor, I guess it will be very difficult to make any, it's a huge area, right? So it will be very difficult, and perhaps in an experimental level in a small harbor, we can try it.
Solid waste management, sir.
So we'll take the continuous questions later. I had one question for my panelists who are online, Max and Sebastian. If you would like to come in, that do we have any methods of addressing climate change and adaptation? You know, there are a lot of challenges which happen because of climate change and disasters for which we might not even have baselines. So in that aspect, do you have a methodology or indicators that, you know, how does that bring in when we're talking about fishing harbors and also holistic planning that Max, you spoke about?
The climate change, the point in the middle, is focused on the level of the keel toward the water, the sea level. And we had to anticipate to increase the keel level to cope with the future seawater rise. And in some harbor, it was even more complicated because the land was submerging, and the seawater will come up. So we had to think of new harbor several meters above the actual existent infrastructure. So you have to be aware of what could be the consequences of the seawater, the climate change in your sea level. in order to anticipate the size and the dimension of your future harbor construction or rehabilitation? I don't know if Sebastian...
Yes, thanks so much.
And from an economic perspective, the key indicators that we are currently working on are basically tangent indicators. It's related to what are the species that can be caught. Because from an activity perspective, from a value chain perspective, the key challenges are going to be adaptation to the new fish you can target, both in terms of species but also of sizes. In different areas of the world, you have fish that cannot reach the same size, or you have invasive species arriving. There are places where local conditions are making traditional species impossible to find. We have the example in Europe, we have the example in the Mediterranean, but all along India, you already have examples of shifting distributions. That has not only an effect on the fishes, but it has an effect on the entire supply chain, because once you've caught those new species, people on land need to be able to process them and they need to market them. So from a long-term perspective, these are basically species distribution. These are the indicators you need to track from a value chain perspective.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Sebastian. Thanks, Max. I think I would like to close the panel today. And I think it was one of the very important... You have a question, sir? Yes, okay. One last question.
Yeah, for Srinath sir, FSI's initiative to mitigate the plastic litter is well appreciated. But I strongly believe that if we can incentivize it on a pan-India basis, some incentive schemes we should implement so that this type of problems can be mitigated. I think on a pan-India basis we should think over that. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your efforts.
So that will be meditate.
Yes, thank you for bringing that. So thank you for this panel. I think it was one of the most interesting panels, talking about not just what happens construction or principles of eco-ports, but how it can be maintained and evaluated. And this is not a simple step. And as came out, it requires a very integrated and holistic perspective, and in a systematic way that can be addressed. So thank you to my panelists, and I would like to call my
Thank you so much, Didi, for holding the entire session so wonderfully. Thank you so much, panelists, for sharing your thoughts with us. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Koya had to leave for an urgent engagement, but he's just wished us all the success, and we know he had contributed his valuable inputs initially in the seminar. But now we're coming to the concluding point, not just of the session, but also of the day. But for this particular session, we'd like to present the mementos, and may I request Dr. Srinath to kindly present the mementos to our speakers of the session who are present here on stage, presenting a memento to Mr. Rajiv Pratap Dubey. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to kindly put your hands together. This is just a way to show that we're all together and bring in some more energy. We now would request once again Dr. Srinath to now present a memento to Mr. Venkataraman. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today and sharing your presentation. Mr. Venkataraman. Once again, I request Dr. Srinath to now present a memento to Mr. N.K. Patra. Thank you so much, Mr. Patra. And to our esteemed speakers who had joined us online, a big, big thank you to Mr. Max Paludin. And we also thank Mr. Sebastian who joined us online. I hope they can hear us. Our heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, for sharing your valuable inputs with us. And a big thank you to Ms. Nidhi Batra for so wonderfully just coming to the session and taking care of the entire session, conducted it wonderfully and also concluded it so well. With that, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of not just the session, but also the seminar today. It's a very happy and elated moment, but to end this, I would first request Assistant Commissioner of Fisheries, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, Dr. Tarun Kumar, to kindly share the closing remarks and also propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening all. Thank you so much for having your patience for a long day, since 9:30 to evening 6:30. I do believe that it is a painful event to listen to others. After getting lunch and after getting your breakfast, you have to make yourself a refreshment from time to time. In that case, you are actually, the job of sitting and hearing is a commendable job. If you do it completely, it is really appreciable by everybody. So in that context, from my team and from AFD team, I thank all of you to be here and be patient and contributing your thoughts to our discussion in the event. Before going to the conclusion and vote of thanks, I would just like to mention two things first. One, is it possible without the local communities that how we can manage the fisheries in any context, in any country, where without local communities involvement we can manage? So my first question to all of you and for recommendations also that without local communities we can't even think about fisheries management at any point, any country in globe. So the primarily our role being the government should to focus on the local communities' role in every management of aspect, whether it is fishing management in sea, whether they are utilizing the classical convoy or classical boats or even very industrialized boat. In that context, the local communities, those who are affected by the construction of fisheries, harbours, or by any act of the human being across the coast, should be addressed by government as well as the policymakers in many terms, like the international agencies, those who are involved in action such activities. So to capitulate that, during 2020, our Honorable Minister started one concept called Sagar Parikrama, the voyage of the sea. So what he started, or what he did during that voyage, from the entire west coast to east coast, the set of team from Department of Fisheries and the concerned state government, they tossed upon the entire coast and reached to all the stakeholders at their doorstep to look into the access, to look into their issues, to understand their issues, what they are feeling and how they are operating their day-to-day life and what are the difficulties. Listening that, come up with the suggestions, addressing through fishery management, addressing through policies is a approach which we adopted during the Sagar Parikrama. Coming to the fisheries management across different countries, if you see countries having overcapacity for fisheries fishing in different regions, at the same time the countries those who are having very limited resources for doing fishing. In that context, we should also address the issues of equitable fishing and rights to every nation for doing the fishing. Across this discussion, we discussed from a concept of development of port to the economics, the management and the monitoring of the ports throughout the session. Although we have put very congested topics during the entire seminar, but however, at the end of the seminar, we could come up with a conclusion that
we have touched upon every area of the fisheries management, whether it is a nascent stage of fishing harbor or an advanced, smarter or integrated fishing harbor with more eco-friendly approach, more automation, more IoT-based approach. So those discussions come forward, and I believe that our recommendation from the seminar would be in that way that it will create, it will at least be accepted by the authorities in policy making to touch upon the areas which are really need to be tinkered so that all the activities in the fishery management can be covered. Coming to our cooperation with AFD. So, although AFD was established in India or operated in India 2000 to 2008, but we started with late in fisheries sector. We started with late. We discussed our concept in 2021 and 22 for obtaining this bilateral cooperation to strengthen further. So we come up with a new sub-scheme which is actually co-financed by the AFD and World Bank, and successfully we are just coming to just implementation of the scheme for the second year, and we are hopeful that it will be coming up with a very good result, and implementation of this scheme will extend our relationship further. Taking forward this, we are also engaged with AFD for having a technical cooperation project where we can look into this blue port concept, or what AFD is actually telling it as eco ports. So the smarter and eco ports concept, we can imbibe it and further strengthen it. Like FAO, we have already taken 2 projects for smarter and integrated harbor. At the same time, I think through this technical cooperation, which we are going to at least get it in a few months or so after approval of the competent authority, we can march ahead with a new concept, and we can also touch upon the other harbors which are not considered so far. We can redevelop them, or we can strengthen those harbors into smarter and eco ports. Taking all the recommendations of today's discussions, I think the sessions and the discussions coming out to whole of the day was excellent, and we'll be very happy to learn more things through such type of engagements. Coming to my thanks, I'll be giving my thanks to my Joint Secretary, Ms. Nitu Prasad, who was kind enough to join. Despite my secretary could not come, but my Joint Secretary paid her time to attend this one. Special thanks to your country director, Lizzie, for her time. At least initially she was not available, but finally she came, and it was a good thing. And your counselor, Mr. Pablo, could join. That was excellent for that. From our side, I think we are actually thankful to the Joint Secretary from Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Joint Secretary from National Secretariat for Coastal Security, then the advisor, Ministry of Port Shipping, then Secretary Pondicherry, then Director of Fisheries Odisha, they joined physically. Then the senior officer from Department of Fisheries, from our organizations and institutes, National Fisheries Development Board, then SciSafe Director, then my colleague Dr. Patra, Mr. Patra, and other colleagues from different state governments and line ministries for their patience and joining. The other international organizations, they also joined. I think KFW was there, then World Fish is there. Then I do not know whom you have invited. You will then address those. So thank you so much. Then coming to the big thanks to Kami, Nidhi, and Orfi for their continuous follow-up with me, because I am little bit tight with different works, but they pushed me to bring this seminar at least to a reality, and we are concluding this event. Then thanks to my dear colleague from Department of Fisheries, Anshul, Prithvi, then others who I will forget. Thank you so much for making this event successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful vote of thanks, and also putting the entire day, the seminar together in wonderful words. May I now invite the Deputy Country Director, AFD, Ms. Camille, to kindly share her closing remarks and also propose the word of thanks.
Thank you so much. I will not take too much time. It's already late. Thank you to all of you for being here today with us to really discuss these technical issues about the eco-fishing harbor. I think during the day we could see many things coming up together. The first one would be like there is a need to transform to eco-ports, being in Europe, being in India, and it's both for the local market or for the exports. So there's a strong need, and it's been expressed today. There are many norms that exist already that you can refer to, both again internationally, but also in India already. A long way has been taken already, and many examples exist. So there's so much that can be reused. We could see also, but all these needs to be locally adapted also. We could see also there is a lot of methodology of maintenance and follow-up that is already existing, KPI studies, research that you can work on to go in this journey towards more eco-ports in India. What we learn also is that to transition to eco-ports, you need environmental commitment. I like this word that was given this morning. So commitment to environment, but also a strong social approach. You have to embark all your employees, obviously, but also all your ecosystem. And we heard about awareness raising and communication and co-management of ports. All this was really interesting to really feed this eco-port journey. What we also heard about was this cross-learning. This is one step we did today, is to bring people together to exchange. But I think the French speakers also were insisting on the fact that ports need to share knowledge and experience to be able to grow and adopt new practices. And finally, what I got also from the discussions is that the issue of climate change and resilience might be maybe more pressing issues than transitioning to eco-ports, but maybe it's something that can be embarked together in this approach. So that's my take home and conclusions. I really would like to echo your thanks, Dr. Tarun, to all the participants, both the very high level Mrs. Joint Secretary who joined us this morning, and the other high level representative of other ministries. It's really good that we could have you here to really elevate the discussions. I would like also to thank everyone that joined, and also for the organization, Dr. Tarun and your team, Prithvi Anshul. So much work around this event, and my team, Orphe, Nidhi, and Manmeet, who left. So thanks to all. We are really looking forward to more cooperation on this topic. We already expressed it. We made some contacts today. Please contact us through the Department of Fisheries also, and we'll be happy to continue and build on this cooperation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kumi. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude our seminar on technical dialogues on eco-fishing ports, sustainable and inclusive harbors. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you so much for sharing your, interacting with us and sharing your feedback. We look forward to yet another interesting event ahead in the future. In the meanwhile, please take care of yourself and do not forget to put your phones and other electronic gadgets back to your ringing mode. I'm Sushmita signing off. Namaskar.